Okay. All right. Apologies, folks. My computer had a little bit of a problem. Hey, Ken. Welcome back. Okay. Now I get to reset this again. Yay. Okay, hey, Ghost Train, welcome back, guys. Yeah, that was messed up. Yeah, it was a computer crash. That means that, yeah, I think it's time to do some tweaking on my end here. Yeah, things are still not necessarily working for me. Let's see. I can only see one chat. Yeah, see, this is part of the problem that I was running into. Welcome back to stream, guys. Welcome to Pep Talks. And yeah, we didn't do the intro because this is technically just a continuation of the last show. But welcome in. As you guys file in here, please hit the like button and get this back out there, because now I have to go and make some adjustments. Bear with me. We got some chill music to kind of hang with while we do this. Just give me 1 second. Gotta change this. Oh, why is this so annoying? Go. This. Okay, I'm going back to Colorado, then Indiana, going through the back roads, I-70. I know. Wait, I saw that there was a highway that had some major problems going on. I think it was I-75. So yeah, you're doing the grueling mountain trek. Yeah, because I remember asking you about that. Like, have you had to use your the emergency ramps and all that? All right, give me 1 second. There we go. What was the other one? I've never had to use the emergency ramp, but I've had to dynamite your brakes before. What's that mean, dynamite your brakes? I'm assuming that just lock them up, you know that they're gonna get locked up. Yeah, wait, what does that mean? Also, Anna, what's up? Thank you for holding it down over on the horizontal. It's always awesome to get some love over there. Just realized how that sounded. And you switched to vertical. Cool. Yeah, just do the thing. You guys know what's up. Hit the like button. Also, hey, what's up? Here, do this. DJX, oh snap, crackle, pop. Hell yeah, dude, you got a 4-month milestone. Fuck yeah. Congratulations. That's awesome. I didn't realize that you actually followed me, or you became a member right around the time that my 1 year, I believe. Oh no, 4 months, duh. No, I feel like you found me pretty soon after this space. I think that's how a lot of you guys found me, which is cool. Dynamite at the trailer. Wait, I'm confused. So wait, I overrode the computer braking. It had already put the truck on a jackknife going to the through the Eisenhower, so I had to stop the tractor trailer from jackknifing. I died if at the trailer push yellow button. You locked up your trailer brakes. Oh, okay. Interviewing Taylor Lorenz right now. How'd she pull that off? She knows people. She knows how to get people. She reaches out to people. I ain't fucking reaching out to Taylor Lorenz because, yeah, I have a feeling that, well, actually, the thing is, I have so much content that, like, she, I don't know, she might not be able to, pull that one off. But, you guys know my feeling on her. Not exactly a fan. So, it is what it is, though. I don't care who is. Like, if you guys are a fan of her, that's cool. I really don't mind. You don't like her, that's cool. No, I really don't. I think that she's caused way more harm than good, in my personal opinion. Like, she'd be great, but, yeah, I don't know. Alrighty, but what it did was yank your trailer, slowing the trailer down and straightening the whole thing. It happened after 2 a.m. So, wait, is it... Okay, so either way, the brakes are shot after that, I'm assuming, right? Like... I don't know why I'm, like, so interested in this, but I am. Let's see... And then, yes, Lance just rated Cosmopolitics with 300 viewers. Fuck, yeah. Wait, to this space or to Cosmo? Damn, dude. Cheers to that. That's fucking awesome, man. Like, hey, I'm glad to see people fucking growing over here. Like, yeah. Oh, on Cosmo. Yeah, that's not part of the problem that Letterhack was talking about. I don't know. If he redirected to this space, that would have been very helpful. Whatever. You know what? I'm just happy that Letterhack got to say his piece. I'm gonna miss him, man. I did realize, like, while I was watching that again, I was like, man, he really is very good at what he does. I got lots of ghost stories IRL too. Do you have like a channel that you like do ghost stories on? Controversial. Oh, that's where it is. Okay, Francesca Hong. Trailer has a park break, and then okay. Yeah, I'll miss Matt also. Yeah, he was good, man. Like, he really was. Flat World, what up? What's up? How you doing, man? Found another cool streamer. I'm confident in saying they are worth rating whenever. Who's that? Yeah, we got a few people that we're looking into onboarding over on this space. Hello, everyone. Hello, Jeff. How are you? Welcome to the show. The red button deploys the park brake. You're good. Good. I'm glad you're good. Okay. Okay. And then here's what we're gonna do. It sucks that I lost my original stream. I'm not gonna lie. When you do, well, like, dude, when the stream just kind of like KOs like that, you have to go back and kind of essentially do all your settings again. Fun times, fun times. Kinsley, how's it going? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Very, very cool. Let's take a look. So what are what is Christina covering with Taylor Lorenz? Or is it just a general interview? That's the kind of stuff that I just have zero interest in doing. It's just general interview kind of stuff. Cool. Where on the political spectrum am I? Not a challenge, but I'd rather puke than hear MAGA support. I am not a MAGA supporter. I am a DSA supporter. I'm literally, that's like, if you want my politics, just go to the DSA and go, oh, okay. Because, man, I agree with, I'd say 99.9 of their platform. The only thing that I think that they could work on is being a little tougher. Just like, I don't know, they need some tougher skin. Based. Yeah, Flat World. Please consider subscribing if you have not already. We're getting close to hitting a milestone over here. Kind of excited for it. Alrighty. Oh yeah, my TikTok is the same username as my YouTube. I'm planning on storytelling. Oh, nice. I mean, ghost stories, that'll do well. Democratic Socialists of America, yes sir. Or sorry, if whatever gender you are or however you identify, just dude. There we go. Yeah, dude. Did Trump actually surrender? This is why I put a question mark. No, so I pulled up the story that Midas did. If it is okay, so let's put it this way: if Midas isn't just doing what Midas do. And this is true that he's just going to use the deal with Oman as a friend, like just saying, that's our deal. Like the deal's done, we're out. If that's the case, then yeah, then I guess, yeah, he surrendered. But I don't think that is the case. If you want my real opinion, this is why I put the question mark. So, what people... Oh, okay, no, that's cool. Dude works. Well, yeah, dude's non-gendered. That is how I feel about that one. And it's okay. It's all good. All right, so ways to do this is... We're going to pretty much just go right into the news portion of the show. Hey, Ray V, what's up? Thank you for hanging over on Twitch. Also, yes, we are on Twitch. They got the stand here, even though he's upstairs with his mom. He's a mama's boy today. He really is, dude. It's so funny. Like, he has his moments where it's just like, man, he can give a crap about me today. It's all about her, which I do appreciate. Like, he takes really good care of her. All right, so like Trump is just going to cut himself into the Iran-Oman bilateral deal. That's kind of what, yeah, that's what people are thinking he's going to do, like literally. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, that's what they're saying, man. I just, it doesn't surprise me at all, to be completely honest, like that this is the way he would do it, but you got his Secretary of Treasury coming out just being like, we're getting close to a deal. We're getting close to a deal. Like Scott Bassett or whatever. Assault. Heart Uni. Hell yeah, Heart Uni. I think that she is doing crafts or something right now. I don't know. She might even be asleep because we had a pretty kick-ass lunch. Not gonna lie. Like, it was pretty decent-sized lunch too. As a white American, I used to live in Iran for 2 years in the early 2010s. No kidding. What was that? So what was that like? Can you give me like a little bit of a breakdown? What's the most like common misconception with Americans? Trump is a PDF. Yes, he is. Jan. yeah, welcome to the show. Sub to the channel. I agree with you. And I think that this is, you're in good company here if you think that. So, but welcome to the show regardless. I appreciate you guys being here. If you guys can do me the solid and hit the like button, double tap the screen as you guys file in. And like I said, please consider subscribing. I'm going to ask so many times today, it's going to be almost disgusting. But I'm so close to hitting that 3K. And if I do that before or on my streamiversary, or not streamiversary, my channelversary, then that would be insane. Ray V! Oh, look at you. You're over here now. Whoa. You're like Nightcrawler with the way you just pop. If you guys don't know, my Twitch is on this side. My YouTube's on this side. But yeah, Jan, if you have not already hit that sub, please do. Also follow over on Twitch. Actually, yeah, guys, another thing. I'm in your walls. Bam! Nice. Yeah, here. Jeez, like everything reset on this freaking computer. Yeah, throw me a follow over on Twitch. And also, if you guys are on X, consider it. I don't know. I'll be honest, I'm kind of done posting on it because it's barely picked up. I hate it. I genuinely hate that platform so fucking much. I get it. I get how it's contributed to the decline of our society. You did a couple weeks ago. Oh, awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you. Well, then I'll stop asking. Before watching people you like. Before watching people like you, I watched a lot of people like Dean, so I don't think you're gonna get to the point where you could possibly annoy me with it. Ah, got it. That they're undeveloped and backwards. Even common workers like cab drivers had satellite TV and smartphones and high-speed internet and washers and dryers and laptops and AC, etc. Yeah, dude, AC is one where they're just like, wait a minute, they have air conditioning? That is something that, yeah, God. America. There's nothing as American as just being like, wait a minute. I thought they were all just sucking sand. Wait a minute. You're telling me that they got that highfalutin technology and they got cellular phones? Oh, that's sad. Well, that sucks. Damn. I was hoping that was going to be something a little different, but it really is just that simple, huh? Yay! Yeehaw! What's up? How you doing? Async. How you doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. And let's see. Oh, God. Man. Sorry. Okay, so I have this thing. Let's do this. I was gonna do this public service announcement thing before I was so kindly interrupted by my own computer. What a time to be alive. Oh yes. Isn't it just like, I hate to say it though, it is kind of like, listen, it is a time to be alive. Fuck it. Any time to be alive is good. You understand the statistics in which, like, you swimming through your daddy's nutsack, like, and then you being the lucky one that made it? Like, do you understand just how, like, that statistic anomaly right there should scare the crap out of you? And then, like, this is the stuff that kind of keeps me from going, like, dark, where it's just like, no, you know what? This experience is cool. It's, you know what? It sucks, but it's cool, and I'm here for it. I get to experience it. You never, like, this is the big thing, and this is going to be the theme of the day. You never know when your time is up. Knock on wood. Because yeah, I mean, I was discussing it on my last stream, which was literally 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. So I guess if you guys want to see this, the first part will be released. It might even be released now. I don't know if it's done processing. So yeah, like the first half of the show, or not even whatever, half of the show from where we're at. I talked about what happened. I have a friend who's on family vacation, and a tragedy occurred while they were there. You're Jan. What's my name? I'm Pep. You can call me Pep. Your hubby is Lebanese. Oh, cool. That is actually the first that I think that you've told us that. That's cool. Yeah. This one's got a cool name. Have you seen the guy that has the off-road monster truck Mercedes in the desert? No. I did actually get really into watching like, I don't know, the Red Bull bike videos. Either way. Wow, I just unlocked on a pretty serious subject. No, I just want this to be like, I want everybody to be aware of this. So again, my friend's kid unfortunately passed away from drowning in a kayak accident, and I just have to say, like, because it is still the summer, we're getting to the end of it. I know that people are still going to go out and enjoy themselves in boats and kayaks, and just make sure you wear your life jackets, guys. I was saying this before I got disconnected from the last stream, but I mean it. Like, please practice just basic safety. For me, for the rando guy on YouTube, just that's terrible. It is. It really is. Here, let's see. Okay. Yeah, this is very unfortunate, guys.
Let's take a look.
A sad end to the search for two missing kayakers in Door County. I'm your Lakeshore Neighbor reporter Abby Hamachek with what investigators say happened and the safety reminders experts hope could prevent tragedies in the future. Monday morning, recovery crews found the bodies of 20-year-old David Thalman and 20
Yeah, he was 20, by the way. I was trying to remember.
Year-old Francesca Warwick, both
and his girlfriend also passed.
From the Chicago area. Officials say the two launched a kayak near Wickman Drive on Washington Island on Saturday evening. They were not wearing life jackets, according to investigators.
Rest in peace, David.
Fortunately, I've been doing this for 15 years, and I've seen this way too many times.
Dave Benjamin with the Great Lakes Surf Rescue Project, a nonprofit that promotes water safety and trains first responders, says planning ahead is key.
You know, people going out on the open water in kayaks should have life jackets, and they should be wearing them. They should have a float plan that they've communicated to someone. This is where we're leaving. This is the time we're leaving, and this is the time we estimate to be back.
He also recommends a cell phone in a waterproof case, a whistle, and something reflective, saying conditions can change quickly. Is this a rarity for the area?
No, this is not a rarity at all. You could ask anyone nationwide, what do you do if your clothes catch on fire? And they're going to tell you stop, drop, and roll, right? You can ask them if they know how to swim, and they'll say yes. And then you say, what do you do if you're drowning? They have no idea.
He's got a point there.
Door County Sheriff's Office says the incident remains under investigation. The Great Lakes Surf Rescue Project encouraged people to remember: flip, float, and follow.
Flip, float, and follow.
Flip onto your back to float and follow a safe path out of the water. In Door County, Abby Hamachek, NBC 26.
Man. As I said, guys, like, make sure that you, like, practice just the basic safety measures. Like, my heart is completely shattered. Fuck, man. Yeah, this is one of those things where if this can be used as an example to make you guys like second guess that not putting your life jacket on, and then also, yeah, like flip, float, follow, yeah, that's very terrible, I suppose, in a perverse sense. The kind of romantic boyfriend girlfriend die together. Yeah. I don't know, like that. I don't know. This is just it's fucking tragic as fuck. This is something that, yeah, you can't escape physics, and this is kind of, that's kind of the thing, is I've seen this too often, and I actually, like, so, full disclosure, I have been up to where this happened with this, like, with the family, with him, actually, and unfortunately, like, I've seen how, like, bad that lake can get, and I was just, and how fast it can happen. Like, it's just, it is crazy how, like, fast the conditions on a lake can change. And that's where I was like, oh, man. Like, when I heard that it was the kayak, I don't know, man. Like, I just, my heart is completely broken for my friend's family, and I just, like I said, if this is something where you guys can kind of put this in the back of your mind every time that you guys go to swim in a lake or go on any type of, you know, water vehicle, just please do that. People still think it is a Matrix and they are Neo. What? The fuck are you talking about, man? Oh, that they can escape physics. I was like, what? No, unfortunately, people do think that, like, they have this idea that they are invincible. You know, like it actually reminds me more of Boris from GoldenEye. I am invincible. Yeah. The Great Lakes scare. I'm gonna be completely real. I won't swim in the Great Lake. I won't. I've seen the way that, like, these, what do you call them, rip currents, like, and they happen way more than you think. I've seen how they act, man, and it's scary shit. You guys, and like I said about people feeling invincible, I've seen some, unfortunately, some really bad stuff. Like, I've seen a body recovery on Lake Michigan before, that, like, I was just driving by and I saw them, like, kind of pull like the bag out, and I was just like, oh no. I get freaked out if I'm in water that's above my shoulders, shallow end only for me. Yeah, see, I'm not that bad. It's just, I don't know, I really do. Large bodies of water, man. I respect them, and also I just don't feel like fucking with it, you know? But this is also another, I hate to kind of do this, but it is true. It's another reminder that no time is guaranteed, man. Like, anything can change in your life, so just remember to really appreciate your loved ones. You know, be more kind. Like, this is what I learned when my mom died, was literally that it could just happen whenever, and life's too short to be a complete asshole. So remember the Great Lakes, never give up their dead. Well, yeah, you ain't right. You ain't wrong. Yeah, the Great Lakes are definitely, for some reason, it's one of the things that people just do not respect either, where they just constantly fucking, it's like they're daring this to happen. Oh, by the way, Pinkerbell, got a story just for you. Not sure if you know anything about, like, pools, but if you have a community pool that's closed in Texas, this might be why.
Cracks along this far wall right here.
During hot days like today, the pool sounds great, but some Texans say spiderweb-like cracks have turned their pools into holes in the ground. And tonight, we are learning for the first time about the scale of damage caused by what's called concrete cancer.
One industry association says the defect has crumbled as many as 30,000 pools across Central Texas, built since the year 2017, causing billions of dollars in damages. As KXAN investigator Arzo Dost explains, this is not just impacting homeowners, but also neighborhood community pools.
Oh, this place in the summer would be hopping. It would be very noisy, very lively, very exciting place to be.
Damn,
today,
dude.
we can hear the birds chirping.
Brett Lagrone planned to spend
It is kind of
the
weird
summer
to see a pool
afternoons
just
at the
sitting dry in the middle of the
Carlson
summer.
Community Pool with his daughters. That was before
They
it
had to get that shot.
was drained last winter and never refilled.
I can't get
You
in.
know, it's a bummer. It's really it's disappointing.
Lagrone says he was told by his homeowners association, managed by Goodwin and Company, the pool has concrete
The roads are buckling from the heat. Yeah.
cancer,
You got major cracks along this far wall right here.
known as alkali silica reaction or ASR, a chemical reaction that occurs within concrete, causing it to expand and crack until it can no longer hold water.
That
Hey,
far
DJX,
edge
thanks
there,
for the
you've
bits.
got cracks.
Appreciate
What
that.
has the HOA told you?
They've told me that they can either get a loan to fix it, and that cost would be passed down to us, $10 a month maybe.
Lagrone shared an update on the community's management app from the board of directors in June, which says it's exploring financial options, including securing a loan to fund the reconstruction of the pool, but will continue taking legal steps to potentially recover
What an expensive problem. Did you not hear that this is billions?
damages from Pulte, the developer
Yeah.
of the community, and other responsible parties. The HOA and its management company wouldn't speak with KXAN about the pool, telling us it has no comment. A spokesperson with Pulte
Let me guess, they all voted for this shit too. Like, you know how they are always like, well, I got what I voted for. It's like, well, did you?
says in an email, the pool and responsibility for its maintenance were turned over to the HOA in
The video's kind of low. Yeah, it is kind of low. And I got my video X on. Oh,
2024.
where my volume at?
Pulte recently received information from the HOA regarding the pool
There we go.
and is reviewing it.
Certain markets use certain material traits,
Industry
like the
experts
Houston
with the
market is
Central
what we call
Texas Pool and Hot Tub Alliance
Hot,
believe
wait,
the
Pool and Hot
Austin
Tub
area
Alliance
is
of
the
Texas?
nation's hotspot for ASR problems, found in pools built from
I
2017
hate it.
and on.
I would say it could be as much as, 30,000 pools potentially, not just Austin, but the greater area, Central Texas area around.
Yeah,
that.
ironically, the ones that aren't experiencing this problem are the cheaper pools, the ones that have just liners.
John
So it's like if you didn't spend all this like money to get an in-ground pool that had like the cement,
McIntyre, who is a
like technically you're better off.
licensed engineer and ASR educator,
Just
says
say,
there is no
yeah.
fix for concrete cancer. He adds the only solution is rip out the pool and replace it with a new one. The cost?
What we're seeing is anywhere from cheapest, I would say, is 150, 175,000 on
Holy shit!
up to $500,000.
McIntyre says the pools with the defect
Why?
may have lacked a key ingredient in the concrete mixture called fly ash, a cement-like material produced by burning coal. He says the lack of fly ash and increased pool construction across the area made the material harder for suppliers to get. Would they have known
Yeah, then don't build the pool without it. If you know that it's gonna happen like that.
that it was missing?
Pep, did you ever cover the crypto housing scandal? No, I did not. I don't even know. What are you talking about? Pool developers eating good today? Yeah.
Maybe.
No, I heard that they're one of the pool companies like from around here. They're going to Texas to go make that money.
Maybe not.
Also, yeah, a bunch of in-ground pools are going to. They're just going to switch to liners.
Depends on some of them. The distributors did not
would.
really mention, that there was now a different formulation coming out.
And right now, there's only one Class F fly ash producer in the state. There was several dozens, and now it's down to one. And so the cost of fly ash is very expensive.
Do you guys think more regulation is
Damn.
needed?
I think it's more education
Yeah.
than legislation.
But State Representative Vicki Goodwin thinks Texas needs regulation.
We can prevent this kind of thing from happening.
Last legislative session, Goodwin
Let me guess. She's a Democrat. They want regulations.
tried to pass legislation
Jan's already subscribed.
which would have
Thank you for that,
directed
though.
the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to establish concrete quality standards and required companies selling materials list ingredients. The bills didn't make it far after filing. Goodwin, who's now the Democratic nominee for lieutenant governor in November's general election, hopes another lawmaker will pick up the bills next session.
It is consumer protection, and we need to make sure that we're regulating well to protect people when they're investing so much money in their homes.
Besides ongoing lawsuits against companies alleging defects in concrete use, Texans have started filing complaints with the Texas Office of the Attorney
Oh my God! So pool owners are probably going to go to the ballot box and just be like, you know what? Fuck Ken Paxton. He hasn't done shit for my pool.
General since March 2020.
Dude, Tallarico should take this as just a little just who cares issue. But see, you could probably get 127,000 people that are just like, well, you know what, my pool, it is falling apart.
24 records we obtained shows that there's been more than a dozen complaints filed against pool companies and concrete suppliers, all mentioning ASR. Some have even turned to the Texas Department of Insurance for help, hoping.
Well, the thing about calling it ASR, though, is like they're trying to blame that this could be an alkalinity imbalance, but I don't know,
Homeowners insurance would cover the cost
when
of
they
damage.
can trace it back to the fact that it's like, or you mixed it without a key ingredient, you assholes.
TDI says it has
What up, Sevens? How you doing, man?
received 3 complaints
Welcome to the
since
stream.
March about the issue.
Appreciate you being here, man.
Obtained
It's always
show
good to see you.
TDI didn't find any violations of state insurance law or regulation.
Seeing it just dry and drained is disheartening.
Lagrone says he hopes there's a solution soon for his neighborhood pool.
I'm just looking for a path forward. I'm looking to get the issue resolved. I'm looking to give my kids a fun summer.
He says that likely won't be this summer. In Georgetown, Arzo.
Nope, that will not be this summer. I can already tell you right now. No, because they're going back to school, in 2 weeks? That is not happening. When was this? 4 days ago. Yeah, no, there's no way. There was never any way. All right, so the election coverage will be starting soon. Wait, why are they going at 5? That's a little soon. I missed the Memphis Belle B-17. Hell yeah. Memphis Belle's a good movie, too. If you've never seen it, you should check it out. I have built a model of the Memphis Belle. B-17s were cool. I like the how it had the ball turret and it had the top turret and then the rear turret and then you had the 2 doors in the back and then you had 2 in the front. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a pretty well-made and well-crafted bomber. And then you had the Bombay. The Bombay was really cool too. I didn't get to see the Memphis Belle itself, but I got to see one of the reclaimed B-17s. I'm into that stuff. All right, well, let's get to more news.
30 with commitment 2020.
All right, so we got the Hassan bit. Let's go do the Hassan bit. Boom.
26, just 9 days until the August primary election. Democratic socialist and candidate for Governor Francesca Hong holding a rally alongside controversial political streamer Hassan Piker and Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar at South Milwaukee High School today. 12 News' TJ Dysart joins us live in the newsroom this evening. TJ, some Democratic candidates for governor have criticized Hong for associating herself with Piker.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Kendall, including Democratic candidate David Crowley. 35-year-old political streamer Hassan Piker has drawn criticism in recent years over comments critics have described as anti-Semitic. He also
It's coming from like a 22-year-old. It's kind of rich.
Faced widespread backlash in 2019 after saying the U.S.
All right, now I'm doing the thing that boomers did to us. I'm not going to do that. You know what? I got to get better about
deserved the September 11th attacks.
Game is stonk.
Not only are we going to run up the numbers for Francesca Hong on August 11th, but we are going to take that victory to the general election to make sure that the Republican Top Tiffany never gets a seat of power ever again.
Now, Piker previously pledged his support for Hong earlier this summer when the Democratic Socialist appeared on his stream in late June. Since then, he has participated in fundraising efforts supporting Hong's campaign. The appearance comes with just 9 days remaining until Wisconsin's August primary election. Now, when asked about the criticism surrounding Piker,
let's go, W. Hassan, big W. Hassan.
Hong said she welcomed.
No, dude, I'm proud of him. Like, this is cool. This is, and I mean, who am I to be proud of him? But I don't know. Like, just as somebody who's watched his trajectory and just in general,
his support.
I've had some like disagreements. I think that
appearing alongside these
really
guys
cool
as you kind of frame
use his
and head into the
influence.
general.
It would be risk not to try to build the broadest coalition possible. I think that one of the reasons we see Republicans or the right attack leaders like Representative and Hassan is because they know that they're losing, that the people are powerful and want the issues that they fight for.
And TJ, Republicans are criticizing the rally today.
Yeah, that's right. And not just for Hong appearing alongside Piker, but also Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. In a statement to 12 News, Republican Governors Association Communication Director Colin Crompton writing, quote, Ilhan Omar has built a career trashing our country and representing the worst elements of the Democrat Party.
Jesus Christ. This is an ABC affiliate?
Francesca Hong is proud to stand right beside her. Wisconsin voters see it for what it is, insane.
All right, TJ Dysart.
That's the final word on the story. Well, there's your crafted narrative.
Reporting live in the newsroom for us tonight. Thank you, TJ.
Jesus Christ, dude. They don't even try to hide it. Okay.
It's a big day today in the primary season in the U.S. electoral cycle. Particularly in Michigan right now, Ryan. I mean, it looks the polls indicate that there's going to be a sort of defeat of the machine at the hands of the sort of insurgent candidacy of in Michigan right now.
Yes, and we put up a story yesterday by Michigan reporter Tom Perkins, which I would encourage people to go read over at dropsitenews.com. because it runs through a bunch of kind of down ballot races as well as congressional races that are pitting people who are both kind of economic populists, but also have been really motivated by the genocide in Gaza, by their opposition to U.S. support for Israel, and now, of course, now by the U.S. and Israel's collective action in the war against Iran. But the marquee race, not just in Michigan, but
any Michiganders that we need to channel to go and vote? Really, I doubt it.
Nationally,
I'm gonna be real. I mean, with the amount of people I have in chat right now, and just in general, I mean, I think that the ones that would be motivated to vote if they live in Michigan and are watching this, they've already voted.
Particularly since
the
main blowout and then implosion, is Abdul El-Sayed against Haley Stevens. And it's just such a kind of remarkably kind of clear and stark campaign because
no, I mean, yeah,
Haley Stevens,
I'd be shocked if she pulls this off.
2022, I believe it was, after redistricting, was put into a district and was encouraged to run against Andy Levin.
Well, that just scared me.
Who was the scion of a dynasty in Michigan. Sandy Levin and Carl Levin were his uncle and his father, who were both kind of legendary figures in Michigan politics.
What's up,
Carl
Boomerang?
Levin,
Good to see you, man.
of the Senate. Levin himself described himself as a liberal Zionist. He was the former president of a synagogue.
Really appreciate you being
here.
But
he was quite critical of the state of Israel, about Israeli actions, and more disturbing to AIPAC, he would routinely defend Representatives Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib also of Michigan, and say that while maybe he doesn't agree specifically with their precise criticism that they're leveling at the moment, their criticism is valid, needs to be understood, and attempts to just write them off as just anti-Semitic were out of bounds, and that they needed to be listened to like any other member of the Democratic caucus. AIPAC's president at the time, in an interview with Dave Weigel, said on the record that because of that, Andy Levin had to go. So
hey, Bob, getting ready to go out.
AIPAC went in.
Well, thanks
and
for checking in.
Haley Stevens
Hi,
to the
Bob.
tune of many millions of dollars. to drive Andy Levin out of office. And the argument was very clear. His position as both a member of this dynasty and also a former president of a synagogue made his criticism of Israel, too potent, and so he had to go. So think about what they're saying there. They are saying they specifically spent money against him and drove him out of Congress because he was Jewish, precisely because he was Jewish. So that's how Haley Stevens gets her power in Congress. So this time around, AIPAC has spent at least more than $30 million. That's what they've spent through their super PAC, which is called United Democracies Project. And you'll like this, Jeremy. When they first launched their super PAC, I was like, what is UDP? What is United Democracy Project? And turns out the branding means Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. The United States is this very old democracy. And so this is a project to unite the democracies. I'm like, okay. So that's AIPAC Super PAC. They have spent at least $30 million.
And money well spent. Hopefully, after tonight, they will. Maybe they might tighten their pocketbooks. Maybe
$30 to $40+ million has come from. We don't quite know where.
Oh, sorry. My Discord's not on my computer
forward
right
that
now.
doesn't
For
have
some
to
reason,
disclose its
it's not
donors.
working.
It may be AI money, it's big tech money. It's big money, whatever it is. I don't suspect it's necessarily AIPAC kind of sneaking around because they've already openly spent $30+ million. Abdul Al-Sayed, meanwhile, has had a super PAC organized by the National Nurses United Union, which Barry Weiss's Free Press called the lobbyists for the nursing industry. They've put in a few $100,000. The group American Priorities, which is the kind of super PAC countering AIPAC, has put in less than $1 million. Overall, he's had about $2 million.
The Caucus for Imperial
A little
Solidarity.
bit more than $2 million in outside support for his campaign. So we're looking at $2 million up against $50+, $60+ million.
Yeah.
And all of the polls, we'll see. The betting odds have her down at like 2 or 3% chance of winning. All of the polls have him up more than 10%. And
is this drop site that's doing this? I swear to God, like every time this happens now, I'm kind of panicking a little bit because I'm just like, oh crap, is my computer freezing?
If he is able to beat her with the full support,
the first time that has ever happened on stream, by the way,
support of the party establishment, being outspent this substantially, with Haley Stevens,
that's when things are getting so expensive too.
Running millions of dollars of ads paid for by AIPAC, falsely suggesting that she's endorsed by Barack Obama. It will be a seismic defeat for the Democratic Party.
Dang, and 2 million versus 60 million.
Going to lose this House race in mid-Michigan to.
Yeah, but this is actually kind of good for everybody. Like, if Abdul wins with that ratio, I'm telling you right now, the money in politics is not as potent as people think.
Which in a Republican district to a guy named Will
and
Lawrence,
not as useful as people would think. Where it's just like this doesn't
well.
guarantee wins anymore. I mean, if anything, the Supreme Court race in Wisconsin kind of proved that a little bit earlier. You guys remember that one where Elon, I think he dumped like a couple $1 million into it. I don't remember the exact number. But
it's going to be kind of an earthquake if the numbers
Mountain Time
hold up tonight.
Right. I want to ask you on the other side of the aisle on this regarding the Republicans. There was a discourse that we also participated in earlier in the Iran war that that the Iran war quagmire, and it remains a quagmire. I mean, Trump is just like that's not what we're talking about today, but he's still flailing around to try to figure out a way to spin a victory narrative here because the Iranians are just not going to
a little bit later, and if I don't see you later,
he wants to make the deal, or for him to be able to claim some kind of epic victory.
Appreciate you.
There may be some other, sort of temporary agreement in the works. There's action going on between Iran and Oman. Trump clearly is also
a little bit more than
getting nervous about gas prices.
Crap.
He had his Truth Social post yesterday. I know you became an early paid subscriber to his new premium service.
Of course, $100,000. You're losing money not buying that. Yeah.
But, and I would connect this with the question I'm going to ask you. I would also connect it to what happened with Kamala Harris, where, the Democrats sort of whistled past the graveyard on the Gaza issue. And they thought that it was, not going to have the impact that it did. And it was a quite decisive factor in Kamala Harris's defeat. It wasn't the only factor, but it was a significant one, and probably one that had enough potency to tilt it, against her. But on the Republican side, Trump really seems to continue to have a massive grip on the entirety of the Republican Party, and his endorsement does actually mean something. How does that play in a,
There's no
in
denying
a battleground state like Michigan? Let's say that we have Abdul al-Sayed prevail, and
I'm
he's
glad
the
that
Democratic
Jeremy's just
nominee.
asking, like,
Who
again, the
then does he
questions
likely
that your
face at the
average
on the
normie would
Republican
ask.
side? And what does the Trump factor look like in the broader midterm schemes now, given everything that we know at this moment? It's still a long ways to go.
We need a campaign finance messaging constitutional amendment. As bad as the Citizens United ruling is, it was good law, quote unquote. Not really.
Months is a lifetime in politics, but you understand what I'm saying. I mean, break down kind of what the other side.
I mean, the thing is, we've seen the blatant consequences, and we've seen, like, we lived through an era where we didn't need that much money in politics, and it was way better.
What this looks like.
But now the people that are in charge don't want to ever go back to, like, the status quo that was, the pre-money in politics era. That'd be ridiculous, because then they would only get a little bit.
Yeah, his opponent will be this guy Mike Rogers. It was a very kind of a Republican establishment candidate, but has the support of Donald Trump. El-Sayed has said he's going to call him for the next several months $5 Rogers, which he says is aimed at highlighting how gas is headed towards $5, but also kind of how corrupt
it's satanic Israelis out of our politics. Based
the guy is. You can buy him for $5.
Welcome to the show.
He ran against Alyssa Slotkin recently, I guess 2 years ago, and
yeah, considering corporations to be people is not good law. What the fuck?
Narrowly lost. So he's a very
What do you mean by that?
He's a very formidable candidate.
I'm a little confused.
But on the Republican primaries and Republican Party more generally, I was actually asking the same question to my Breaking Points co-host Sagar, because we've been covering all of these Democratic primaries for many months now, and you've got these really heated contested races between the populist candidates and the establishment incumbents, and there's been anybody who's even following it casually has seen this unfold over the past year. And I was asking Sagar, I was like, do you have any races at all other than this Thomas Massey primary in Kentucky? And he said no, and that's because Trump has such a solid lock on his party that all of the members of the House who are other than Thomas Massey effectively and Marjorie Taylor Greene support at whatever it is that Trump says he wants. If he's anti-war, that's the MAGA position. When he's pro-war, that's the MAGA position. If he wants tax cuts for the rich, that's the MAGA position. And so because every single Republican always votes 100% with Donald Trump, there's just no opening for any Republicans to run in any House or Senate race. Well, not Senate races. I can get to that in a second. In any House races around the country. Like if you're kind of let's say you wanted to be an insurgent MAGA candidate, you can.
What is it now? 38 to 50 state legislatures you need to control to ratify? Yep.
Cannot win without, at minimum, Trump staying neutral, but you really would need the endorsement of Donald Trump. And Trump has made clear that no matter what you've said about him in the past, no matter who you are, what you're about, who in your family you may have beaten or assaulted, that as long as you voted with him, he's going to support you. And so that has sucked.
I mean, this Max Miller thing really is just proof like that they have zero actual morals motivating their voting.
The oxygen out of any House Republican.
It's crazy how fucking just
primaries, which is why we have this completely distorted situation.
They're
where on
dead
the one
inside,
side,
man.
asymmetric situation. On the one side, you've got Democratic,
and then they have the nerve to be like, "Well, Graham Plattner might have been a bad person." Really, you guys are gonna do that too? Where it's like you can't just be normal assholes. Where it's just like, "Well, we're gonna vote for him. We don't care what he did. We just need the seat. We just need the influence." But then you have the nerve to just be like, "Why don't you guys be more upset about that?"
Turmoil on the other side, you've got.
Like I said, there's nothing worse than being told that you should be upset by a Republican and then seeing people on the left actually respond in the way they want them to.
Senate side, there have been a handful of
Smalls.
Senate Republicans who stood up to
How's
Trump
it
in
going?
various ways. Some of them voted against him after January 6th. Some of them
Right.
voted against his
I'm saying that that's
some
almost as
measures on the
plausible as the
floor.
amendment happening.
So
Maybe
Tom
more
Tillis
plausible.
in North Carolina was one of them. He didn't even run. He was under so much pressure from Trump for re-election. And now actually Democrats are going to, the Roy Cooper, the North Carolina governor, is favored. He's up by like 15 or 20 points. Like it's looking like it's going to be that's an exaggeration, but he's way up in North Carolina. So Trump is probably going to cost them North Carolina. But he also elsewhere he ousted Bill Cassidy in Louisiana, and elsewhere he ousted a couple of senators who were not disloyal to Trump, but once in a while were somewhat critical of him, or somewhat even, let's just say, skeptical, not even critical, like Cassidy, for instance. Hemmed and hawed before he
ain't no troll.
RFK Jr. for HHS. That kind of thing was enough to earn Trump's ire and get them ousted. So the only actual live contests we've had on the Republican side have been ones in which Trump, despite the fact that he's in the low 30s nationally, Trump has managed to express the hold that he has on the party by ousting these senators. So Mike Rogers had no competition in the Michigan Senate race. He's like a just very standard looking, looks like a Republican politician. He's neck and neck in the polls. The fact that he barely lost to Alyssa Slotkin, suggests that he's a serious candidate. This kind of establishment is saying that the left is taking a huge risk here with El Sayed. I think either way you're looking at a risk. Because if you beat Abdul El Sayed, you have the same problem Democrats had in 2024, which you have huge swaths of Michigan which don't want to support somebody who supports genocide.
Nope.
And if they stay home or they vote for Mike Rogers,
that's something that I'm glad that they're bringing that up, because nobody in the mainstream media was saying how that was an issue that would definitely hurt Haley Stevens.
You've got the same problem you had in 2024. Now the question is, are there going to be so many kind of centrist Democrats that are angry about how the primary went that they vote for Mike Rogers? But we're also looking at a Democratic kind of, not a wave, but like a strong puddle coming their way. So the hope among El Sayed supporters is that there's enough to kind of carry him through.
I mean, we'll see. The fact that it's tonight, we finally, with how much we cover this stuff and how we have been waiting to get to the end of these primaries, it is kind of nice that we're almost done. When's Wisconsin's? I think it's next week.
Russia and Ukraine are trading blame after a drone hit a Black Sea resort area on Monday. A warning that the video we're about to show you is disturbing. Russian officials say at least 7 people were killed when a Ukrainian drone went down on this crowded beach. They say 4 of the victims were children. A regional governor claims the casualties were caused when debris from a drone fell. Ukraine says the drone
in a vacation hotspot
was brought down by Russian air defenses. And in a separate incident, a man...
Damn. I hope you understand, how, the optics of that.
Kherson, Ukraine.
Could you imagine that happening in America? Something hits a random beach in the from the Pacific or the Atlantic. Oh my God!
Chased by a drone. I want to warn you that this video is also disturbing. Ukrainian officials are calling this a Russian war crime.
Congratulations, Foxbox. Nobody cares.
And survived with several injuries. Ukrainian officials say the man is a street vendor, not a combatant. Let's bring in CNN's Claire Sebastian joining us live now from London. So this took place in the city of Kherson. You see this drone attack basically targeting a market street vendor. Just walk us through what happened here.
That was crazy.
Yeah, so the first thing to say, Zain, is that he survived. He was then...
Oh, thank God.
Talking about the incident several hours later. He was injured, he said, but he said that during that incident, he gestured to the drone to try and show it that he was only selling vegetables. And interestingly, he also said that this was the second time he had actually had to try to avoid a targeted drone attack. President Zelensky has come out and said that this is an example of a tactic that we saw emerge around mid-2024, what he calls a human safari by Russia, essentially drones seeming to target unarmed civilians out in the open. Now, Russia regularly says, of course, that it doesn't target civilians. We have reached out to the Russian Ministry of Defense.
Well, I think that video fucking evidence says otherwise.
On this incident and haven't heard back. Of course, this is a pretty disturbing incident. You can see the aftermath there, video released by the Ukrainian authorities in that incident. But again, look, the man survived, a lucky escape here. But I think this sheds light on the situation in Kherson.
Yeah,
this is
very
really
lucky.
the biggest Ukrainian
damage
city
this
that
did.
sits on the front line. It's separated only by the
What up,
Dnieper
Carl?
River
Carl.
from
See
the
you, bud.
Russian forces. They are under near constant attack. Drone nets cover the streets in the city. This is life here, and it's getting increasingly dangerous as Russia tries to push forward and, if not, take more territory. Obviously, it lost Kherson when Ukraine liberated it in late 2022. It's trying to make life as difficult as possible for civilians still in this area. Zane?
And also another attack, this time Ukrainian drone apparently targeting a beach at a Black Sea resort. Just walk us through what happened. We understand that about 3 children were killed in this attack.
What?
Yeah, I mean, big picture of these two incidents show together that civilians are increasingly paying the price for this war.
Let's be real. Russia's been doing this to Ukrainian civilian infrastructure for a while.
Was what the Russian
Right from the very beginning, they were hitting apartment complexes.
authorities in the Krasnodar region where this took place are saying was debris from a falling drone. The toll is now up
People are really willing to ignore everything about as long as their party wins. Yep.
to 7.
Yeah, no, that's realistically what it is. It's about having. What's really fucked up is the people on the ground doing this, where they're not benefiting. They are actually getting hurt, but they just refuse to recognize it because they're that devoted to the cult mentality and just trolling people. Like, do you understand how fucking brain broken people really are?
People killed,
Like,
quite a
dude.
number of injuries as well. 4 of them children, according to the Russian Children's Rights Commissioner, talking about this today.
Lake's just mad
the
because
Russians are
Trump
saying
likes him young. If you think that you're trolling us and not yourself and your side, cool, dude. Hey, if you're MAGA, you might want to challenge Foxbox here.
this is terrorism by Ukraine.
Young, like 13
point of
years
fact is
old.
that they've spent most of the war
Yep.
calling Ukraine a terrorist state. So this sort of bolsters that argument. But they do also say it was falling debris that caused this. And now the Ukrainian side, we've heard
That was not
from the head of the
falling
Center for
debris. I'm
Countering
sorry.
Disinformation.
Listen. Dude, the fact that they're trying to craft narratives while we have video evidence.
The Ukrainian government
This is the AI. That is AI.
saying that this was the work of Russian air defenses. So it isn't at this point exactly clear what happened here, but this is in the context of Ukraine escalating
These power
long-range
structures
attacks.
are way too comfortable gaslighting us as their people. And I mean, this is just, I'm talking about all countries.
Across Russia, this is a tactic that we've really seen building
Damn, dude.
over the summer since they announced this 40-day campaign to try to turn around the war. Targets have started evolving into different areas, and I think, look, it is clear as these attacks escalate, the risk to civilians is going up. Bane.
All right, Claire Sebastian, live for us there. Thank you so much.
We have new video in showing what Ukrainian officials say amounts to another war.
Yeah, I ain't watching that again. That was really screwed up. The fact that, it chases the guy. Damn, dude, that was crazy. Here, we do have this, though.
To say that. Hitting all of those hubs for the...
Yeah, so they're also hitting, their version of Amazon, which I guess is called Wildberry. So, yeah, they're just taking it out, man. They're just... I don't know, man. This seems a lot worse than people are making it out to be. I remember when just one fuel source got hit in Russia and oil spiked to $5 a gallon. What's going on with this? Where it's multiple oil sites have already been hit. Multiple freaking, and then on top of it, you got the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Oman, or is it the Strait of Oman, whatever, the other strait. I don't know, guys. There's some fuckery afoot.
This, kind of Russian version of Amazon is really important because this is a huge company. And what the Ukrainians are saying is that civilians who have relatives in the fight or people who are in the fight in the Russian army are actually going online and ordering things that are components, you could say military components. I mean, helmets, jackets, flak jackets, electronic components. And this is why the Ukrainians have decided to hit them. And of course, it creates a lot of havoc because this is part of the supply chain. Not only, militarily, you could...
Chatter says 1/3 of Russian hospitals do not have running water. This is, well, I can't say it's literally true.
But certainly civilians.
I don't know that. You say that. So I'll just say, hey, Chatter says.
So it's really hurting them. And I think, just a shock factor of having these outlets and transit hubs being hit is really a factor psychologically in Russia right now.
No, and that's what people have been saying, is that it is actually like it's hitting that point where it's psychologically really messing with people, which I think is okay. As far as this war's been going on for a while, and like again, if the Russians weren't going to, well, wait a minute. No, it's not. I mean, okay, so the Putin supporters are the ones that kind of, I don't know, God damn it, this is a lot more nuanced than I thought. Oh, for real though.
Yeah,
that's a good.
I mean, dude, seeing that beach hit, that was crazy.
All right, y'all. So the cracks of an economic crisis are beginning to show, and they're beginning to
By the way, this is a much bigger deal than American media is making it out to be.
show aggressively at the moment. So take a look at this.
Yeah.
Massive crash in
I saw this
Japan.
yesterday.
The U.S. dollar and the Japanese yen plunged from 164 to 157 after Japan spent $52.8 billion defending the yen, and the U.S. Treasury joined by selling euros to buy yen. This was America's first yen intervention since 1998. It seems like a yen carry trade unwind could happen soon. So take a look at this. The Japanese yen absolutely
'cause they bet
tanks,
on us.
straight line down, market turns red instantly. This is a big deal. Okay. Bar
wonder
chart
if this
says
is
they're
gonna do
trying
anything to
so
bond you.
hard to save the Japanese yen.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
And so you can see here, the Bank of Japan intervened initially when the yen was tanking like this. Then they went, holy fucking shit, that's not working. We need the U.S. to intervene. And then the U.S. Treasury intervened to save the yen. And guess what? After all of that, Japanese yields are surging despite the combined intervention of Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, and the Bank of Japan. Bessent is now trying to keep oil prices, the yen, and Japanese yields in check at the same time. Despite spending billions, the yen carry trade is still blowing up. Oh my days, oh my word. That is fucking terrifying. So let me explain this to you in simple terms here. Okay, so what are the issues that we're dealing with in the Japanese economy? Well, they have low domestic interest rates. So the Bank of Japan has kept its interest rate very low relative to other countries at just 1%. Now, at the same time that's happening, you have high global rates. So central banks like the Federal Reserve in the U.S., they've maintained rates that are between 3.5% and 3.75%, in that range there. And so that means investors are borrowing money cheaply in Japan. They sell the yen and buy foreign assets to lock in higher returns, which drives the yen's value down. Then, here's the part that shouldn't surprise any of you, as a direct result of Trump's illegal war against Iran, now there's an oil crisis in Japan. Japan imports most of its energy, almost all of its energy. So with surging global oil prices, because the Strait of Hormuz is shut down,
This is going to lead to global economic collapse.
Bab el-Mandeb is shut down because Trump's a fucking idiot,
Yeah, and then you're going to hear a lot of crying.
That forces the
I mean, literally, you're going to hear a lot of crying.
country to sell yen.
A lot of fucking Karening out at the grocery store. What do you mean you guys don't have any stock? What do you mean we're in a crisis now? Trump wouldn't do that to us.
For U.S. dollars to pay for what is basically essential for the country to continue functioning. So you have all of that, plus Japan holds a massive public debt to GDP ratio, and that debt has not been an issue to this point, But now, adding in the oil crisis on top of it and the interest rate issue is becoming a massive concern, and it's leading to cracks in the system. So not good, bro. Not good. So that's why, by the way, that's why they're reluctant to raise interest rates, because doing so would make its own debt repayment too expensive. So that's why they have those low interest rates. So it's sort of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't. You're in a corner. There's no good answers type thing here. And they're basically holding the system together with bubble gum and duct tape. And we're just waiting for a crash any fucking day now, like a serious crash any fucking day now, which could be the catalyst for a global economic recession or depression. We knew there were going to be massive.
We know it's coming. The scariest part is just sitting here waiting for it to happen. Same with the AI bubble.
Consequences to this.
Like, we're just waiting for all these things to cascade at the same exact time. And there's just nothing that we can do about it.
Illegal war against Iran and this oil.
Except just hope that we're wrong, which is kind of fucked up.
Oil shock. But now it looks like they're really starting to come to fruition. And then I also need to point out to you, ready for this? The U.S. simply can't afford this war, and the market knows it. Normally, during times of crisis, investors seek safety in bonds, especially U.S. Treasuries, supposedly the safest asset in the world. But this time is different. Investors are looking at $40 trillion in debt, $120 trillion in unfunded liabilities, $2 trillion annual deficits, debt issuance growing about 8% per year since 2000, and 10-year yields approaching 5%. You can't enter a major war with debt to GDP above its World War II peak
and
expect the rest of the world to finance it, especially when it's becoming increasingly obvious that you're losing. It's not only that. People run away from the dollar now, and they run away from U.S. Treasuries now for the simple reason that Trump is not reliable. Trump is not trustworthy. Trump is not good to his word. Our word means dick now. It means fuck all. And so, of course, there's going to be, people fleeing away from the dollar at 1,000 miles an hour because we're not a reliable partner, and we have no business being the world reserve currency. But the even scarier part is this. The bond market carnage just won't stop. The bond market in the U.S., yields are moving in a literal straight line higher. At what point does the Trump administration intervene or shift course? It happened in April 2025 and can happen again. And so you can see here, the bond market is out of control. The U.S. 30-year note yield is now up to 5.27%, its highest level since June 2007. This officially marks a plus 450 basis point rally since the low seen in 2020. At the current pace, we are on track to see U.S. 30-year mortgage rates exceed 7.50 by year end. And to top it all off, Federal Chair Warsh is now adamant that the market should operate independently without Fed guidance. Even without rate hikes or Fed guidance, the market is sending rates higher, operating exactly how Fed Chair Warsh wants it to operate. The bond market will soon be the most talked about component of global capital markets. This is simply not sustainable. So, in other words, we are now looking at the same kind of crisis that I just described in Japan. Not the oil part of it necessarily, but it now costs too much to pay the interest on our debt.
Yep.
And our currency.
And trust me, once Democrats are in power, whether if it's during the midterms or, God forbid, the presidency at this point, then it's all of a sudden going to be their fault.
Is losing value.
All you will hear about is the fucking debt, the deficit, the debt, the deficit, inflation, the debt, the deficit.
Away from it.
Democrats' fault.
So in that scenario, it could be inflation, it could be hyperinflation. Something's going to give, like something in the market. There's going to be a crash. And Crystal made this point the other day. I think it's brilliant. She said something's going to be the catalyst for the crash that nobody was expecting, right? I mean, I guess you could say if the Japanese market completely implodes, that could be it. But also there's going to be something in the U.S. that, also could be, just like how it was subprime mortgages in 2008. Something's going to give, and then that's going to
something. AI bubble.
Have a cascading effect, and it's going to
be
a total
forget
economic
about that?
catastrophe.
You covered it a lot.
And we're being led by baboon fucking jackasses, and so there's no way they're going to know what to do in that scenario. But this is what we're looking at now.
Well, no, because, I think that Kyle's still being a little too fair here. I think this was part of the plan.
There is a looming Trump.
Also, what up, Joe Med? If a Dem of lefties become president, we're finally going to hear about this, and Republicans are going to blame them. Oh, yeah,
depression. And make no mistake.
No, but this is the thing. This is what I'm so sick of, is the fact that we know this, but we cannot prepare a coherent message to just be like, well, here's the receipts. Go play in your sandbox.
Think about it.
Like, it's always the same thing. Like, dude, I'm so sick of fucking just looking weak. I really am. People do respond to strength, and they're so tired of being talked to. Like, well, okay, well, why don't you guys go sit down with your juice box, and we'll let the adults do everything. Like, people don't like that shit, man. And I'll be honest, I don't like that shit. I hate how Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer talk to us, literally like children.
There were systemic issues in the global economy that have been around for a very long time. There's no doubt about that. However,
Nate Slays, what happened?
The fundamentals being all off, all these
if
things
you're
got
talking about the title,
exacerbated
I was
when
asking a
Trump
question.
launched an illegal war of aggression against Iran. The Strait of Hormuz shut down. Now Bab el-Mandeb is shut down. The entire world is blowing through their strategic reserves. We're getting to the bottom of that. That's like the core of what's going to lead to the disaster here, right? And it's going to be a snowball effect. It's going to be out of control. And we're beginning to see the cracks now. There is a looming Trump depression, and everybody needs to wake up to that.
I mean, if it happens, then what? Then what? I mean, realistically, they're already ignoring everything, but it's a little bit easier because we're also doing like the Chicken Little thing.
Reality.
Because occasionally, like, that's what, I'll be honest, with the gas price thing, with the fact that it hasn't done that $6 thing, it does kind of like put us in this position where it sounds like we're doomery.
All right, how about this one? So at the same,
when all you were doing was just like, we were looking at the statistics, we were looking at the, the expert analysis, even from Republicans, and we were just kind of going, oh, that's not good.
Time that's going on. Ready? So CNN made a fantastic and searchable and expandable chart showing how the prices of 332 products have increased or decreased, mostly increased, since Trump returned to office. So look at this. All items: food plus 4.2%, food at home plus 3.4%, food away from home plus 5.4%. Energy is up 13.1%. All items except food and energy up 3.5%. So they got this list here that goes on and on. How about this one? Prices since the start of the year. Rice is up 45%, cotton up 27%, wheat up 25%, wool up 21%, rubber up 20%, cheese up 16%, tea up 15%, sunflower oil up 15%, palm oil up 15%, lumber up 14%, soybeans up 13%. Yet again, you're going to hear this word a lot moving forward. Simply not sustainable. None of this is sustainable. Rough times ahead, bro. Rough times ahead. It's all happening. It's all happening. The question is the timing. I don't know.
Nothing adds up.
I don't know.
No, none of it adds up.
Exactly. I don't know what exactly the
And I think that this is also part of like the destabilization kind of thing where they don't have to report on things. Like, I think that they flooded the zone so much that we don't even know where to look.
Which
is kind of scary.
There are dark times ahead.
It's like, where is, like, because we're looking essentially for a bomb that they that they just put into action where we're just like, uh-oh.
Hey, y'all, do me a
like. All right.
Which we could show all of you and the host. Joining us now is Daniel Bessner. He is the author of the Imperious Realism Substack.
Just going pretty much from segment to segment just so we can get through this because, yes, I do have election coverage I got to get to.
The author of Imperious Realism, the book, which we could show all of you, and the host of the American Prestige podcast. That's a record intro here for gas stuff. But again, someone I've corresponded with a few times and who really caught my interest with some of his writing and some of his analysis. So thank you very much for joining us, Dan. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. Really happy to be here.
Absolutely. So you've been really lasered in on this theory of imperious realism, which you've developed, kind of the fallout of post-Cold War liberalism and the rise of a new multipolar world. One of the things, topics that we cover pretty extensively here on our show. Just to link it to today's news, let's put this one up here, for example, on the screen about Iran is said to get some Chinese shoulder-launched missile systems in weeks. Made me think of some of your analysis. This is exactly the same type of tactics the United States undertook during the Cold War against the Soviet Union. But, more generally, maybe give the audience an idea of your framework here around imperious realism, what it means for the United States, and then the future of the world, and connect it here to the Iran situation.
Absolutely. So I think there's something interesting happening in how Americans understand
destabilization, which will encourage public mayhem, will encourage people seeking a totalitarian state. It's been done before. Yeah.
Role in the world and what I would term the American Empire.
This is the thing. They've already primed the maggots to be like, we need Peter Thiel, we need Flock, we need more surveillance.
This notion that there's really no changing it.
But God forbid they get a speeding ticket in the mail, then they're like, wait a minute, surveillance God's police state.
There's really no way to transform the American empire, to transform geopolitics. And I think this is a transformation from how Americans understood their world role as recently as the 1990s, when someone like Madeleine Albright could say on the Today Show that the United States sees further than other countries,
it's the same
which
shit.
gives us license to act in the
Over
world.
and over.
I think the failures of the global war on terror and also the end of what I would call mass politics, the inability of people to actually affect foreign policy and economic policy and a number of other issue areas, has engendered this cynicism about American power, but this idea that we must nevertheless act in the world, but then we feel guilty about it and don't think that anything could really change. So the way that I think about imperialist realism is that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of the American empire.
Yeah, I mean, fascinating kind of to put it in that perspective, but just break it down more towards the path towards multipolarity and how it fits within that framework.
Sure. So I think this is why it actually matters, because I think that the world is becoming a more multipolar world. The United States was uniquely powerful both after World War II, where it controlled something like half of the world's manufacturing base, had an atomic monopoly, that is a monopoly of atomic weapons, really had the world's only real air force. And the more we learn about the Soviet Union, particularly in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, the more we learn that it was actually incredibly weak, much weaker than Americans could have really known at the time. And then, of course, after the end of the Cold War, the United States was the last remaining superpower. It was really the global hegemon.
The fact that it goes back that far. And then we have to act like we're surprised that it's just like, wait a minute, they're still using ordinances from like 89?
This was the so-called
what?
unipolar moment, which Charles Krauthammer, a term that Charles Krauthammer
And you're just sitting here wondering like
basically
why
identified.
we need to just up our annual
But I
budget
think
over and over and
that
over again. And
two
how
things
come
have
we
happened
don't have stockpiles the way that these guys do?
in the last 25 years. One, the United States
Isn't that
squandered
supposed
its
to be a
global
thing?
power. You see with the global war on terror and just failure after failure there, whether you're looking at Iraq, Libya, or Afghanistan, just total disintegration of American foreign policy there. And then you also have the Great Recession, which I think has really damaged the United States' global position. And so you have those two things coupled with the quote unquote rise of China, but really the reemergence of China as a major global power, which it was for most of human history, and also the reemergence of Russia as a global power. So you have this new multipolar world. And just to wrap up here, why this is important is that this is precisely the moment where we need to imagine alternatives to American global empire, because this alternative is going to happen. The question is not a matter of if, but when. And the real issue for us in this country is how we manage this transition to multipolarity. Is it going to be violent or is it going to be not violent?
Daniel, talk a little bit about the shift away from even rhetorical support for the quote unquote liberal international order. So for my entire life, you know, all of our wars and interventions have been framed in these liberal international values. We all know the ways that the American empire has fallen short of that rhetoric, but the rhetoric was deployed. We're going to bring freedom to the Iraqis, et cetera, et cetera. And now between the
They hate us for our freedom. I remember
the genocide in Gaza and, you know, the
need to
the
show
attacks
them
on
the
Iran
way.
and the enabling of any number of continued Israeli war crimes. There's really not even a sort of gesture towards that liberal internationalism. You could see it also with just kidnapping Maduro and saying we're going to take Venezuela. There's no wrapping it in, oh, human rights and he was a bad guy. It's all just like, no, we want their stuff and we're going to take it and we're going to be overt about it. You write that this is effectively a sign of the times and that we're moving into an era where no longer will there be this sort of overarching ideological frameworks that are used to justify actions in the world. So talk a little bit about what that shift, how that shift is occurring and what it means.
Absolutely, and it's a really important question. So it's perhaps the easiest way to see this is to compare something like the George W. Bush administration's national security strategy with national security strategies, and this is where I think it's interesting from not only the Trump administration, but the Biden administration. When you look back on the war on terror, George W. Bush national security strategies, you see consistent references to democracy promotion being the key to American security.
Yeah, that's why I like the whole thing where they're just like, we need to do regime change. I'm like, where have I heard this one before?
And this, you know, I'm an elder millennial. This really defined American foreign policy in the 2000s and really even into the 2010s. Obama himself also talks about things like democracy and humanity and humane war and bringing effectively liberalism to the international space. But I think that this is, as you said, Crystal, this is just in impossible to believe after the global war on terror. And what you see, and this is really interesting, this transition to begin not even really in the first Trump administration, but more so in the Biden administration. So if you remember, Biden came into office framing international politics as a struggle between democracy and authoritarianism. But when you actually look at how policymakers in the Biden administration talked, for example, about the Ukraine war and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and why the United States should, for example, send weapons to Ukraine, they almost never talked about democracy or protecting Ukrainian democracy. They talked totally in the language of interests. Blinken says, like, the United States needs to do this, otherwise there'll be another power and that will be bad for American interests. They never talk about democracy. And obviously this is trickled down with the second Trump administration, who never even pretends to have this sort of global human rights vision. And what I think is really interesting here is that this is something that you don't only see in the United States, you also see it in China.
You see that, I mean, you are seeing this all over the world.
China, and you also see it in Russia. When you look at the national security strategies of
I mean, not just China and Russia. I would even say, like, dare to say, like,
China,
you have some right-wing countries.
And Russia, there's almost no discussion of ideology.
Hungary
For
was
example,
doing it.
the Chinese national security strategy,
Come on.
you'd think they'd mention communism or socialism. They mention it like something 13 times.
Yeah.
And they mention security hundreds and hundreds of times. And in the Russian national security strategy, they barely mention ideology. So what you see here, I think, and then we could talk more about this, this is the consequence of what happens when all major nations on earth, basically every nation except North Korea, has embraced a capitalist form of organizing the industrial and post-industrial economies. There's nothing really ideological to fight over any longer. No one's promoting a fascist way to organize an economy. No one's even promoting a communist way to organize an economy. We're all different forms of capitalism. So where Francis Fukuyama said that the end of history would mean the triumph of liberalism, what we see is that the end of history, which is to say the spread of capitalism, actually just means that liberalism itself is withering away. And I think this explains a lot about international politics and also domestic politics.
One of the things that you said, which is important there, is the World War II at the most reductive level could be understood as this battle between authoritarianism and fascist organization alongside democracy or the people's way. One way is literal Bolshevism, other is democracy. A lot more complicated than that, but that's an easy way to understand it. However, the Chinese are just better capitalists than we are at a certain point. Russia itself is like state-sponsored capitalism. We're not fighting about that. We're fighting in the language of interest. But as I understand it, I actually think that maybe makes the world more dangerous because if we're all just scrambling for interest and not even having ideological underpinning, it seems to make conflict more likely. I'm curious for your reaction.
Well, it could go either way because when you look at what the United States thought about the Soviet Union.
I mean, let's be real. China, like, have you guys seen the projects lately? Have you seen what they are? They're just lapping us all, like, with high-speed rail, cars, like electric power, like, dude.
Particularly in the 1950s, effectively until the Cuban Missile Crisis. American policymakers viewed the Soviet Union as totally illegitimate because it was so ideologically different. They thought that you couldn't actually make deals.
God forbid that. I remember thinking about this when I was a kid, riding the metro train here in Chicago, where I was just like, why don't we have high-speed rail? Once you experience it, it's kind of crazy. You're just like, huh. And you're telling me that, like, even Britain and France had this? Like, what are we doing?
Wise foreign policymakers in a world organized around interest might actually find it easier to reach deals because there are just these quote-unquote objectives. Now, nothing's objective, but you know what I'm saying here. There are these spaces where you could agree. You could agree to work together about climate change. You could agree to work together about global inequality. The problem is that American foreign policy is still ideological in the sense of not liberal-based, but Americans still believe they need to
There's a lot of funding put into high-speed rail. I wonder what happened.
The Americans still believe.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice to actually, like, with some of these projects that fail, to get some of that money back.
Believe that there's no genuine alternative to American empire. So an American foreign policy elite that embraces a form of imperialist realism, even as they know the United States is not going to make the world a better place, actually makes international politics more dangerous because then maybe you're not going to leave East Asia. maybe you genuinely believe that you have to stay in East Asia for American security. And even someone who's genuinely good on some of these things, like John Mersheimer, he argues that the United States needs to maintain its forward position in East Asia basically now until the end of time. So I think it's those types of ideas that the United States needs to maintain a global primacy now and forever that could actually make the world more dangerous, Sagar, like you're claiming.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be that way, but it currently is now.
Interesting.
Dan, how does AI development fit into your analysis? You've got Elon Musk in a recent interview saying not only is everyone going to have universal high income, but money is not going to be a thing. You've had books written from the left about, fully automated luxury communism that could potentially be enabled by AI. You have all of these tech oligarchs who are basically talking about how we need to rip up the current social contract and do something.
I mean, Elon is the biggest one where he just overtly said it, where he was just like, we're going to be in an era of abundance. We're going to have where everybody has everything taken care of for them, so they just have to kind of figure out what they want out of life.
Completely different. I mean, doesn't that potentially augur for a new ideological valence and new systems that break significantly from the capitalist order that we have now that could come into play over the next decade or so?
It's absolutely. I think it's really important, and I think, to my mind, and I think I'm perhaps a little unique on the left where I situate myself on this. I think the major problem with AI is that it's going to exist under capitalism, because to some degree you could view it as achieving Marx's fantasy, where you no longer have to engage in the.
I'd argue that it would have to be like Minority Report, where the cars are self-driving, but they fly.
Jobs that someone like David Graeber wrote about, that it
take away the human element.
Would actually free you to rear cattle in the morning and criticize in the afternoon and drink beer in the evenings. But in actually existing capitalism, all it's going to do is basically destroy labor. And I view AI primarily as related to the falling rate of profit, which is this idea put forward by Marx and other economists, not just Marxists, which is that over time, profits become more difficult to basically squeeze out of a capitalist order. I mean, the way that I talk about it to my students is, if you build St. Louis into...
Well, this is the weird part about what Elon's saying. I mean, can we recognize that on its face, it is kind of like the outcome that we're looking to, bring in, is when we do have that much abundance where people don't necessarily need to work.
19th century.
I mean, when he said that shit, I was kind of like, wait a minute. I thought
going to make a lot of money, but now in the 21st century,
the
you
fact
have to
that it's coming from
manipulate
him, that's where it's all red
financial derivatives in order
flags.
to achieve a stable level of growth. So I think that the capitalist class...
Also, then why fight against, the communist left, when that's essentially what you want?
Whether consciously, unconsciously, is trying to deindustrialize the white collar and professional managerial class. So that's what I think artificial intelligence, primarily its economic incentive, is. And when it comes to international politics, I think the major issue that we could face is something that we saw in Iran, which is AI doing target selection based on outmoded data, and you get the destruction of children's schools, and there's also potential for AI arms races and things along those lines. But I think the technology is a bit too immature to see where that will go. But like atomic weaponry, you would ideally have some form of international regulation of it. But again, in this interest-based world where the United States thinks it has to be primed now and forever, it's unlikely you're going to get that.
So just going forward, so we're going to have a new world order, obviously, that loaded term.
Which is hilarious when you think about it.
But it's actually literally quite
I hate
common.
to say it, man.
So what's that, what are our different options?
Just all right, conspiracy theorists, you
East
did
Asia.
it.
I agree with
You're
you.
kind of the ones that ushered this shit in.
A little bit later. That's one option, is kind of retrenchment, focusing on core objectives. The other is the Iran option, is you break the back of the empire on a stupid foreign conflict, which is completely meaningless. If you were to look at history, that's usually how an empire dies. I guess another option is that we end up potentially fighting the mythical Taiwan conflict.
Wait, floating cities on Venus? Have you not seen the composition, the atmospheric composition of Venus? It's not exactly great.
Where could we end up? What do you think?
I mean,
highly acidic.
I think the choice is between restraining and reduction of American presence abroad or fighting
Also,
wars.
lots of
I
gas.
think, just to put it in its starkest terms, either the United States is going to reduce its global footprint. It's, at this point, 750 or so military bases. It's going to accept that it's no longer the power it was in 1945 or 1989 or 91, and it is going to come home, which I actually think is a much deeper held strand in American politics. And that actually the period since World War II is quite unique, going back to George.
I totally agree. Yeah. That's how it was. That was the normal outcome for the majority of history.
Precisely. And you look at George Washington's farewell address, which was actually a letter, fun fact. He warns against not participating in...
I feel like you're wrong about that, because I also remember, like, the gravitational...
foreign entanglements
is a lot fucking hard, like, heavier.
In Europe, but people have talked about this elsewhere. This isn't to deny that the United States has always been an empire. Westward expansion, native tribes are understood as foreign nations, literally, which is why Neil Gorsuch is ironically good on native relations. But I think that we're entering a moment where we really need to rethink global power. And if we don't accept novel realities...
There is a middle layer on Venus that has lots of oxygen and normal Earth-like temps. No kidding.
I think we're going to get by.
But what about the gravity? I remember that the gravity was a little more intense.
Let's just link this to Iran, because I think it's difficult to know right now, but I think we...
If you're right, you're right.
Might look back on the Iran conflict.
I remember when we set the probe there, and I was just like, yeah, that's nothing special.
Of the type that we haven't really seen since the invention of the rifle in the middle of the 19th century, and then later the machine gun. Because before the rifle and the machine gun, you had basically Napoleonic battles. Armies would face and they'd go at each other. Robert E. Lee discovered that that wasn't how it worked during the Civil War, and then all the European leaders discovered that that wasn't how it worked in World War I, because the machine gun could just mow you down. I think that the biggest thing happening in military affairs right now is the effects of drone warfare. The way that I put it, think about what if one day the United States puts an aircraft carrier in the South China Sea and China sends literally 1 million drones at that aircraft carrier. This is a transformation in warfare that is also, as we've already seen, going to force a wise American foreign policy elite. Not sure we have the wise blob, but imagine that we did, to actually rethink basing. These are structures, literal American bases. A lot of these were bases that were taken over from the British Empire during World War II. They are artifacts of a different age of warfare. And the age of drone warfare literally send 1 million drones to the Middle Eastern bases. But
I was about to say, the surface conditions, ground temperature of 464 Celsius with a crushing pressure of 92 times Earth's gravity.
Seem like the foreign policies.
Oh, whoops. Was I not supposed to look that part up?
Establishment is rethinking those fundamental premises. And again, this is imperialist realism, this notion that you really can't think an alternative world, which is the type of thing that could lead to violence.
Wow. Well, very smart
absolutely
analysis.
fascinating, Dan.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. Everybody go buy the book, listen to the pod, subscribe to the Substack. Any other things I need to promote?
No, I mean, really the only path forward is to subscribe to the podcast and Substack. That is the first step.
That's the only way forward for the world.
I hear that one. See you, man. Thank you very much for joining us.
Bye.
Thanks, Dan.
Okay. Well, we got on a little side tangent here. Here, give me a second. Because I did just watch Project Hail Mary, and all right, let's see. Temperatures range from 80 to 140, and pressure matches Earth's sea level. So, this layer, surface reality. Surface reality temperatures can reach up to 900 degrees Fahrenheit with crushing air pressure of 90 times that of Earth, destroying all. But then it's the cloud layer. Okay, so the cloud layer, that's where the temperatures. So you would have to literally build like a cloud city. That's kind of crazy to think about, but yeah, 80 degrees matches the pressure of Earth's sea level. Major obstacles. This layer consists of harsh sulfuric acid clouds and lacks protective global magnetic fields against cosmic radiation. Yeah, I remember this. Like, I remember just it being kind of basic why we won't do that. It's not worth it. Like, again, the acid, you do understand that, like, any amount of acid in spacecraft, like, dude, it's not as easy to be like, oh no, we have a problem with this, cloud city that we just built. What will we do? It's like, well, it's kind of eating it, so what will we do? unless you build it out of something that cannot frickin', get acidized or oxidized or whatever the frickin'. Listen, I ain't Mr. Science Man, but I'm also not Mr. Dum Dum. That's where Cloud City came from, or the inspiration. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. That's a cool concept, but we are nowhere near being able to achieve cloud cities on Venus. Yeah, no. The money it takes to get to Mars once could be used to fix Earth twice. Now that is, that's a good way of looking at it. Not to mention the micrometeorites, solar flares, insane radiation. Well, that was the big thing. The fact that it doesn't have the electromagnetic layer or whatever the fuck. It doesn't have the atmosphere, and it does. Yeah, we're not. Yeah. You're just constantly getting bombarded. Can you fix Earth's biosphere first? It's kind of what I'm saying. Like, or like, I like what James Cameron said, where he's like, or we could just, explore the planet that we're on right now. So its core is dead. I don't think its core is dead. It's just, it has a different, I don't know. Oh, field. Yeah, the electromagnetic field. Thank you. Woo, what up, Edge? Good to see you. Glad you made it. What up, chat? We just chilling. We're kind of talking about Venus and why we don't have a cloud city there. I kind of stun locked out of the last segment, which kind of sucks because it was very, very interesting. Was a nice little update about why China and Russia are able to gain so much ground while we are losing so much ground, and then what that means for us politically and economically. Yeah, in a few hundred years or more. Oh yeah. Watch The Expanse. No, The Expanse is literally like, I think that out of all the projects, that one is the closest one. That's why when Elon said that, that's the closest thing to what Earth experiences during The Expanse. Is literally they need people to go to Mars and go out to the belt. So what they do is they essentially take care of everybody on Earth first, and then like they have what's called basic. It's just like, but they literally, it's then used as a derogatory term where it's like, oh, what do you just want to be on basic your whole life? Essentially just meaning like, oh, okay, so you just have no meaning. Cool. It was kind of Star Trek-esque with a flair of dickishness, you know what I mean?
Against the Iranian.
So here, let's do this. I'm going to speed this one up because it is Midas Touch, but this is one of the rare times that Midas Touch is coming in. They're the first ones to say that Trump was surrendering. That's why I did the question mark, because I want to know about it. Yep, the Belters, yep. I am on book 4 of The Expanse. I like the series, but I like the book, obviously, a lot better. Shocker! Occasionally, can we just admit that sometimes the movie is either as good or, like, sometimes better than the book? Project Hail Mary, I would argue, is just as good as the book. But anyway, let's do this. Yeah! I'm Ben Mycelis. Donald Trump is panicking as the world burns and Iran is stealing his lunch money. Yes, thank you for saying that, Pep. Oh, nice. All right, here we go.
Donald Trump is fully surrendering to Iran right now, waving the white flag. He's no longer even demanding that Iran do a
all right, that's a proper use of AI, I'll admit it.
Deal with the United States. Remember, deal. He's saying, Iran, you better make a deal with Oman in the next 24 hours, or else we will decapitate you. You better make a deal with Oman. Well, Iran has been trying to make the deal with Oman, whereby Iran fully controls the Strait of Hormuz. More on that in just a moment. At the same time, Reuters is reporting that the situation regarding the U.S. precision munitions is even worse than previously reported. It really isn't simply a matter of dwindling.
Thoughts on the Mass Effect games? I never really got to play them much.
Precision munitions, it's like the United States,
if I'm being completely honest,
has basically run out of all precision munitions. And if if there were to be any other conflict in the world, be it in China or elsewhere, the United States does not have the munitions
I'll be wrapping up here soon.
Military equipment to even participate in a war.
Thank you,
So not only has Donald Trump destroyed the so-called Arab security umbrella that he promised, he's destroyed the U.S. security umbrella all over the world. The United States.
The way his voice cracks, I'm sorry, man.
It has become
all over
yet another Trump casino, utterly and totally.
I don't understand how they consistently start their videos with like, I'm Ben Mysauce, and then go,
bankrupt, or a Trump dystopian reality show where we're all non-consensual participant members in this sicko reality show.
Sorry, that's never not going to be funny to me.
We just want to get out of this like it's some escape room. Take a look at the latest. Trump told Iran, this is what he said today, you better finalize a Strait of Hormuz deal with Oman.
You know you can make your voice crack on purpose? It's actually a little bit difficult for me to do that.
By the end of business on Tuesday, or you will face devastating airstrikes.
Fry a lot easier than that.
I want to give them every last chance before decapitation, he told Bloomberg. You'll find out today or tomorrow. Will they make a deal with Oman?
He's doing what the Dems do.
Iran's plan with Oman regarding the Strait of Hormuz would grant Iran total authority over all inbound maritime traffic, a senior Iranian official told Reuters. Additionally, under the proposed arrangement, Oman would clear outbound vessels only after notifying Iranian officials, assuring Tehran retains visibility and the option to intervene, in essence, full control over the Strait of Hormuz. The senior source said Iran is unlikely to accept an alternative to this deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So, Donald Trump's brilliant deal-making is, Iran, you just make a deal with Oman because I am incapable of doing a deal, and I want to just say the word deal.
Yeah, he's just going to say it. Like, they made a deal.
So you do a deal together. Let's go up to this Reuters report.
God, this is so weird.
I'm going to show you too, because Rubio, pathetic little Marco Rubio is out there saying, well, we think that there is some progress between Iran and Oman right now. Okay, well, y'all aren't involved in this. I mean, how crazy. Like, we know that Donald Trump.
That's so fucked up. Like, they're just banking on their own people just being that dumb. That's like, they're never going to look into this. No, they are.
Trump steals everything.
They never
He's
do.
going to try to steal credit for the deal between Iran and Oman for Iran to control the Strait of Hormuz. I just want you to think about that. That's the outcome. That's the end game right here. Exclusive from Reuters. The U.S. has used virtually all of its precision strike missiles during the war in Iran. Stockpiles on ATACMS and precision strike missiles
Nate Robinson's on Majority Report. Thank you for that
almost
information.
Depleted. And we have used about half our Tomahawks per.
He's the guy that has that like transatlantic accent.
New data circulating inside the administration. This comes as the United States continues to debate the extent to which it can continue striking Iran without drawing down on the stockpile to levels that would impact readiness for a future conflict. Virtually all. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says that the discussions between.
It's just so odd. Like, I've never heard somebody that has like a consistent cadence the way he does, but then, like, again, when he gets excited, he turns into like a little schoolgirl.
Iran and Oman have so far been positive at both the technical and political levels, and that Iran is working with Oman to develop.
Okay, that's not fair, actually. No, he turns into the teenage voice from like The Simpsons. Would you like fries with that?
Develop the necessary framework for the future management of maritime traffic through the strategic waterway. So what's Rubio saying all about this? Rubio's like, well, there's been some major progress in the talks to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Major talks right now between Oman and Iran. Here, play this clip.
Nonetheless, I think that there's a conversation and negotiation that we are involved in between Oman and Iran on how more ships can be able to go through there safely in the short term as we move towards these longer term talks about denuclearization. And suffice it to say, there's more progress made in those talks, but not finality yet. We're hoping that will happen very shortly. Okay, thank you guys.
And then Rubio lies, though, and says, lots of ships are moving through the Strait of Hormuz, really? Like the 2 tankers that tried to use the route without IRGC permission yesterday that were destroyed?
Yep.
How about the Kuwaiti base that was hit by Iran yesterday? Iran is now just pummeling U.S. bases like in Kuwait, and the U.S. doesn't even acknowledge it anymore because the U.S. can't stop it, and Trump can't even escalate if he wants to, so they're just like, oh.
Yeah, they're just not talking about it, and then they just hide the casualties.
Let's just pretend it doesn't happen. Here's what Rubio said.
God, this is fucking weird.
Let's play this clip.
The one that you see a lot of focus on is the Straits. The Straits, there are ships moving through the Straits. There's oil moving right now through the Straits, so the Straits are open. Nonetheless, I think that there's a conversation and negotiation that we are involved in between Oman and Iran on how more ships can be able to go through there safely in the short term as we move towards these longer term talks about denuclearization. And suffice it to say, there's been progress made in those talks, but not finality yet. We're hoping that will happen very shortly. Okay.
I'll just say this much. Marco Rubio looks fucking miserable.
But then what this is really all about, you know, I know,
all the
it's
time,
market
he looks
manipulation
so
for Donald
miserable.
Trump and the oligarchs, right? So you have Treasury Secretary Bessent. He goes on CNBC, a business network, in order to manipulate the markets this morning. And he does. He goes on. He says, we're close to a deal. Everything is great. And the markets move on that. The markets ripped as a result of that. Who gets rich? Donald Trump and his right-wing oligarchs from manipulating the market. But here you have Treasury Secretary Bessent saying, because Donald Trump threatened last week that this would be the largest military campaign since World War II, Iran is now in talks with Oman, and that is a really good thing. Here, play this clip right here.
And we've seen President Trump last week threatened what would have been one of the largest military campaigns, or the largest military campaign since World War II, against the Iranians. And now because of that, we are in talks with the Iranians. And I think there is a chance we may have a deal today or tomorrow.
Why don't we have more compilations that play right before these guys or after these guys come on, where it's like, all right, well, he said that we're close to a deal. Well, we have a compilation of all the times that he said just that.
To
take that for what you will.
Open the strait, and
I'm going to threaten you with World War II annihilation, war crimes, but you need to negotiate with Oman. And Iran's like, that's what we've been doing.
Can I just be real? We keep using this thing about war crimes, but I haven't seen a single war crime actually convicted, like
negotiation,
or anybody like convicted of a war crime. Like, can we just admit that this is a little fucking,
with Oman. We are not negotiating with...
It's a bit of a problem.
With the youth. That's where we're at. By the way, even CNBC acknowledged the market.
Yeah, they're very okay with doing this. Remember those boats that got blown out of the water by Pete Hegseth? Yeah, that was a war crime too.
Manipulation. They were like, oil moved pretty drastically after what we just heard from Treasury Secretary Bessent. Play this clip.
Oil moved pretty drastically on what the secretary was saying. He said that we could see an opening. He believes we'll see a deal potentially today or tomorrow to reopen the strait. As a result, take a look at oil prices. WTI moving pretty rapidly. We had been at $82 a barrel earlier this morning. At the top of that interview, we were trading at $80 a barrel. Now it's off by $3.55 to $76.79. That in turn has impacted the futures pretty rapidly as well. The Dow was up by about 300 points earlier this morning. Now you're looking at the Dow up by 513 points.
It's all fake, though.
Had been negative. It's now indicated
Dude, it's
up by
all
about
fake. If this happens based on just lies and conjecture, that's a problem, dude. They haven't produced, and the stock market has not stopped doing this. This is what's fucked. We as Americans have not called this out as the biggest problem that we have ever faced. We are facing a stock market that's going to collapse, that is just propped up by fucking lies.
5 points, and the NASDAQ is up even more.
Dude, I hate this shit.
Than it had been earlier at 227 points. You've also got Treasury yields that moved on this, the 30-year in particular.
Good.
We were looking at a 30-year yield of 525 when the show began at 6 a.m. It's now trading at 521.
And Trump's
in
just
fact,
like,
the entire
I did
complex
it,
had
I
been
did it.
yielding higher. It's now lower across the board. The 10-year is at 465, and the
Fucking
2-year is at 422.
How's the Dow?
The Dow's up 500 points. It was up 300 before.
Yeah, I saw that. No, I saw it was up 500.
Oh, you were.
No, just.
I'm now down.
Just announce it again. Yeah.
And then
You
in
notice
this
how
kind of
they're not
chummy
really,
and
like,
disgusting way,
excited
you have
about that.
CNBC and Bessent just kind of laughing at the idea that Bessent was manipulating the markets at the end of last week as well at Camp David. Remember, he had a notepad and he was like, give $5 to $10 billion to Japan to bail out the yen. By the way, the United States bailing out the Japanese yen as we bailed out Javier Milei in Argentina. But we're bailing out the yen because we're terrified that Japan will sell its treasury bonds, the United States bonds, and so we have to bail out Japan while the American people are suffering. But what they're laughing at us all here, they're like, you wrote it on a notepad that you were going to do $5 to $10 billion to bail out the yen so that the press could see, so that the cameras could take photos. Oh, I just wanted the press to make sure they got the symbol right for the yen. Ha 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 ha. I'll tell you what, Bessent. The American people who can't afford groceries and can't afford gas and who can't pay their rent right now, they're not trading the yen. They're not able to long or short the currencies. They're not in this Epstein class world that you occupy, where you manipulate markets and cause, it's despicable stuff.
Yeah.
Here, play this clip.
No, and the thing is,
Just got to ask you, you're a sly dog. When you wrote that down, buy 5 to 10 billion, and the printing looked so big. You've done this before, haven't you? Where people are looking over your shoulder. Did you need to be reminded of things to do? Buy 5 to 10 billion in yen. Tell me what was really going on there, Mr. Secretary.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that all the reporters looking over my shoulder also knew the symbol JPY for the Japanese yen. So.
Okay.
Instead of shorthand to yourself.
Yeah, I was going to finish the list. The rest of the list was, like go and have lunch with the supreme leader, play tennis with Putin. But I thought I would just leave it at the buy 5 to 10 billion of Japan.
And then I'll note this as well. Iran then came out with a statement after what Besson says. Iran rejects U.S. Treasury Secretary Besson and Trump's claim that the Strait of Hormuz will open tomorrow under a new deal, saying Iran and Oman Hormuz negotiations held without U.S. participation are aimed at establishing an intermediate corridor that will halt both the current Iran-controlled northern and U.S.-backed southern routes, giving Iran as a coastal state full protected sovereignty interests and national security.
Nothing changes in this.
Security, they told their local media.
Are we just at that point where we're just like, okay, so Trump will he'll leave, and we're just like, all right, just don't say anything.
Iran adds, Trump has violated his commitments, and Iran is moving forward with
that investment with Argentina
its plan to establish arrangements in the Strait of Hormuz independently of U.S. threats, and it will succeed. Iran does not shape its interest and priorities based on the schedule or demands of Donald Trump. The agreement with Oman would grant Iran total sovereign authority over all inbound and maritime traffic, with Oman's limited role being to clear outbound vessels, but only after notifying Iranian officials, assuring Iran retains visibility and the option to intervene. Now, with all of that going on, what else are MAGA doing as they're manipulating the markets, as they're destroying Americans' lives, as they're engaged in all this abhorrent behavior? Well, you've got MAGA Republican Congressmember Byron Donalds, who's running for governor in Florida. He says, the Democrats just want chaos. Look what the Democrats did in Minnesota. You mean when y'all invaded with ICE and Border Patrol Gestapo? Anyway, here, play this clip.
What the Democrats want is chaos. The Minneapolis craziness that was brought to us by the Democrat Party. The shutdown of Homeland Security for almost 100 days brought to us by the Democrat Party. TSA lines out of control, Democrat Party. No voter ID in our elections, Democrat Party.
It's kind of funny. Like, you guys have the majority in you have the majority in the House, Senate, and you have the presidency and the Supreme Court. Yet, yeah, it's all the Democrats' fault. Weird. When you don't need all their votes to maintain this stuff. That's kind of weird. How is that their fault?
Wide open borders under the
Jesus Christ, like, I mean, at some point, it is going to fucking get to the point where people are just like, yeah, well, the Democrats weren't the ones who did this.
The previous administration, the chaos that brought
realistically,
Democrat Party.
They weren't in power.
They don't have real policy. Oh, by the way,
that's right.
The crazy inflation
Americans are
that
idiots,
is still
though,
hurting so many families, that was brought to us by the Democrat Party, Joe Biden and their crazy economic.
There you have it, everybody. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks for watching. We appreciate you so much. Before you go, our book, WTF America.
Go away. It's fucking big-eyed creeps.
Well, marijuana has reached a major milestone in America. New federal data shows daily or nearly daily marijuana use now surpasses daily cigarette smoking and alcohol use.
All right. Rad. Go America.
We have some
way to
news.
go.
I
Pats
have
on the
some
back.
News about the arrest of a suspect in the start of the Old Trails fire that started on August 1st.
Yeah, so guys, the fires in Spokane, it does look like they were actually started by an arsonist. And if you guys also didn't know that these wildfires aren't just like contained to like the wooded areas. Like these are full neighborhoods just being completely wiped off the map. So yeah, it's not great. All right, hold on. I just realized that I totally skipped a story. Where'd it go? Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold, please. Let me do this. Mackie, he'll go live soon. Oh no, that was it. Okay, cool. Woo. All right, so yep, moving on to Spokane, Washington. Let's effing go. Where are we going? What are we doing? Am I doing like, oh yeah, we're talking about fires? Like, I mean, that's not something I would get excited about. Like, this is not good.
About 10 a.m. About 5 p.m. this afternoon, we executed an arrest warrant and search warrant in the city of Spokane, and we took 37-year-old Aaron Farnacci a convicted felon into custody on a single charge of arson in the first degree. Mr. Finacci is currently in custody and being interviewed by detectives from our major crimes unit here in the Spokane County Sheriff's Office. The witness, a citizen, very good citizen, noticed a male standing on the side of the road looking into the trees as he was going to pick somebody up. About 10 minutes later, as he was coming back through the area, he noticed the male was bending down near some grass. At that point, the male stood up and looked very nervous, according to our citizen witness.
Oh, damn, dude.
At that point, the male walked away. The citizen returned to their house. A short time later, after being at home, they saw smoke coming from what they believed was the area that they had seen the male bending down by the side of the road.
The governor of Washington State calls Spokane a war zone from the fires still very much blazing there. He made the point that much of the country does not seem to realize these fires have flattened city neighborhoods. And I want to show you what he's talking about here. This is the neighborhood around West Holyoke Ave. You can see this is what it looked like before the fires. Now look at what it's like now. You can see what the smoke and the flames did to that neighborhood, simply flattening it.
Eastern Washington is just getting erased. I mean,
one other neighborhood, West Pine Cliff Court.
You
Again,
watch this happen in
before
California too.
And now after, you can see.
Or is it the same shit where they're just like, they didn't rake the leaves. They didn't rake the leaves.
Just that entire area flattened. You can see a fire truck right here.
Yeah,
the city of
the fact that this kid got caught, he ain't getting out.
Spokane has a population of 250,000. There have been evacuations now for some 65,000 people. So a quarter of the city. Even
like
if you expanded the county, the population is 600,000. So that would be 10%. Huge numbers of evacuations. One more neighborhood, North Parkview Lane. Again, before, look at all the beautiful houses here. Now look at, I'm going to X that out. Now look after. You can see, again, the fires that.
Holy crap.
They're just completely flattening it. Hundreds and hundreds of structures have been destroyed, most of them homes. So again, people
it's like the LA
don't
fires.
have places to live there. This is a devastating situation.
Authorities have now arrested a man on an arson charge for one of the 3 fires that have just been tearing through the Spokane area. According to witnesses, the 37-year-old suspect was seen bending down near a grassy area close to where the fire started. And then smoke was seen shortly after that. As of right now, nearly 65,000 people have been evacuated from the fire zone. And overnight, these fires grew to more than 10,000 acres, more than 700 structures so far destroyed.
Say bye-bye to your craft beers.
Right now,
well, I get my craft beers from Revolution Brewing, which is in Chicago. So
it is not contained, 0%.
I don't actually get a lot of craft beers from Seattle, believe it or not.
Correspondent Maribel Gonzalez in Spokane, Washington. Maribel, what more can you tell us about this arrest?
Hi, Pamela. Yeah, well, we know that that arrest was in connection to the fire that started here, or the aftermath, I should say, of the Old Trails fire. This is a neighborhood that was impacted by that blaze. We know that the suspect is a 37-year-old man, and it actually was a witness that called the tip into law enforcement. They saw the suspect acting suspiciously. Law enforcement later returned to the scene, and they were able to determine that where that man was standing is where they believe that the fire started. Now, he was found to be in possession of waterproof matches and a butane lighter at the time. We also know that authorities have said he has a criminal record. The sheriff here in Spokane said that he's a convicted felon out of the state of Arizona and that he has a preceding arrest in the case, in a manslaughter case later for premeditated murder in Arizona as well. So we will be able to get to know more about this suspect later on as he appears before a judge later today. But right now, he is being held on a $1 million
We're already
bond.
dealing with heat domes and wildfires. Like, there was already a wildfire happening when he did this.
Joining me now is Dave Upthegrove. He's the Washington State Commissioner of Public Lands. Thank you for joining us.
I don't know what it is about this lady, but God.
There are
She's just
Several fires burning at this hour in Spokane. There is extensive damage, loss of more than 700 buildings at this hour. I do want to ask you what the status is right now
of
all the different areas that are on fire, and how difficult it is to fight these, and how long you think this might go on.
Well, good morning. I've spent the last couple days on the ground in the city of Spokane, talking with firefighters on the front line, meeting with families. And you are correct. The devastation just breaks your heart. Hundreds of families have lost their homes. Tens of thousands of people have been displaced. Firefighters are continuing to work around the clock. Overall in the state of Washington,
a nice Hayward sand filter.
More than 500,000 acres have burned. We have 250,000 acres on fire right now with 17 major fires. But what has struck me most is this is ultimately a story about people. Behind every one of those burned homes
Thanks a lot, Trump.
is a family trying to rebuild their lives. Behind every one of those dramatic images we see is a young, exhausted firefighter who's risking everything to keep people safe.
I mean, we can definitely blame billionaires. You can blame Trump's policies, but I'm so sick of this fucking bullshit. I mean, I know you're joking a little bit, but fuck.
The struggles.
I'm so tired of it. I had to hear, Biden, thanks, Trump.
Continue here.
And then Trump is out here just, the Democrats. It's just.
You, as I understand it, spoke.
He's in charge, dude. He's the president of the goddamn United States. So I'm going to just say his fucking, he's the one who has to change the policies. This is on him to fix.
With President Trump.
But no, he'll just sit there bitching about how the Democrats did this to me.
Trump, about what is going
on. Not his policies, him.
You're having ongoing conversations.
Yeah, it was totally him. He just took his little long, red tie, lit the fucking end of it on fire and just went, oops.
Can you give me some sense about whether or not he has pledged help in any way?
No.
Well, as state lands commissioner, I'm not the one communicating directly with the president. Our governor,
This is
Bob
climate
Ferguson,
change,
spoke
plain
with
and
the
simple.
president.
Yes, these heat domes are insane. Like, we had one yesterday. It was only 81 degrees, and I can tell you right now, the way that these heat domes are just trapping, like, the way that you sweat and you cannot feel relief. Like, dude, I can see why people are starting to pass on because of it.
On Sunday,
because you don't even really feel it. It doesn't have that same, you don't realize that you are dehydrated and almost at the point of passing out until it happens.
To communicate the need.
Not like you used to. I'm telling you, man, not in the way that I was like, ooh, I'm starting to feel like I should probably go sit down and get a water. Like, it happened where I was just like, if I don't sit down right now, I'm probably going to pass out.
For an emergency declaration and for assistance from FEMA. The president was, to my knowledge, gracious, understands the situation on the ground, and we look forward to working together.
He's going to blame the fire. Yeah, the fire's on mail-in ballots and windmills somehow.
Federal.
Exactly, dude. I'm so sick of it. You're 39. Nice, same age.
Administration.
I've never seen so many No, I had to explain this to my aunt, where my aunt was just like, I don't remember, and she's a Trump voter, and she even said, she's like, I don't remember all this smoke being here during the summers. I don't remember that. It's like, yeah, because it didn't happen.
Some sense of how.
Well, what's causing it? It's like
how this is compared to other.
And God forbid you say climate change, then they're just like,
fires that you have seen in your state over time. Is this the worst thing that you have seen when it comes to what's happening in Spokane at this time? Is this historically just the worst fires you've ever seen there?
The three fires that continue to burn near the city of Spokane, which is the second largest city in Washington state after Seattle, represent one of the largest tragedies in terms of impacting homes and the destruction of structures. But it is worth putting it in context. Those three fires are only 3 of 17 fires, major fires burning in this state. Those fires represent 10,000 acres burning. We have 250,000 acres on fire as we speak this morning.
You know how many houses that is? Holy crap, dude. That's entire neighborhoods just gone.
One thing I would like to say is that it's moments like this really test everything that you've built before the smoke ever appears.
Yeah.
Before fire season, we built a well-trained firefighting force. We pre-positioned equipment. We entered into mutual aid agreements with other states and invested in forest health. And we can't stop every
Yeah, dude, this is effing
fire,
crazy.
but
I mean, the fact that like he lit 1 yard on fire and it caused this much damage too.
preparation absolutely changes the outcome. But this is a summer unlike
You better hope that nobody dies, by the way, because then he will get charged with murder.
any we've seen in recent memory.
Just lastly, you know, fires are
We've
burning
gotten like 6 air quality alerts just today.
hotter. They are starting earlier. They are bigger.
They're no joke. At one point here in Chicago, we had one of like the worst ones. I remember seeing it, and I thought it was I thought it was wrong because at one point it said 500 parts per million. I'm like, that can't be right. And then it went to 800. It was like 4 a.m. and I was just like, what the fuck?
Across the West, and now we're seeing similar
like, I couldn't
images
breathe
out of
in
Europe.
my house. I was just like, dude, and like I felt like I was having an asthma attack, and I don't have asthma.
As well. Do you have what you need? What you need to deal with the change
I have good
in
lungs
the climate?
too. Trust me, I tested
especially when
them.
it comes to these fires.
You think that? Oh, you hope. I think it will be.
Is part of the story.
I mean,
There's
no matter what, just the property damage alone, he's going to get years.
no doubt that climate change is contributing to
Oh,
increased
the
fire
baby,
risk.
the baby,
It's
the baby
creating
dogs.
forest health problems in Washington State, and the scientists are pretty clear that it's impacting weather patterns. I do
I don't
have
know how many
hope
displaced animals there are and dead animals because of this asshole.
that we have what it takes. You know, despite all the heartbreak, what gives me hope is the people. You know, disasters have a way of really reminding us what really matters. I see firefighters,
true.
emergency managers, volunteers, utility crews, neighbors showing up every single day to help complete strangers. You know, that's the story I'm seeing on the ground. So I want people to remember that while these fires are dominating the headlines, there are thousands of people working through the night to protect communities they've never even lived in. They don't ask who you
Okay, what do you have to stand like this climate change thing? You're noticing like just every year things are getting worse, and you're still sitting here shilling for billionaire corporations because you can't admit it. You can't admit that it's gotten worse. Fuck you. You know what? I'm done with you. Get out of my fucking chat forever. Goodbye.
voted for. They don't ask where you came
You
from.
lost your privileges to be
They
here.
simply show up because someone
Absolute buffoon.
needs help, and help keeps showing up.
I'm done litigating things that are just obvious.
And that gives me hope. We have 5,000 people fighting these fires, equipment and personnel from more than a dozen states, from Alaska to Florida. So we ought to be really proud of these first responders in Washington State.
Let's get to Derek Van Dam, CNN meteorologist, for a sense of what the firefighters there can see today and over the next few days.
Yeah, John, here's the top lines. The past 24 hours have provided the firefighters on the ground.
Climate deniers blow my mind. I will never entertain that shit.
Calm wind.
Actually, guys, new rule in chat. We got climate deniers. Ban them immediately.
They need.
I'm not dealing with that.
To try and get the advantage, the upper hand on these wildfires. But the reality that we are all facing.
Because honestly, it turns me into a bad person. Then I start thinking like, oh, I hope you live in a wildfire zone. I hope something bad happens to your home.
Is that temperatures will
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy.
increase. The relative humidity will go down, a crucial weather parameter in the fight against wildfires. And there is no rain.
Although
in this
likely they'll end up flooded.
forecast. Look at this image or this video here, and you can see there's very little wind pushing the smoke in the background. I believe that's a gas fire here, but the charred remains of this home not really billowing much in any particular direction because the winds remained light. That was a video taken yesterday. So that's what firefighters needed. But cumulatively, the 3 major wildfires surrounding Spokane are all at 0% containment and have now surpassed 10,000 acres burned so far.
Yep.
So what will the wind do in the future? You can see the light winds continue today, but look what happens. You can pay attention to the timestamp on the top portion of the screen. It increases as we head into the second half of the week. We're talking Friday into Saturday.
nice
a very
that the
weak
difference
trough
is
or a cold
that,
front will come through,
you know,
and that's going to help pick up the winds. But before it, the temperatures rise. rise. The relative humidity comes.
The difference with the LA fires was that the wind was so unpredictable and so high that it was just carrying the fires just miles
down. What does that mean? That means we
remember how it was just like a single ember was taking out like acres.
Have increased fuel availability. So
like
the
thousands
fuel
and thousands
is the
of
dried
acres.
out vegetation on the ground. So
It's pointless trying to reason with them. No, I'm done trying to reason with people that are COVID denialists and climate change denialists. I'm not doing this.
ingredients working together, unfortunately, make.
Don't get vaxxed. Don't do anything for your health. Honestly, never go to a doctor. Like if that's how they truly feel, then that's how I hope like they practice their lives, is that they never go to a doctor.
For a potential another.
That is not advice, by the way.
Volatile. While
this was just saying, I hope they stand by their convictions and are so anti-science that they just,
behavior going forward. It's already
social Darwinism
off
their way off this fucking rock.
Not to mention the lack of rain and the smoke that is just choking the Pacific Northwest. That satellite image says it all. We've got air quality alerts for tens of millions of Americans as this spreads down the West Coast. John,
crap. That's heading right toward Chicago again.
Higher temperatures later this week, not welcome at all. Derek Van Dam, thank you so much for that update.
You know what? Screw it. I wasn't
so
going to.
So Alex Jones finally completed his latest transformation and has now come full circle, and he's officially calling to remove Trump. Okay. So let me.
You guys remember when I said that he was going to do that?
Play this clip for you here. By the way, I love how Alex's son is now filling in for him, and
that's his kid,
literally like looking exactly like him at the same time. It's kind of bizarre, but let's listen to what he has to say, and then we'll bring it down.
The big issue is how to stop Trump, and we have to have Congress go for the war powers. They've 3 times tried to vote war powers. They're supposed to authorize a war.
You know what? They need more vaccines.
This is a war. They're getting the draft ready. If this isn't a war, nothing's a war.
Shot vax could have solved this problem.
By the way, let me just pause to point out, how many times have I told you that when these people finally start telling you the truth, who do they sound like? They sound like us, except years too late.
Years too late, yep.
So when I was saying shit like this,
he's not wrong.
Years before them, they were coming after us. They were saying we have Trump derangement syndrome, we're crazy, that he's America first, he's anti-war, he's anti-corruption. Now that he's been in there for 2 years and he has destroyed everything, now all of a sudden they sound like us just 2 years too late. So my question for you is, if you're an Alex fan, why would you listen to him when you could just listen to me? Because what I'm saying today is the shit he'll be saying in 4 years, 5 years, 6 years from now, after he realizes yet again that I was right. So let's play it from the beginning again, and you'll see. Again, he's like, we got to remove Trump. Who does that sound like?
The big issue is how to stop Trump. And we have to have Congress go for the war powers. They've 3 times tried to vote war powers. They're supposed to authorize a war. This is a war. They're getting the draft ready. If this isn't a war, nothing's a war. I mean, this is absolutely out of control. And so I'm calling for it right now. 25th Amendment, impeachment, whatever needs to happen to get this front and center, to get control of our country. It's impeachable alone. The president supporting the
So you guys are saying DSA is better than the Democrats? Yeah.
NDAA. I agree with Tucker Carlson and all of the people.
Yeah. Do you know what the DSA platform is? Instead of being scared of the big scary communists, go actually look it up.
Voted for
go read a little bit.
The mergers with the foreign military. It actually says in Section 219, clear as day.
Fucking parakeets.
Need to be in Nuremberg-style trials. I mean, this is unbelievable. And if you think it's crazy now, imagine what's coming with this. They want us in a total war so they can censor and take our freedoms and nationalize everything and push us aside with AI, total liability.
Who does he sound like? They're going to take all of our freedoms. That's the only area where he's wrong. Alex, they already did. They already took all of our freedoms, and you cheered it on. You were cheering it on when they were going after Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeisa Ozturk, rounding up innocent people, fucking locking them up, deporting people for making jokes about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
That actually...
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that also didn't actually hold up. They ended up getting payouts. See, this is what I don't like, is the blatant ignoring of how the system actually did, uphold itself.
Happened. Cheering on Trump as
like the courts did not like. This is where Trump really is kind of failing over and over and over again.
Suing media companies and trying to bankrupt them, trying to revoke licenses from media companies.
Parakeets? No, I was talking about the way that these guys are. They just parrot everything, but I'm like, you're not even cool like parrots. You're like parakeets.
Going after Code Pink activists for calling him a war criminal to his face.
DSA, war communist, war.
You were on his side at the time. Now all of a sudden, it's the opposite. Now you're admitting, oh, they're coming after our rights. AI's coming to take our jobs. And you fucking meat ride Elon Musk. To this day, you still meet ride Elon Musk. What is wrong with you?
Space? Yeah.
You support
I'll
the
start
guy
heading over there sooner
who's
or
created the
later.
technology to help take everybody's job, and you act like he's not a
I'll be honest, I'm waiting for the election.
con artist, and he's not a scammer, and he's not in with Trump and MAGA.
That's why I was
And he's
saying, I
not
think we
fucking
started a
stealing
little bit
$38
early.
billion from U.S. taxpayers to make 12 fucking rockets explode as he rants against parasites
How about
who
just
take
admitting that both parties are corrupt scum? Yes, you can do that, but you can also recognize where DSA is not part of the Democratic Party.
a little bit of money from the government
But now you're sitting here just like, so DSA is better. Yeah, they are better.
to feed
They're not at, like, you want to talk about corruption? Yeah, they are better and they're not as
their
corrupt.
kids.
If not corrupted at all. Like, but I'm not that stupid.
The mergers with the foreign military, it actually says it in Section 219, clear as day. Need
You
to
have
be
to
in
have
Nuremberg style
special type of
trials.
personality to
This
want to
is
go into
unbelievable.
politics.
And if you think it's crazy now, imagine what's coming with this. They want us in a total war so they can censor and take our freedoms and nationalize everything and push us aside.
Yeah, the difference is like getting punched in the face or the eye instead of getting violently beat in the face with a
With
crowbar.
AI, total liability, immunity, and protection, this is a disaster. We are facing tyranny, but the
Good
public's
analogy.
awakening. We've got to come together and transcend left and right, and we have to say no to an expanded war that will definitely destroy the economy, kill a bunch of our troops. They're preparing a massive ground invasion. It's all confirmed. This is going down right now. Rex, what do you think we should do to spotlight this? I'll tell listeners, we're live right now. Share live feed. We're going to cut all this up. Breaking. Alex Jones calls for impeachment of President Trump for attempt to implement the national draft and launch total ground invasion of Iran. Americans left and right must come together now and demand Congress invoke the war powers and end this war now. The Senate must vote down the NDAA that's already passed the House. We have our action plan. Rex Jones, what do you say?
So he said impeachment.
His name's Rex.
In our 25th Amendment, we got to get rid of this guy. That's what I've been saying for a super long time. And now he's saying it when it is too late. The damage is already done. If only he listened when he was warned, when he was riding the fucking Trump train in 2024. But he didn't do that. He didn't listen. And a good question for the...
No, and that's the thing. Like, I've been kind of saying that he was blatantly ignoring everything that he used to talk about as far as, Trump going after freedom of speech, Trump going after, your average Americans and using ICE as the Gestapo. Like, I don't know, man. That really did bug me with Alex Jones, where it's just like, how can you ignore like what's right in front of you? And this is the stuff you were talking about. Like, I used to be an InfoWars listener when I was in my early 20s. You could argue that it was a little less intense back then and definitely less political. It was more just conspiracy based, but yeah, he used to talk about that stuff all the time. But all right, let's got a few more things to get to, and then I will be heading over to the election coverage. But yeah, are they even covering the election right now? No, they're not. That's kind of my problem. I'll be honest, guys. Like, I commit a lot of time and volunteer. Like, I volunteer a lot for this space, but right now I gotta keep this going a little bit. So, yeah, I'm gonna finish my show here, then head over there. But I understand if you guys want to head on over there, that is also a thing. I was a big InfoWars fan when I was in high school. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Then I grew up. Then I grew up. Is Washington blue? Jeez. Yes, the blue, it's only happening in blue states. Yeah, wildfires. That's how that works. Until you actually look at the wildfire map and you realize that it's happening pretty much everywhere. God, I'm so sick of these assholes. I really am. Now, I understand why Letterhead quit. Like, I get it. It really, like, when you deal with these assholes day in, day out, and it's just, it's daunting. It's just so daunting, and it's thankless. Also, there's a bunch of primers happening today. Primaries, they could be covering multiple of them. Yeah. Well, I don't think anything is really closed. So it is just about to be 7 o'clock. I think that in Virginia, here, let's see, what's the Virginia? Etch, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. I'm excited for your appearance.
At HBX $5.
We need intro music.
Pep him excited for our appearance, but we need intro music.
Yeah, tell Nick that. I mean, he could theoretically play it, but I'm not going to do that to everybody else. GOP primary. Looks like Bert Mizuwasa is one. For primary for U.S. Senate. Okay. Virginia Democratic primary. Let's see. I'm starting to get the idea that they don't want you to really be able to see the Democratic uncontested, uncontested. Elaine. There will be election coverage later tonight. Yeah, no, that's what I'm planning on doing. Yeah, no, I'll definitely be doing the election coverage regardless. Okay, so let's keep going. If you guys have not already, where am I switching to? This space on YouTube? I'm not switching anywhere right now. I will be joining the crew on this space once the election results start coming in. I mean, and I got enough people there as it is. There's a few things that I actually just really want to cover today, so. I will redirect no matter what when I head over there. So that's going to be a thing. There's like the one guy on the news, only excited to see the numbers. I'm not excited. It's not just about being excited to see the numbers. It's literally about, like, I don't feel like doing a panel thing right now. I kind of feel like vibing by myself. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to just say it. I'm going to speak my mind. The Holy Toledo guy. Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to be like prickly about it, but Pep, I'm adding you on LinkedIn, bro. I'm not on LinkedIn. What are you talking about? It's a joke. No, I understand that it's a joke. I'm talking about just overall, like. Okay, let's get to it. Why is this not fucking popping up? I'm on Twitter. There we go. All right, so flock cameras. I want you guys to bring these to your attention a little bit more. Because, yes, I've seen some stories about how there are flock vigilantes, if you will, going out and taking down multiple cameras. So police in Winona, Minnesota are stunned after every single one of their flock cameras was suddenly removed in a single night. According to the police department, all 8 of the town's cameras were cut down and hauled away. Police are asking for the public's help to identify the individual, but the public has been leaving comments like the flock cameras tore themselves down. Whoever did it was fishing with me. Whoever did it was at Bible study with me. Yep. I mean, they were at the bar with me, so.
Police there say 10 flock cameras around the city have been cut down and stolen. Officials say the automated license plate readers were sawed off at their poles in Winona and on the Mississippi River Bridge in
No. Oh, no.
Buffalo County. While police departments across the region use the technology to investigate crimes and locate missing persons, civil liberties advocates have raised privacy concerns about the camera's widespread use. Officials tell us an investigation is ongoing. Developing story in Winona.
Yeah, as I said, I'm kind of glad that, like, the comments are just like, what do you mean? The guy was with me. I have no idea. Also, Janine Pirro, it looks like Janine Pirro is out. Look at her. Look at her. She's taking her little box with her. Look at her. She's taking her box with her. Look, look. Spy leaving the White House with a briefcase and a white box. And they're saying that the white box was all the evidence that she had to like show Donald Trump, or it's like, look, they have evidence that this was you. Like, at what point do you think that she's going to turn? Do you think she ever does? Unrelated, they make these nifty little handheld circular saws with diamond blades. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've actually seen that those things are selling out. I did. Went to Catholic schools from the age of 4 until adulthood. I used to be a conservative Republican. Yeah, actually, like, even though I was religious, I never had that arc. All right, here we go. So this is important. I wanted to watch this with you guys because we've covered this guy a lot. Victor Marx, he is running for the Republican governor position in Colorado. This guy is quite the fibber. He is also just, I hate to say it, he's a very interesting man to watch. He is. He always has something. He'll say something incredibly stupid that will just make you go, huh? And it's not like Trump either, where like Trump kind of sells it a little bit better. This guy like makes you go like, did he just say that he's an exorcist? Did he just say that he like found the Ark of the Covenant? Like, he's one of those types. So, yeah, we're going to watch this, and then we will do the election coverage.
You recounted a story where your dog apparently sensed a demonic presence, prompting you to step in and cast out 5 demons from a woman. Is that true?
That was the only time that my dog keyed up on an individual, the male, that I thought was possibly a trafficker.
I don't think...
What the fuck?
It's unreal.
As I said. And like, just without
reasonable, given you want to
seriously,
be
it's
governor
just
of Colorado, that people are going, well, hang on, is this guy the real deal?
With the Democratic Socialists just starting to barrel through, we are going to become a California, and I'll tell you, that's
even he's doing the Democratic Socialist
smears. You want
smears.
to get rid of borders, the Senate, the presidency, the Supreme Court, ICE, prisons. You're exactly
Oh
the
God,
kind
this
of
guy's
whack
nuts. Yep.
job that many people are saying are the problem in the party.
The Democratic Socialists of America are polling better than both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party.
Well, hang on, that wasn't my question. Brianna.
This is a fundamental framing problem that people keep...
Oh boy.
The US midterm elections will be enormously consequential. Trump's entire agenda is on the ballot, as is the shape of the presidential race to succeed him. Such is the desire to win.
That dude's wackier than Binface.
Downright inappropriate candidates have proceeded with the full backing of their
Now that is an accomplishment in itself.
parties. Democrats lined up to praise Graham Plattner, for example, even as ever more serious scandals piled up around him. My next guest is hoping he falls into the imperfect and not the inappropriate category, but others may disagree. Victor Marx won the Republican primary in his bid to be the governor of Colorado. Congresswoman Lauren Boebert is a fan. He's a Marines veteran and an exorcist who claims to have killed a man at the age of 7.
Oh, wait.
And he joins me now. Well, Mr. Marx, welcome to Uncensored.
Oh, damn it. I thought he was going to do his monologue for a second there.
Correction, I am not an exorcist. I pray for people, but I am not an exorcist.
How would you categorize your role in exorcising demons then?
Well, it's not exercising, it's having authority over them. And as a born-again Christian, I surrendered my life to Christ while I was in the Marine Corps back in 1986. I received, like any Christian who yields himself, the power of God's Spirit, and I believe the truth of God's word, that he has given us all authority over the demonic. So I simply pray for people who have struggles. But like I've told other interviewers, you know, the catchphrase exorcist, a Catholic priest wouldn't call me an exorcist. I think they're the only ones that can carry that title.
Well, I'm a Catholic, so I mean, what you're purporting to be capable of doing is pretty similar to an exorcist. You know, what I thought would be interesting for the purposes of our viewers who don't know you, Victor Marx, is I don't think I've ever seen a candidate to be a governor who has so many extraordinary stories swirling around about him. And I thought, in the interest of fair play, we'll just go through these stories and we'll try and establish whether they're true or not. And on the particular point of the exorcism, for want of a better phrase, in a 2023 podcast, you recounted a story where your dog apparently sensed a demonic presence near a swimming pool, prompting you to step in and cast out 5 demons from a woman. Is that true?
I would say it's not characterized correctly, but well, let me ask you this for context. Do you personally believe in evil as a Catholic?
Sure.
Okay. So I do believe animals can sense things in people or evil spirits. I do believe that.
Okay, much better.
But I have a trained canine who was tracking.
You got approved for AP Psychology and American History classes today.
And a young
Sandra,
lady
congratulations. That's
across
awesome.
the way. I never stepped into the water, but I actually visited with them. I just walked over, started conversation, and it eventually led to
I can never
me
figure out
asking
if I
this
hate
young woman,
or you don't have to. I don't
Hey,
know. I'm
do
indifferent to them.
do you want prayer for anything? Because
I don't like
pray
them.
for people all the time. And she actually broke down in tears and said, yes, I really need prayer. So I prayed for her. And we do believe there were 5 demonic assignments against her. And when we were done, which was a short time, there's nothing drastic. There's nothing Hollywood. It's just me praying for someone. She felt relief, and that was great. And I went back to the other side of the pool with my dog.
What's the name of your dog?
Reagan. Reagan was our dog on that one. Yeah. And she was with us.
Which one, sorry?
In Iraq. Her name was Reagan. She was with us in Syria and Iraq. Yeah.
So named after Ronald Reagan?
Yes, sir.
So
I
a
served
dog
under President
named
Reagan
after
when I was
Ronald
in the Marine
Reagan.
Corps. Yeah.
Okay, and I love Ronald Reagan, but just to be clear, your dog Reagan, named after President Ronald Reagan, alerted you to the presence of demons inside a woman by a swimming pool. You go over and you pray with her in a way that removes
at a swimming pool
those demons from her. Am I understanding the story correctly?
No, I would say my dog keyed on what I thought was the fella. When my dog, because she's trained, she's a tier 1 dog, and when she keyed up with the low growl, I thought, what the heck? And because we're involved in counter trafficking, that's what I went over there for.
He's just if the Democrats lose this seat, I don't know, guys. This might prove that Donald Trump rigged all the elections. Like, there's no way. There's no fucking way. This guy is just so full of shit.
Make sure that she was okay. And the fellow was uncomfortable with me. But when I asked her, is she okay? And that I prayed for people as I entered the conversation, would she like to be prayed for? She started crying and said, absolutely. So that was the situation. And later, as I thought about it, I thought, I wonder if my dog picked up that this woman was oppressed by evil.
I mean, it's a pretty extraordinary thing, and then a pretty extraordinary power that you appear to think you have. And it is, with all due respect, that is exorcism, what you're talking about. So why would you quibble with the characterization that you're an exorcist? If you're going around removing demons from people, you're an exorcist, aren't you?
Well, I think it's semantic.
Looks like Abdul is up 55% over 39%. Haley Stevens, we got polls closing in 52 minutes.
But in the way of removing demons from inside of a person, I don't do that. I deal with people who are oppressed, and there's a significant difference. Someone who has a demon inside of them, which would be called possession, I don't deal with that. I deal with demonic influences that oppress people. And believe me, the net outcome is the same of someone suffering in so many ways if they're believing lies and then acting upon it. I think that's where so much of the ills of today come from. Because the Bible says, take every thought captive and most people don't. So these are just thoughts or fiery darts in the book.
Okay, this really has a special place with me being, with my religious background. I hate it when guys like this bastardize the Bible the way that he does.
Of Ephesians, it talks about that.
God.
How we have to put on the shield of faith. We have to be ready to battle against evil, but the battleground is definitely in the mind.
Yeah, but then literally, you can go to the book of Mark and you can equate how Jesus said that part of that is battling it with compassion. Like, you guys, they love to talk about faith being a shield and like literally in the terms of weaponry and shit like that, but never is it just a hug or, understanding any of this shit.
How often does Reagan
Fairy farts are more accurate than this guy?
sense people with demons?
Oh wait, fairy farts is more accurate. This guy is
only
nuts.
time that my dog keyed up on an individual, the male that I thought was possibly a trafficker. So that was it.
Yeah, that's gonna hold up in court. My dog smelled the demons on this guy's butt, and he was saying that he was a human trafficker.
Okay. Well, talking of trafficking, your
Excuse
official
me, sir. Arrest him.
Campaign website initially said that your non-profit All Things Possible Ministries had rescued more than 45,000 women and children from human trafficking and global terrorism. And additionally, you claim to have single-handedly intercepted human smugglers at the US-Mexico border and made them pay a price. Now, when journalists pointed out these numbers were entirely unsubstantiated, your team quietly scrubbed that figure from the website, and you've since refused to clarify the exact number. For
he promised that he was going to at the debate.
Saying
he said he was going to give the revised numbers.
One and less than a bunch, but obviously 45,000 is an enormous bunch. So, I mean, how many people did you actually rescue?
Well, we'll start with the assumption that we quietly scrubbed it. That was not it at all. I had a website for over 20 years with our ministry. I have over 3 million followers on all my social media platforms. I have never said that we rescued 45,000 women or children anywhere, verbally, videos, 20 years of documentation, or my main website. When we had an independent contractor put together a campaign website, actually rather quickly, he himself, not by a direction, he put in the word rescued 45 because he just doesn't know us in that sense, versus save, help. And when we found out, it was changed quickly because that wasn't accurate. So I've never claimed that. That would be highly inaccurate.
So how many did you rescue?
The reason I've never said
he's full of shit. He's just so full of shit.
Was for security reasons.
Yeah.
And we still do work in the Middle East.
Yeah.
And I would say this, and my wife, she told me one day, Victor, just tell him your heart. It's not enough. And that's really the main point, that there's too many women and children
he's not even good at
suffering.
it. Like, this is the thing. He's not good at doing like the Donald Trump's, pivots.
That should be rescued.
Because he says Donald Trump says some wacky shit. But this is this is like dealing with the fucking kid that you went to school with that used to tell you that like his uncle was, the lead singer of Styx.
That,
and it turned out that he was just completely full of shit, and he was
justice should happen to those.
God, what's the word?
Advantage and sexually exploit.
Like, he's a liar, but he's a.
Well, I agree, Victor. But if I gave you like a parameter of
I'm having a brain fart,
10 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 45,000 people. How many are we talking in terms of the broad area?
Well, I would say this.
Compulsive. He's a compulsive liar. Hey, Rebecca, welcome back.
Way back around 2017, we stopped counting at about 300. And we never brought that number higher. Been the higher was, and including threats from ISIS. And again, this is documented. We have generals in the Iraqi army. We've got generals in the Pentagon. We have people that understand our work. Former Delta operators, former SEAL Team 6 guys. But just for clarification,
a pathological liar.
Rest doesn't mean.
Which one is he?
I'm rappelling upside down from a Black Hawk with a K-bar in my mouth like Rambo. It's facilitating, it's working with teams. Sometimes it's a 6-month plan. Just like the last one that my wife and I actually did personally were involved in, rescuing a girl who had been held captive for 9 years in Syria. And she had 2 boys that were products of being raped by ISIS. And we rescued all 3. It's documented, but I'm open to scrutiny because I'm running for office. But I would hope people to understand that we still do the work. We're still helping those who are struggling.
I think people are just trying to get to the. I think people are just trying to. Yeah, look. I think people are just trying to get to the cold, hard, factual reality behind some of the claims, because, as you say, an independent outside body appears to have come up with this figure out of nowhere. But just to be clear, that 45,000.
I know I'm a little late for the election coverage, but since my computer crashed, I really want to get to this.
Figure is nonsense, right?
Oh, it is. We've never said that.
Okay. I want to move to this story about you calling in a military airstrike as a civilian. You assert that during your time working as a self-styled high-risk humanitarian in conflict zones, you personally called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, you're probably getting your talking points from someone who reported on this who actually is not factual. So I never said that I have called in a U.S. airstrike. What I will share, and it's, again, this is just, it's the simple factual truth. The areas that we would work in as teams, oftentimes in advance of other operational teams,
then you can say
we were able to give actionable intelligence to the coalition forces in northern Iraq of where the enemy was, and sometimes great specifics and detail. We would give that information. We would let them know that air support would help. A friend of mine, Dave Eubank, he talks about calling in air support for smoke when he rescued a little girl named Dumar. For us, we definitely gave information.
Why do I have a feeling that the girl's name might be true, but why do I also have this feeling that he's piggybacking on other people's operations and then just saying that he did it? Because they kind of called him on that during that debate where they were just like, okay, but you said that you did this, and then it turns out that he just kind of threw some funds their way, and that's all he had to do with it.
Coalition, not U.S. Air Force, but
Grift
coalition
maxing,
forces. That was and there were times they acted upon it, and bad people, got their feelings hurt, which is fine by me.
So just to be clear, you've never claimed that you called in an airstrike.
I'm actually surprised that Piers let him talk that long.
Right, they killed 70 ISIS.
That was a little odd.
I've never claimed that I called in a U.S. airstrike. I passed on actionable intel of where ISIS fighters were, and then they responded on their own. And look, people who've done work overseas, specialized asymmetrical warfare, understand that civilians can call in or pass on information, and oftentimes airstrikes or air support, it happens. So it's not that big of a deal, but it's not me sitting on a hill, as a forward observer calling in an airstrike. It's not like that.
Okay. Now, you've repeatedly claimed that when you were 3 years old, you were forced by your abusive stepfather to behead a cat and then wear the dead cat's body on your head. There seems to be no external evidence to support this, and many people have pointed out, how does a 3-year-old child behead a cat? They wouldn't have the physical strength to do that. Did that actually happen, Victor?
You didn't hear that. La 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 la.
If you ask me if I'm a liar, the answer is no.
No.
And the reality is, as a child, it was a horrible season of my life as a kid and the abuse that I suffered. Regarding the cat, I had only shared that publicly a couple of times.
That doesn't matter. Even one time, that's too much.
Because
you idiot.
It's so severe.
Pep, am I not going on the? You're not going on the This Space panel? No, I'm gonna go.
But
it's
I did share. on the
My
Sean
computer crashed earlier in stream. I had all this stuff that I wanted to get to, specifically this.
Ryan show.
So yeah,
the number 83 episode.
Also, I was kind of
Millions
waiting for
listen to it, and
the polls to
purpose
close.
is I was willing to share everything I could remember and what I'd gone through therapy for in order to help those who had struggled. Now, if you want specific details.
Yeah, once is
look,
too many. Yeah, once is way too many.
When you're abused as a kid, you'll do about anything you're told to do because of fear. It's a grooming
Okay, so can you apply that to women now?
issue.
Because you guys, you tend to do this thing where you're just like, how come she did it? Well,
But the cat was
kind of weird how you can understand that for you.
already, his entrails were out, and my abuser helped me
Of all the things that he said, this is the one thing I completely believe that he did. Yeah.
just take
me too.
the head off of a dead cat. The cat's head was never put on my head. That's just, no, it was the carcass for a short amount of time of, I think he had some voodoo ritual. I'm not sure, but it was evil. And I was tied to a bed
Can we just say that no, you're disqualified.
for
No.
the better part of all day.
Just
by
so
one
much
arm.
no.
And I was
Damn it,
exhausted.
dude. What's Colorado doing?
And
I understand, like, you're high, but goddamn, come on, man.
child.
Put the pen down if this is the
Later,
guy
he
that
let
you're
me
thinking,
rinse off
oh,
in
yeah,
the
I'm gonna go
shower.
vote for him.
I don't do, I've never said that to be sensationalized. I mean, I'm in my 60 years old. I started sharing that like in my late 50s because I just didn't want people to feel alone when they've suffered extreme abuse. Just yesterday, I'm at a park for a campaign deal. A lady walks up to me and she goes, I heard you on the Sean Ryan show. She goes, thank you. I heard you years ago. She goes, it helped save my life. She goes, I suffered horrible abuse, but those of us who know. I said, there's a lot of us out there. So when
Okay,
people
but just to
talk
be
about-
clear, just to be clear again, Victor, but just to be clear, how did you
See? He's being good right
behead
now.
the cat's head?
Very nice, very evil.
What did you use?
Bro drank his own Kool-Aid and never looked back.
It was like a
Kind of what it seems like.
large butcher kitchen knife, and the cat was dead, and the abuser held my hand, helped me cut through the neck, and that was it.
I mean, if you're 3 years old, though, how are you cutting a cat's head off? That requires a strength, which I've got 3 sons. None of them would have had the strength at 3 years old or the
Oh my God, that
dexterity
oh my God,
to cut a cat's
so
head off.
busted.
How have you done that? That's what people are
Lito's plotting. Don't you put that smoke on
finding
him.
a little bit suspicious.
He's being good right now.
Understand, if you put your hand around your son's hand on the knife of a dead cat, could you not cut the head off of it? It wasn't me.
I would say with great difficulty.
Have you?
I haven't done it. No.
Yeah. All I can say, Piers, is he forced my hand.
Jesus, this is dark.
And
yeah, this ain't fucking like you're mean. Like this ain't funny like this. This is actually kind of showing like I think that this guy's fucked up. Like sociopathic fucked up. And it's even more dangerous that he does it with like this fucking teddy bear veneer of like, I'm just dumb. I'm here. I'm just sent by God.
To cut the cat's head off with a blade. I don't know to say.
Okay. Well, this leads me
Okay.
to probably the most contentious story, which is that when you were 7, the same abusive stepfather forced you to kill a man. Now, local law enforcement and sheriffs in the Mississippi area where this event apparently took place have said there are no records, police reports, or unsolved homicides matching
There we go.
your account.
Yeah,
from
'cause
that
he did
time
say he
period.
killed
So
a
just
guy.
to be clear,
Yeah.
what exactly do you say happened here? Who was the man? How did you kill him?
Well, I didn't murder anyone because I was a 7-year-old who was forced to shoot a person. My stepfather, again, holding my hand around a pistol to a man who was handcuffed and on his knees, put his finger over the trigger and pushed it until the man was shot. I don't know who he was. He best I can remember, he looked like a homeless fella. This was never, I never said in 40 years later. And out of just a horrible conscience, I contacted the local sheriff department, and they said, where was the home? I said, I don't.
This is the level of interviewee that Pierce actually
Where was
deserves.
that night when he brought me there? Who was the person? I don't know. There wasn't much evidence for them to open a case. And again, as a kid,
what happened to what happened to this? What happened to the homeless man's body?
I don't buy his shit. No, I don't believe he did any of this.
There was a hole dug in the floor. It was a wooden house. There was a hole cut out and a hole underneath the floor. And he was pushed.
I feel like he saw this in a movie or something.
Into it and buried.
Yeah.
So why can't the police just go and find him?
We have no location of where the house was.
So you've no idea where this happened or who the person was. I mean, you can see why people.
You know what's crazy? I remember so many locations from when I was around 7 years old. If something like this happened, I'm pretty sure I know exactly where it is.
People might be saying, "Come on."
Because this guy, he is also doing the thing where he's just like, I was just a kid. Yeah, bro is out of his mind. Yeah. No, this should actually show how insane this guy is.
Victor, this really happened?
I can't wait for the debate between him and the Democrat. That's going to be gold.
I mean, let me put it to you a different scenario, which is, and I don't want you to be offended by this. I'm just putting it to you because I know it's something that could be a phenomenon where people, you said that these revelations have come out very later in your life. A lot of people, when they've suffered abuse or trauma or whatever it may be, their mind can...
Either he is lying and not mentally fit for the position, or he's telling the truth and not mentally fit for the position. Miran's just nailed it right there.
You know, persuade them.
No notes.
And I'm not saying this has happened, but many people find some of these
no
claims
notes.
outlandish.
Literally just
that perhaps
perfect.
your mind is playing games and that these incidents didn't actually happen, but that because of your abuse, you have persuaded yourself that they may have done. Is that a possibility?
Well, I studied, and the answer is it's possible. I mean, I studied false memories and had 123 visits to a trauma specialist. This is nothing that I wanted to go back to, but it's something that was still affecting my life. And, you know, we live in a very evil world. Kids are abused, murdered. Kids are made to do horrible things. This is what taught me as a victim not to be defined by what happened to me, but actually to use this as
All right. Oh my God.
A compulsion and for compassion for people who struggle.
You're right.
Both
He was
children
plotting.
and adults.
Oh, no.
That's why
that
I
out there.
started helping those who have.
No.
So
Don't
I
you start.
understand that, but
once you prove them right,
there's anybody who works. All you have to do is interview a forensic investigator in child sexual abuse cases to understand.
What up, Rev?
What we're speaking.
Yeah, Nat's called it. Whatever. The cat is being an ass.
About me. It may be rare to the audience listening. It's not rare in the sphere of the way kids are abused or murdered or have to see things. I worked with kids who were incarcerated, and the horrible things they went through, people wouldn't. If I wrote a book, I've got 6,000 letters here at our office. If people understood how horrible things are, I mean, you talk about the Epstein files.
I mean, obviously, what you're describing is absolutely horrific. I just, you know, there are people who, you've made a very clear statement to me in this interview that you don't tell lies. And what your critics say about your veracity and your credibility is that even a simple thing like a political poll, for example. So 7 weeks before the June primary, your campaign issued a press release claiming a public poll showed you dominating the GOP race with a 44-point lead, 59% to 15%. Now, in reality, that poll was funded by your own political action committee.
Oh, damn.
And in the end, you won the primary by just 0.5%, 2,500 votes.
I'm pretty sure he ain't happy about Pierce finding that out.
So clearly, the statement put out based on your own poll by your own campaign was, as we would say in the UK...
Dude, his face turns bright red when he's busted on something.
A load of old baloney.
This is how,
Wasn't it? So
he strikes me like the little kid that tells some tall tales.
It's to your credibility that you would allow such a ridiculous poll to go out supposedly illustrating your great dominance, when in the end you didn't win by 44 points, you won by 0.5% just a few weeks later. How do you explain that?
Well, that's the great point, is I won. As far as the two different polls, you're talking about two different polls. There were polls on the internet.
God, this guy's dumb.
The one that
Oh
came
my
out
God, he's
by
not even good at
Signal
lying.
Group, they're a bona fide agency out of D.C.
That's
and they did the poll.
It's just two different polls.
I
Man,
think what changed at the last minute is exactly kind of the
This is politics
direction you're
2026.
taking.
Unfortunately, it is.
It's an attempt to smear my character,
Very,
my
very
background.
unfortunate.
And a lot of money was spent to do that by both candidates and the Democrats. So I think that definitely affected the election night.
Yeah, I mean, look, Victor, I don't know you. I don't know if you're telling the truth or telling a load of old whoppers. I've no idea. I mean, there are some...
He called them whoppers.
You have to accept there are a number of outlandish stories in your life that you've talked about, which when people have tried to investigate them, they run up against...
Tell some whoppers there, guy.
A brick wall, right? So I don't think it's unreasonable, given you want to be governor of Colorado, that people are going, well, hang on, is this guy the real deal? Or could he potentially have fabricated...
Yeah, we got Pecos Bill over here.
Dramatic stories from his early
If you guys know, you know.
To portray himself as a victim and garner support. I'm just saying what you know that's what your critics say. I don't have a view either way.
Yeah, and again, anybody who's run for public office, I understand that, but I think people need to understand, for 40 years,
some old whoppers. I mean,
when I've shared and helped people, and the things that we've done, it's never been challenged or criticized.
Yes, it has. Oh my God, you are so wrong about that. Dude, just at your one debate with the other candidates, you got challenged more times than I could count.
People saw it for what it was.
And then you just kind of went, you're just big old meanie. You don't have the right information. Like, that's essentially what that came down to.
Who overcame.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
A horrible past.
It's really,
by the
you ain't
grace
far
of
off.
God, I would say good counseling, faith, time in the Marine Corps to teach me
I'm starting to think that he might not have even been a
incredible
Marine.
Life of 38 years, 5 children who are supportive, now 5 grandkids, that I actually accomplished what people hope can happen for someone who has struggled. There was no benefit for me to come out in my 40s and talk about some of the worst things, or in my 50s. This was all well before any political campaign. And trust me, if I had political ambitions, none of that would have ever been brought out. So this is just me being transparent to help folks. And I encourage people, go to victor2026.com to learn.
I have, unfortunately. I have seen your website.
Learn more.
It is insane what you say you have done.
They can find out about
like your biblical journeys, the fact that you are you're simultaneously Indiana Jones, Rambo, and fucking Chris Hansen.
Really?
Like,
What matters and why I'm running is to help the people of Colorado. I mean, 76% of people polled by the Gazette said they're not sure if they can stay in Colorado. That's a tragedy. We're ranked number 2 for crime, property crime in the U.S. We're on the brink of destruction. And with the Democratic Socialist Party, just starting to barrel through, if someone doesn't stand and take our state back, we are going to become
at least you got talking points from the GOP. That's good.
That's the
good.
saddest part. Because as I travel the state meeting with people from rural to even Democrats who are holding fundraisers for me, it is a horrible place that's turned into because of one-party rule. And that's why I'm simply stepping in to take the state back. I told people from the beginning, I'm not the best candidate, but I beat 23 folks out. And I did it by never
using 23 other people in that fucking race,
smear tactics.
And it came down to 3.
Never attacking others.
Jeez.
I just was quiet with all of this, all the way up to Candace Owens.
Yeah, I mean, look, Candace, as you know.
Yeah. He's the inheritor of the technique, mystical martial arts of Cajun karate.
Well, Candace, as you know, didn't believe you. I saw that interview. She also suggested that you may have been part of some plot or cover-up involving Charlie Kirk's murder. You hit back at that, but recently said wicked people wanted him, Charlie, silenced and rejoiced at his death because Charlie boldly proclaimed the truth of the gospel and was willing to expose darkness.
Damn, I was not expecting this to go there.
Spiritual
I'll say
battle
that much.
between good and evil. I mean, who do you think killed Charlie Kirk? Because there are a number of conspiracy theories about this. Do you believe it's the person currently in court charged with his murder, or do you think something else happened?
Well, I believe in the rule of law and evidence. I don't believe in speculation. Assumptions get people killed in what we've done, so I wouldn't assume, not knowing all the facts. But I do know this, that what happened with Charlie is the manifestation of evil. And people celebrating his death from around the world, especially here in the U.S., versus those who love him, it shows that wickedness and evil is real.
The Democrat has a 99% chance of winning.
And I'm a
if this motherfucker wins, then somebody's getting rich.
Product of God's grace. And when I say I like to pray for people, my gosh.
Roadhouse is based on Marx's life.
I mean, how does prayer hurt anyone?
His real name.
We bring relief from those suffering. And again, none of this became an issue for anyone until I stepped into the political realm, which I think is one of the most evil battlefields I've ever seen. And I don't think people are actually used to someone telling the truth or being transparent or caring for people. I've never had to defend myself about anything I've done. I've answered questions. There's a website called VictorMarksFacts.com, and we have
What happened to the
documentation
all-seeing
on there. There are
GOP cat
people
whisperer?
who are aggressively against me, but they're funded to keep me from being in office.
Oh, the all-seeing
And I'm gonna tell you something right now.
yeah. I
There's-
changed it.
I don't know if
We
I
can go
should
back.
say this, but I'm going to do it. I think one of the biggest reasons people are trying to keep me out of office is because
Denver has a bunch
I'm
of
not
homeless.
part
Yeah, most cities
of the
do.
establishment. I believe part of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party are crazy and corrupt. And that's why I've done everything different from the beginning. And I went right to the people. And I still won't do what both sides want to, but it's for this reason. What people at home think about, you know, is it really a level above? Yeah, it's about money and power. I've been able to see behind the veil and just gone, this is worse than people think. So when you have...
Yeah, and even cities that are Republican-run have homeless problems, i.e. fucking St. Louis.
two candidates that I beat that now won't support me, and they're supposed to be Republicans.
Louisville.
I just go, wait a minute, are you really Republicans?
Georgia.
When I meet with Democrats who do a fundraiser going,
Weird how they have homeless people too. There's homeless people in Mississippi. Oh shit, there's even some in Oklahoma.
got to help our state. But what we've developed
Weird.
is proprietary technology through a dashboard that we have imported the budget and the 900-page bill, and we can...
He doesn't have a thinking cap.
...show where the waste and
he doesn't have anything to power the thinking cap.
fraud is. And that's
You're asking
what
too much of
people
this one.
in positions of power and money and political positions are terrified of.
Well,
me
you mentioned fraud. Obviously, Bob Kirkmeyer, who was runner-up to be Republican nominee with only lost by 0.5%, he's openly criticized your character, calling you a fraud who doesn't tell the truth.
Yeah, she did, and that's okay. That's all she had. She couldn't attack my policy. She couldn't prove any allegations or lies. So it's just rhetoric that gets told again and again and again. But what's interesting is that without me fighting back, smear campaigns or anything, I just simply tell the truth, tell people what I'm going to do for them. I brought in a lieutenant governor pick who's a 30-year retired colonel. And we're going to take the state back for the people of Colorado. And I encourage people, go to Victor2026.com to learn how we're going to take it back and what we're going to do.
Yes, please do that.
If you were
That
to win,
terrifies people.
if you were to win, if you were to win, Victor Marks, would you order an investigation into the murder of that homeless man? Because you would become, I believe, the first governor in the history of the United States to have murdered someone when you were 7 years old, albeit you say it was with the coercion.
You know that he thinks that was he's now kind of wrestling with oh, why did I say that?
Of your abusive stepfather, but it's an extraordinary state of affairs that this is an unsolved murder of a homeless man whose body is lying under the floorboards of a property. There must be, if there was a proper investigation, a way to establish where that happened and find out who that person was.
I'm gonna laugh if he actually does get picked up mid-campaign where they're just we have some questions for you.
If you were
you chose the one that doesn't have a statute of limitations, you dummy. What are you doing?
Would you order that investigation?
That's a great question, and it's a good question for a soundbite, Piers. And
no, it's a great question just in general, and I'm gonna give him that one.
Tell you this.
Dude, you literally said that you K'd a man at 7 years old.
This isn't the state
what are you
that
doing?
happened in of where I was abused. And my goal is to help children never be put in that position of being sexually or physically abused. And that's why we formed a task force that we've been working to protect children for years now in the U.S.
Oh, I understand, but wouldn't you feel a duty? Wouldn't you feel a duty to the family of the homeless man or whoever that victim is? You're not sure if it was a homeless man or not. I don't think you could be, given you're only 7. But do you not owe it to the family of that victim? You talk a lot about victims, to go and find out where that victim is still lying, where his remains are, and identify that person.
Well, thanks for bringing that up. And from my childhood till in my 50s, I lived with guilt over that. And I don't appreciate you trying to put that back on me. That's every hand. I mean, do you have to try that as a reporter to make someone feel bad for something that happened in the
This guy's figured out how to weaponize the language of the left.
To be honest, yes, I do. Yeah, Victor, to be crystal clear, my job as a reporter is to report news.
Yeah.
You want to be the governor of Colorado.
This is why you can't just
do
this thing where it's just the media. It's
took part in the murder
You do understand that without the media, then we wouldn't get any of these stories, and then it's just corruption run rampant. Is that the alternative?
There was a homeless man whose body was
then
put
cool.
under floorboards.
Oh, he's gonna cry. He looks like he's gonna cry.
Mississippi. You say you were forced to do it by an abusive stepfather who held the gun with you.
Sir, a 7-year-old is not responsible. Look, we work with law enforcement, state, federal, and local. No one would put that on me. Listen, we turned over any.
Yeah, they will.
We told the story.
The fact that you covered it up for so long and then used it for fucking political score, for a political point.
We told what we can. They
it's kind of
couldn't
pathetic
find
when you
anything.
think about it.
I've done my part. My heart broke for it. I've lived with the shame of that. And I've spent a lifetime trying to help others and prevent kids from being put back in that position of any abuse. So I think my life is redemptive. I'm sad for the evil. And the man who made me do that went to prison. And I was actually, I encourage people to watch my story on YouTube, the Victor Mark story. If you want to know the truth.
Is he still alive? Victor, is your stepfather still alive?
He is not.
When did he die?
He died a number of years ago. And after he got out of prison, and what I'm grateful for is the power of God to enable me to forgive him for the abuse that he did. And I was at his deathbed in the hospital and was able to forgive him. And that's one thing I want to tell folks.
He overplayed his stupid hand. He really did.
The shame is not yours, just like you were trying to
The fact
put
that
on
he
me.
was so confident in his lies.
It's important for people to give up your right to hurt someone back. Go for justice, but forgive people who abuse you, or else your heart gets hardened. And that's what my story is about. It's overcoming the evil, because the Bible says what Satan meant for evil, God can return and redeem for good. And those watching, I hope you're never afraid to tell your story, to put down. I hope you're never afraid to be willing to step into leadership to help others. I wasn't. I'll never be stopped. The people will decide November, and they've already decided June 30th, which is why I won the primary. And I'll keep pressing
0.5%.
again for affordability, for safety, and for accountability in a corrupt government here in the
Would
state
his
of Colorado.
stepfather go to prison for? I think he's
care
just
about
genuinely this
people
stupid.
like
I
it
really do
says.
think so too.
Yeah, I mean, all
No,
I would
he's
say in response to the incident in which a homeless
very
man
dumb.
was murdered is that there's a victim there too, and that is an unsolved murder. And I'm not shaming you. I'm not shaming you. You've explained that you were holding the gun because your abusive stepfather was holding it too, and made.
I mean, yeah, you should.
You do it, and I'm.
Especially if it was a random homeless guy.
It's not for me to say whether that's true or not.
Because then, yes, he should have, like, I don't know, let the police know about this a lot sooner.
I'm not shaming you for the murder. If you say you were 7 and
we
coerced into
doing?
doing it,
What
I
are
understand
we
what you're saying.
doing?
But I also understand that an innocent man was murdered. And that crime has never been solved. And you're big on victims and big on accountability, but no one's been made accountable for that murder. No one has found the body. There must be a property somewhere that has that body under the floorboards. And I think it would be your duty, honestly, if you become governor, to order a proper investigation so that people in your state can actually understand the truth and understand what happened and work out who this person was and what happened to him. I think that would be a good thing to do for his family, because he also was obviously a victim. He got killed.
Yeah, completely. I will say this. He was there to abuse me. He was there to abuse me. That's in my story. And he changed his mind. And I didn't wait till I was governor.
Now the homeless guy was there to abuse you.
In order to try to seek justice, I went to authorities to try to find out and help them find out who this was.
Line sacks of shit like this guy make it harder for victims to actually get their cases heard.
The guilt and shame I lived with as a child.
Fuck this guy.
All the way to adult. So you're talking to one person that doesn't hide facts, that doesn't.
What?
I've had a life of overcoming, and justice matters. So I'm glad you said you're not trying to shame me as a kid who was forced to do something that was horrific. And 123 visits to a trauma specialist prove that.
I'm not, but Victor, just to be clear, I would like justice for that homeless man who was brutally murdered.
I would too.
And I think that you should want the same.
And I want to protect children so that they don't have to be abused. That's what I've been doing with my life. So I hope law enforcement.
No, I understand that, but I understand that. But Victor, only one person was murdered that day, and it wasn't you. So the real victim of that incident was the person that was murdered.
Sir,
I'm not
part
saying
of my
you weren't a
soul
victim,
died that
I'm just
day.
saying the real.
Part of my soul died that day.
Yeah, but
and I've lived with it a lifetime.
Yeah, but he actually.
And I told
I
law
understand, but
enforcement.
he actually died that day.
And I hope
and we don't know
they
who it
could
was or
find
why he had to
something.
die.
What a complete grifting piece of bile.
I appreciate your heart. Do you care for children?
Victor Marks, I appreciate you joining us.
Do you care for kids? Do you care for kids who are abused?
I do, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
I absolutely
Glad
do.
to hear
yes.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But Victor, I thank you very much indeed for joining me.
I enjoyed it. Hope to see you again.
For somebody that talks about demons and shit, like this guy's got the darkness in his eye that I see with people that are true sociopaths. Yeah, that was holy crap. So yes, that's what I wanted to get to that. All right, I suppose it's about that time I head on over for election coverage. Yes. There's already 6 people there. Or I can just give a quick update. And also turn on the Konaki cam. Let's turn on Konaki. Konaki.
.44% of the vote in Wayne County. Okay, that was considerably lower than how Hillary Clinton did in 2016. Clinton got 60% of the vote. Why did Clinton do so well and Whitmer so? Really, she struggled. This was one of her worst counties in the state in 2018. Clinton, if you remember that primary with Sanders, was doing extremely well with black voters. She was beating Sanders 90-10, things like this, among black voters nationwide. This included Wayne County. Wayne County, biggest city by far, Detroit. Detroit is 3/4 black. Hillary Clinton won Detroit overwhelmingly in that 2016 primary. Now, in the 2018 primary, Gretchen Whitmer did not win Detroit. Neither did Abdul Al-Sayed. Sri Kanadar, the third candidate who also ran to the left, who's now a congressman, who, by the way, we're going to check in on his race in a minute. He's got a serious Democratic primary challenge this year. He actually won. I think it was 38 to 36%. It was Tanadar 38, it was 36 Whitmer, and it was 26% for Al-Sayed. So when I say the opportunity exists for Stevens to improve on the 44% that Whitmer got out of the largest county in Michigan, it's right there. It's in Detroit. Because the polls have shown that Stevens has been beating Al-Sayed by a very healthy margin among black voters. And it calls to mind potentially something akin to what you saw in that Clinton race in 2016. And if Stevens is able to win Detroit by a big margin, that number, if you're using that Whitmer number as a baseline, that's a way for her to move it up. That's hugely important for her.
Yeah, so I think that vote that came in Detroit was
early on in the
in-person
results.
vote.
No, because what he's doing is Wayne County. Yes, we're early on in the results, but what he's negating here is that we have 5.5 expected votes in right now. Abdul Al-Sayed, 61. Okay, so like what he was saying about, okay. What he was saying about Detroit was not
early in, and again, it's just, this is a couple thousand votes here, so we're still waiting on much more. But it does speak to that being Stevens friendly.
Yeah, that was just one county.
At least
Yeah,
to
Wayne
have
County.
her ahead there early.
Wait,
Again,
isn't Wayne County, Detroit?
From Detroit, though.
Yeah, that is
From Detroit. And just a reminder, we're about 10 minutes out from the top of the hour. We'll be rejoining News Now for some hits, and we'll have all of Michigan close excitingly at the top of the hour.
Okay, I see we just got a little scattering.
I'm still
Grand Traverse County.
This is the one area
just
him and Konecki,
again,
they
there's
really
not a
do
ton
seem
of
to
vote
not
here.
like
There's
each
very, little vote up here. This is actually one of the more populated areas, sort of north there of Saginaw. This is where Traverse City is. Traverse City, Leelanau, Charlevoix, this sort of area up here is different. It's demographically different than the rest of the upper lower peninsula and the upper peninsula. This is sort of, it's vacation land, it's retirement land, not just for Michiganders, for a lot of folks around the Midwest. They call it the Midwest
I want to
Coast.
see those
There's
two
actually some
slap fight.
wineries in Leelanau. There's high incomes here. Okay, so it's a
Nobody
different.
cares.
We talk about northern
Nobody
Michigan being blue collar, older, white. These areas here tend to be, there's some growth population-wise. There is a lot of older population. It's a lot of retirees. It's retirees with money in a lot of cases. So Grand Traverse County is one of those places. This is just 2%. So, hard immediately to discern. I mean, obviously it's a huge number for Al-Sayed, but you see the categories we're trying to make sense of here, and with only 2%. But a little bit different around here, so keep that in mind as you watch northern Michigan fill in. We also, I see, had some Cass County. Again, it's just a very small amount out of Cass County.
Some more Livingston just came in.
You got more Livingston a lot more Livingston just came in. Okay, wow. Tell us what kind of vote we just got there in Livingston.
This looks like it's a lot of election day. It looks like, according to my estimates that I keep here in our tracker, that should be all of our election day vote.
Well, that's interesting. So, again, we said this is the outlier area. And how much time do I have till this hit?
About 9 minutes.
Oh, okay. So, again, we said that Livingston is part of this area where Whitmer ran up the score in 2018. So, look, she got 61% of the vote here, but we knew Stevens is not going to match that. That's just a product of Whitmer being sort of the local candidate. Okay, the other two, we put this up a minute ago. We'll put it up again. Biden in Livingston County got 52% of the vote. Remember, he won statewide. Clinton only got 38% of the vote statewide. Now, Clinton was able to get away with that. Well, she lost, but it was this close. She was able to almost win statewide, even only getting 38% of the vote in Livingston, because she did so well in Wayne County, which is like the mother lode of votes. She was able to compensate for it. So, say that if that Clinton is a benchmark for Stevens, it would require Stevens to get a Clinton-like number out of Wayne County. I don't know if that's in the offing because there are other parts of Wayne County that are not as demographically friendly to Stevens. We'll talk about that as the night goes on. I think Stevens could perform better potentially than Whitmer did in Wayne County, but that doesn't necessarily mean she's going to reach the Clinton number of 60%. So
little treat and go.
I don't think 38 is the benchmark, is the low end of this for Stevens, if you're using the Clinton example. I think she wants to be higher, but She is higher right now. She's a point higher, and this is what we've seen now in Eaton and what we're seeing now in Livingston. It's the Election Day vote, it's the Al Sayed vote that's really kind of overwhelmingly making up this. So is there room here for Stevens to move this number up? Is there room here for her to move it up substantially? In fact, can you tell us what what the vote by mail is breaking by here?
In Livingston?
Yeah.
I was just taking a look. We just got Shelby Township in Macomb as well. Okay. But before we get there, let me take a look at Livingston.
Are there any other DSA candidates running in some of the smaller districts here?
So the vote by mail currently is breaking 40%, 39% for El Sayed, and
Howard Dean, yay!
57%
Like that guy
for Stevens.
So she's winning it by 18
The guy
points.
that ruined it was just by having a weird fucking Yelp.
Just give me a rough number.
I remember 24 or 2004.
13,000.
13,000. So if she wins it by 20
times.
points,
Good
that's
times.
give or take 2,600, 25. I mean, at that pace, she could net 2,500 votes or so.
Sad
She's
part
down
is
by
Howard Dean was actually a good candidate.
2,032 right now. So there's some opportunity there for Stevens to get something
way better than John Kerry
to come away from Livingston.
Yay!
With something closer to what
it.
she wants. Okay, Livingston, Eaton, we've got Grand Rapids, we've got nothing more. Wexford is still at 10. We told you Grand Traverse, it's almost nothing. Benzie, we got about 8%. Well, 8%. Again, this is closer to, this is still a little bit into that vacation land, the Sleeping Bear Dunes sort of start around
Vacation
here.
land. That's actually a good way to put that, because that's exactly what it is.
Substantially
I can't tell you how many
overperforming
times
here,
I've
how
gone
he
up there
did,
during the summer and
in
it's just
2018. We're going to need a little bit more signal there. Saginaw still only just a scattering of votes there in Saginaw. Saginaw is substantial once we start getting votes. Adam said we got a little bit from Macomb here. And again, I just tell me, was it mail or
It was early in person from Shelby Township.
It was early, so it was in between. Okay. Most complicated. Yes.
Yes, and we also got all of the election.
Matt, we have high IQs here. Your reference will not be lost.
They vote in St. Joseph down there.
Oh, you said I have a high IQ. Well,
okay.
some of
so
y'all.
what?
Not sure
We
if I
got
was
all the
included in
election
that.
day vote here.
Yes.
Well, that was
Stevens
nice
is okay.
of you.
So
Thank
this
you
is
for the
interesting.
compliment to my wonderful community
More than half
here.
the vote is in,
and myself.
This is the most Al
right?
Sayed friendly.
Right.
Okay, St. Joseph County, to put you in terms of where you are, Kalamazoo, a little bit north
There it
there.
is.
If you went
Kalamazoo.
south, west, you'd be in South Bend,
love
Indiana.
snowmobiling in
You're kind of
Kalamazoo.
getting to that part of
I miss doing
that
that.
Dutch western Michigan right there, kind of getting closer a little bit to the distant
guys
Chicago
did
area.
not
So
know me, my
anyway,
dad used
St.
to,
Joseph County, we got our
we
got
were
our
like
benchmarks. Let me
semi-pro
get them here.
for a
Okay,
bit.
so
We were sponsored
Clinton
by
got
Ski-Doo.
38%
Like
of the
they-
vote here in 2016.
They, gave
the
us
establishment
sleds,
candidate,
which was
Biden
insane.
got 53% of the vote here in 2020.
Oh, yeah, I forget
and
that
Whitmer got
the UP gets the fucking
52% of the
vote,
vote
too.
here in 2018. And there's Stevens just getting through the worst batch, we think, the worst type of vote that she's got to deal with, the election day vote, and she's sitting at 48%, already 10 points north of Clinton in 2016. Again, that Clinton model in 2016 really leaned on running up the number in Wayne
Especially for
County.
men.
That's why she could almost get away with numbers that low in places like this. So Stevens is well
they
ahead
can.
of that. She's 4 or
I'm not
5
kidding.
points
Like,
off
I'm
these
one of
other
those guys.
establishment candidates. And the rest of the way now, we're talking about largely a pre-election vote. So that, if you're Stevens, you have a chance there to exceed potentially how those others did.
And not to lose it before we get to the top of the hour here, that most recent update in Wayne County got us our first results out of Michigan 13 as well. Yeah, if you want to check in on that House race.
Yeah, this is in Detroit right here, Wayne County. So the dynamic here, we told you Sri Tanadar ran for governor in 2018, ran as a very progressive candidate, came in third in that primary with Whitner and Al Sayed. He got elected. He later got elected to Congress. He affiliated with the Democratic Socialists of America, and then he left the Democratic Socialists of America. This was in response to the reaction he said he saw from the left, from the DSA to the terrorist attack on Israel in 2023, and he left the DSA. So now the DSA is trying to knock him out and has their own candidate, Donovan McKinney, going against him. So this is ex-DSA against DSA in a deeply Democratic district here. And again, it's just 2,500 votes or so that have come in, but the DSA candidate right there jumps out to the quick advantage. Sri Tanadar was certainly thought coming into tonight to be very vulnerable. I'm going to check if we have.
That's good news right there.
Yeah, we got more out of, we didn't check in here since we got Livingston. So this is that race again. The candidate of the left, William Lawrence, the two sort of establishment candidates who we think are kind of 2-minute warning to the hit. I just heard in my ear. So we've got, almost half the vote in Livingston. Remember, Adam has told us, this is largely election day vote. So this might be about the high water mark for Lawrence here in the Livingston County portion. This might be about the high water mark for Lawrence in the Eaton County portion. That's the good news if you're one of Lawrence's opponents. The bad news is you see in both places how split that vote is between them. Maasdam, a few points ahead of Brink here, but both very close. Brink,
it's always weird
a few
to come
points ahead of
across like a
Maasdam
race
here,
that you just
but
have
both very close.
no idea
So even if in the
what's
remaining
happening,
vote
who
that
the
Lawrence
candidates
share
are,
comes
their
down,
positions, or any
if
of it.
that reduced Lawrence share is just sort of a bit more for Maasdam and a bit more for Brink, is anyone really pulling that much closer to him district-wide? And again, remember, what I think the Lawrence folks think is their ace in the hole is still to come here.
I do that every March.
In Ingham County, which
anytime,
is,
anytime March Madness is a thing, I'm like, brackets.
Biggest, and it's distinct politically from the rest of the counties. And this is also a sliver of Oakland County. It's distinct a little bit here in that it's overwhelmingly Democratic. There's Michigan State University, those sorts of very liberal county, those sorts of things. Zoom out here, statewide Senate race. I know we have an update coming at the top of the hour. This is what it looks like statewide. I know we're throwing a lot at you with this vote in this county and that vote in that county. I'll be honest,
the reason that I'm staying here is because they're not even covering the freaking election.
6% of the vote counted statewide. Al Sayed is leading that tally. So much of that is coming from a few places on here that we have been showing you, these big counties where we've got returns, and those returns that we're showing you, as Adam has shown us, tend to be from the most Al Sayed friendly type of vote. That's the context for the 6%.
Just about 60 seconds out here, and it looks like in my system we may get a big update from Oakland soon, so if you see it jump, take a look there.
Okay, it's important. So, folks, I'm going to stop here for a second. This is Oakland. I promise you, if this lights up in the next few seconds, it's the first thing I'm going to click on. Oh, they still tell me it's a minute. We still got a minute. So you may get it before they get it on News Now. Let's all sit and watch. We think would be to vote by mail.
Here,
from
a little
Oakland,
there.
right?
I mean, all your favorites are on. Oh, shit. I'm glad that I paused that. Turn that music off. So I happen to know that music, they do strike you for. I've had to strike that from 2 of my streams. And the first time I was just like, I don't even get it, man. I don't even get it. And then the second time I was like, oh, okay, now I get it. No, I appreciate it. Hey, guys, like I said, I think you both would make a great convo because of the disagreeing. Sure. Or I could just set myself up to get canceled because everybody already has a fucking, they already have a lean on it. Is it bad that I'd actually rather debate a right-winger than BRG? You can only get told that you're a shitty cis white man so much before you finally just go, okay, fuck this. Oh, I didn't mean to pause that. My bad, guys. Oh, it's not paused. He's just that silent.
County. This is the second biggest county in the state. 16% of all the vote in the primaries coming out of here. And we just got more than half the vote from Oakland County in one fell swoop. And you can see here that Haley Stevens is leading that over Abdul Al Sayed by 2 points. Now, the important context for this is a lot of this we think is vote by mail. That's typically what has come first in Oakland County. Now, this is going to be a little weedsy here, but this is important because it's the trend that's been revealing itself as these results have been coming in tonight. And
did I miss something? Did more happen between you two?
That we've been seeing. Really. The vote by mail tends to be older. It tends
we actually had a pretty decent appearance together on the last panel show.
More establishment friendly. It tends to be more favorable.
For anybody that's clamoring for me to have a debate or a more in-depth conversation with them,
that is what we're seeing in other counties around the state
not
tonight.
Interested.
She does her best with the vote by mail, and so she does have the advantage over Al Sayed with this big batch that just came in. But I would say it's only a 2-point advantage with what we think is sort of the best type of vote for her. What other type of vote is there?
Yeah,
well,
there's no drama.
Election day vote. Folks who went to the polls and voted in person today.
No, I'm just being honest. I'd much rather fucking debate a right-winger.
Hey, and what we've been seeing throughout the rest of Michigan tonight and what we've been seeing across this primary season is that election day vote
all that will
tends
come
to
from
be
that is just
younger,
a divided
voters,
fucking
more progressive voters. The fuel for these sort of left-wing candidacies that have won
I don't
in
want to
these
give
Democratic
anybody in my
primaries has
audience
come
the
in that
reason to
election
fucking
day
not
vote,
like him, and I don't
meaning
want his
that's the
audience
vote
to
we've seen
find reasons
across
to not like
Michigan
me.
so far.
Which, trust
It's
me,
more friendly.
I know me. I know me. You see this face? You think I don't know this face? You don't think I know what I do?
To Al Sayed. And so Stevens, this is a county. This isn't just any county. There's 83 on the map. This is one of paramount importance to her. She has to win Oakland County tonight. She has to win it by, I'd say, a substantial margin. She leads by 2 points with 60% of the vote in. But if that remaining vote that's going to be coming in here is the election day vote that's as pro-Al Sayed as we've been seeing elsewhere, the opportunity for him to pass her here and for her not to get that kind of number she needs out of Oakland, I think is very real, because I think that's really been the story that we've seen. As I zoom back out here and look at the statewide total, 17% right now. Al Sayed with that 8-point advantage. He has been absolutely cleaning up with the election.
Do you think that's the reason I'm not on? No, I'm going to be completely real. The reason I'm not on is because I keep checking in. They're not even covering this.
Election day votes.
I actually wanted to cover this.
Stevens has been holding her own with the vote by mail.
already do a panel
Some of these
show
big counties that have reported,
what,
you know, a place
tomorrow?
like this right here, decent size, Eaton County, decent size, Livingston County, exurbs of Detroit right here. We do think the Stevens number might improve as that absentee vote comes in. That
righties can be funded to debate. My no labor unions
by mail comes in right now.
Honestly, no, it is fun.
We just I just see some more.
Just have to have the right
I thought there might
guy.
be a little bit more there. Apologize for that.
I do agree
but
with you
the
that
bottom line is that
have let you know that he was going to be on that panel, because you two should have had the opportunity to talk before you went on a live stream together.
Number,
yeah,
well, it is higher for Stevens than it is for Al Sayed. Is it as high
if anything,
as Stevens wants it to be?
Yeah.
Dude, there was no malice there.
So
Alex
Steve, you know,
tried his
and I've been
best,
talking to
and
folks
he just
with
thought that
the
that was a great way to get us
that she's
all
been
in the
doing
same
better
place
than
to meet each other. So
with black
I
voters.
literally have
The city of Detroit is
no
75% black.
at all.
It is in Wayne County. It's not all of Wayne County. There are
towards
other parts of
BRG
Wayne County that I think are
fucking
very
Alex, like
fertile
any of
ground
it, like-
for Al Sayed. But
No,
the
like I
opportunity
said,
there for
I don't
Stevens,
know why
if
this
she
is so hard to
really is
understand.
getting
Like, go
a big
over there
number
right
among
now.
black
You
voters,
can see.
you would really see that
They're
in
not even
Detroit, and
covering
that
it.
could help her there in Wayne County. But you ask, too,
They're
about younger
chatting,
voters, and
which
take a look
fine.
next door in Washtenaw County. This is Ann Arbor. This is the University of Michigan. I keep saying University of Michigan. This is also Eastern Michigan University. I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave them out.
Nah,
but
PepTalks
Al
gets triggered.
Sayed
He's
here,
about to go off on whoever he's talking to. My guy will see red if you
Look at this,
say
up
the
nearly
right thing.
40 points in Washtenaw County, and I think this one's significant. This
Not
is a
that
big
easily
piece of the puzzle,
manipulated,
too.
but-
It's a little bit more than 5%.
It's called
of
being
all the votes
real.
cast
I don't
statewide are going to come
have-
out of Washtenaw County.
I don't
And
have
this is
the
the kind of
ability to
place
just
where if
turn
you're
it off.
Stevens, I think you knew
don't.
going into the night you were not going to win Washtenaw
Too
County
old for
because
this
of what
shit.
we're talking about, college, young, all of that sort of thing. But
I'm old, I'm tired, and I work with children.
you want to hold your own.
quote
You
CM
need to tread water. You need to be running at like 45%, 44%. Other candidates who are sort of like establishment candidates in Democratic primaries in Michigan who've been successful,
far off, actually.
that's what they've done in Washtenaw County. She's barely breaking 30% right there. And there's still a lot there left in Washtenaw County that could be very friendly to Al Sayed. So that's, between what we just showed you in Oakland County and what you're seeing there in Washtenaw County. We haven't really even touched Wayne yet because we don't have much. But those numbers, if you're Stevens, I think in both places, you might be looking for a bigger number than you're seeing right now.
Yeah.
All right, Steve,
Yes, as a conservative who
not
feels
go
disenfranchised by
far.
our
Of course,
politicians, I'm starting to feel more and more like our anger amongst each other is destructive by design. Yeah.
going to come back to you
Yeah.
every
Who's the
few minutes.
benefit, guys?
Every
Who's the
minute.
benefit?
Yeah,
These
Steve,
guys?
thank you so
The
much.
consultant class and these
Okay.
assholes.
So there you go. You see how that works? That was great. And I think so you saw the moment, right? I mean,
Yeah,
look
but
at that.
then you still have people fucking fighting for
I don't need to
capitalism.
repeat it.
And
You
it's
just
not
heard
just
it.
fighting for
But,
capitalism,
this
it's
is
fighting
such
for
a
the
huge-
capitalists.
Yes.
And when I say capitalists, I'm not talking about people that want to fucking make a little at their jobs.
Okay.
I'm
We're
talking
going to do
about the
another
motherfuckers
news now
that
hit
rip
in
us
5 minutes.
all
This will be
off.
about Missouri 1. So we'll check in there in a second. But I just want to see. Did we get any more Macomb? We did not. We don't have any more Wayne. Nothing significant, Adam? I see a little bit. We got
more out of Washtenaw. We got more out of St. Joseph. We got more out of Eaton.
How much more? So did we just got some vote by mail? I'm guessing out of Washtenaw.
Yeah, let me take a look.
Because I see Stevens bumped up half a point or so. Okay.
So more McComb.
By the way, guys, if you haven't already liked the stream, please do.
Okay, let's.
The Washtenaw was election
sub to the channel
day
if you're
vote.
enjoying
yeah,
the
it was
stream
mail
and
in
have not
election day.
already.
Mail, right. And
One
that's
big club and you ain't
Stevens'
in it.
number
Yep,
ticked
that
up
is
right
George
there.
Carlin.
We're over half the vote in Washtenaw.
two of his
Again, she's
albums
trying to get
upstairs.
to 45%, I would say, give or take right there. That's the kind of hill she's got to
You think
climb.
that these,
Kent, I think we got,
they
got a
might.
little bit more. There was at
They
18% before. We were at Eaton, we got more. So she's made her way to 42% in Eaton County. Stevens has. Livingston County, she's at 39. Again, I think she needs to be getting, into the, mid 40s. Saginaw, we're still at 3. This is small. We got Bay, a little bit in Bay. Again, I'm just looking for more vote than this. But this, this is the kind of thing. It's tiny, but I do think it says a little something. You're, in the upper lower here. You're in northern Michigan, and this is, Whitmer got
if they divide us,
number for Whitmer
they
here was
confuse us and they can more
62%,
easily control us.
right?
Yeah, that's how it
the
goes.
number for Stevens,
This is what, they've been doing this since the church was in
54.
charge.
Yeah, these are all
You guys
counties
remember when I
where
talked about how
I'm
the
looking to
Bible
see
used to
not
be
just
Latin
outsides
for a
winning
reason
them,
and nobody could actually read?
But if he's
Latin
able to be more
specifically?
competitive than the progressive wing was against Whitmer,
That was by
see a little bit of
design.
it there. We showed you our friends in Wexford County earlier. Okay, it's only 16%. Again, these are tiny counties, but if it's a trend across the board, first of all, they add up to a little bit less than 10% of the vote.
It's
But
hard
also,
to hear
I think
me.
that could speak to a broader trend
Thank you.
in the electorate. Again, just getting a little bit more here.
Appreciate that.
Charlevoix, but again,
Thank
they're
you for
giving
the.
us, a precinct or something in these places. So it's
Don't
not too
ever
much to
be
work
shy
with.
about that, by the way, guys.
To give you a little
Let
bit
me
more
know if
on
my audio's a little
Oakland.
janked.
So the things that did come in that
Janked.
most recent update was that mail vote from the county.
It's a little louder than me? Okay.
Voting center.
How about now?
That we've been talking about. That broke for Stevens
There we go.
66-30.
They should be good.
And that was about 54,000 votes. And then we have some election day
Test.
vote.
Yeah. Okay. I'm good.
That was about 74,000 votes, and that broke for El Sayed.
Wasn't going to say anything.
59-39.
Why?
Right. Okay. So
should.
again, you could see Stevens took a
Literally.
big swing there.
I'm an audio guy. I need to know.
That absentee.
And my computer crashed earlier, so a lot of things got reset. So let me know.
And she's up 2. There is election
my
day vote
camera's
that's
like
helping
wonky,
El
let
Sayed
me
there.
know.
But again, I think Stevens needs to be in the we can give
You guys get the here's the difference. You guys get the raw broadcast. Therefore, what comes to you is different than what I have, but I can change the settings to affect that.
54% was the Whitmer number. This is in Oakland County.
So
Whitmer
yes, you guys
18
are
got
essentially
54% of
now
the
my
vote right
like
here.
you're my audio and
It was
visual
56%
engineers.
for
Good,
Joe Biden in
congratulations.
2020, and Hillary Clinton in narrowly losing the state in 2016.
You're new here. I can't be overstepping my
51%
bounds.
of
It's
the vote.
okay, dude.
So
Don't worry
again,
about it.
all of the establishment candidates won Oakland.
I appreciate
This is
you
the
worrying
candidate who
about
lost statewide. These are the two candidates. Whitmer
all
got
good, though.
52% statewide.
I think lefties,
Biden
if
got
we stay away from
52%,
gun
53%
issues,
of the
we
vote statewide. So
got a few-
these in those cases
why
were
stay away
winning
from gun
numbers.
issues? Dude, I'm literally a 2A leftist. I support dude, I'm literally gun owner. I practice my firearms, and I will say that no, what needs to happen is comprehensive gun
And again,
reform
that's
where
Stevens lands
yes,
after-
background
there is
checks.
There is
You
some
know,
election day vote that's
waits.
hard.
We should have 2-week waits. We should have a federal 2-week fucking wait or stay where they can do a background check. Where it kind of gives you that moment too, where like if you are feeling a little case of the sads, where you kind of you feel like there's no other end, that 2 weeks goes a long way.
Part of that too.
This idea that we should be able to just walk into a store and just buy is insane.
But what that equals out to,
In
17%
the state of
vote.
Illinois, I have to wait 2 weeks for every purchase that I make.
How much time till it's hit? Okay, 2 minutes till Missouri won. Let me check in there. So bear with me. And Adam shouted.
Oh,
for some
sorry.
major
For my FOID card.
that happens. So, okay. Oh, wow. Well, we missed this one, folks. Sorry. What happened? We said, could Cori Bush counter
Bush
in
lost.
St. Louis City what Wesley Bell got out of St. Louis County, which was about as good as he get out of St. Louis County? The short answer is she didn't. She's losing by 26 points in St. Louis City. So now we've seen it across
Gun issues seem to be
the
election losers,
dividing
not
line,
necessarily.
and we
It's
have
the way
called
that
this race.
fucking
NBC News
Democrats
has
don't know how to
declared
reframe
that
them.
Wesley Bell, freshman Democrat from Missouri's 1st Congressional District, has won renomination. He has defeated former Congresswoman Cori Bush, who sought a rematch after losing her seat to Bell in 2024. This one's decisive. This one's decisive. Again, what you're
Cori Bush
looking
is
at
done.
is early vote in both these places. The election day vote
I'll be
may
honest,
make
I
this
didn't expect
closer
her to win.
for Bush. But you've seen it now replicated across this divide here between the city and the county loomed very large in 2024.
I don't do things with fifis. I do things with reality.
Well, there. He's even up 26 in the early vote.
Like Francesca Hong, gonna win.
That adds up to
Abdullah Al Sayed, I think he's gonna win.
So that's an incumbent who is.
But yeah, Cory Bush, I could have told you like right out the
had
gate.
This trend, seen this particularly in cities with these left-wing sort of insurgencies, winning. Here's one where that's not.
Yeah, but it's St. Louis, Missouri.
Now we got 3 minutes still, so we can.
This is where you have to.
Okay, we can go back to Michigan right here. Let's just unless there's something big in the statewide. I want to go through the congressional races, so we're not missing these. We told you about the 13th
so yeah, he's a knockout. All right, District 13 looks like a win for the DSA.
DSA versus ex-DSA.
Yeah.
The 7th district
he's
here.
ex-DSA?
Again, we've got a little bit more vote coming in. That Oakland vote also affected here. Oakland's
more moderate?
This is a slice of Oakland County, southwest Oakland County. It's in this 7th district. Remember, Tom
oh my
Barrett,
God! I just realized what's happening. I have a magnet in my glasses for my sunglasses. My magnet keeps attaching to this.
Trump won the district by a point. That's the backdrop for this Democratic primary here. And the Oakland portion, even
I thought it was just me not being able to have, like, I thought my peripheral vision was back.
With the lead.
But I just felt it, like, pulled towards it. I was like, what the fuck?
Vote between Brink and Mazdam. And so Lawrence, it's narrow, but he's running in first in Oakland.
Explains a lot.
He's running in first in Livingston. We got more, as we said. We've got, we're up getting close to 2/3 of the vote in Eaton County. And Mazdam has moved his way into second place here. It looks like that election day vote
turning into Magneto
a bit, but he's still 11 points behind Lawrence there.
All right with that.
So district-wide, I don't know why it does that. District-wide, we got about a fifth of the vote. Lawrence has a double-digit lead over his nearest competitor.
As I said, it's not necessarily about restricting the firearms as much as it is restricting the access to people that really shouldn't get them.
If he can survive the way he is outside of Ingham and then get to Ingham, I think that's certainly what he wants to see. Let's take a look at the 11th district.
My noise gate is pretty
any results yet to talk about.
Intense. So
let's take a look here. It's Missouri's first. Excuse me. And I wanted to
have
look
to
at
get
the 10th district.
Actually, Hassan said it when he was talking to Finkelstein. It's like, no, you do have to like get up to it.
Let's see if we can get the 10th up. Now, this is, Christina Hines here. She was the best funded candidate. This is the seat here. This is the Macomb County-based district that John James, he's giving this up. He's running for governor on the Republican side. Christina Hines had the most money in this campaign. Tim Grimel was the former mayor of Pontiac. There's a portion of this district that actually bleeds over into Oakland County.
Those magnet glasses are cool as fuck, by the way. Fuck yeah, they are.
The base you want to have.
I'm ordering a new set. Finally,
had been in
got my new prescription, which I got back in November, but I finally got enough to where I am. I'm prioritizing it. I'm ordering my new glasses.
Some Oakland vote as well.
And one pair of new sunglasses because I broke.
Side here,
didn't break them. They kind of wore out.
I don't see a check mark yet. That might be coming soon. Michael Bouchard, this is the Trump-endorsed candidate. He's winning this thing. He's leading this thing easily right now. Again, this is a Republican district. Trump had won this by 6 points in 2024. He won it by 1 in 2020. It's represented by John James right now, who is giving up the seat to run for governor. Let's see how James is doing in this race. Remember, James here endorsed by Trump. He's run twice statewide as the Republican nominee.
Eagle eyes.
Elections. He lost both of them. This is his third statewide campaign.
I'm turning 40 and I feel like I'm 80.
Perry.
I'm not even kidding. I went for a walk the other day and I realized that I couldn't see the mailbox at the end of my street that I used. It scared me because I'm just like, oh no.
Johnson here, a businessman.
That's also what made me go get
money.
I was like, I need my new glasses.
Nationally, he actually
if I'm squinting with glasses on, that's a problem.
President in 2024 spent some money, didn't get a ton of attention. Now he set his sights on the governorship. He's really going after James hard in this campaign. You can see here. Just taking a look at where the vote is coming from, I'm seeing, that's the James shade of red there. A lot of the James effort was focused here. His base is down here, and a lot of his effort was focused in Southeast Michigan. The criticism of him was that his campaign might not be aggressive enough, that he'd been skipping debates, that maybe he'd been a little bit presumptuous about being the nominee after picking up the Trump.
I've had glasses since I was 12.
Endorsement.
So.
Taking a look here again, Livingston County, you're seeing consistent. Numbers.
Funny story. I thought I was going blind because my dad used to tell me that jerking off makes you go blind, and I genuinely believed it.
Have to vote in these places. These are not quite as big in a Republican primary as they are in a Democratic primary.
My dad had more of an effect on me than the fucking Catholic Church. You know what that says?
But they're big. They're very big, and you're seeing something consistent there in Southeast Michigan. And to the extent we're getting anything up
as far as keeping me
here, the only place you're seeing Perry Johnson ahead is by one vote. There it is.
The funniest part was I made a I made a passing comment one day where I was just like my buddy was talking about it, and my dad like made a joke. I was just like, wait a minute, you're joking? And he was just like, you took that seriously? I was like, yes.
The only county where Perry Johnson's leading, he's leading by 1 vote right now. So that's what it looks like.
You don't understand. I started the process, and then all of a sudden I needed glasses. Yeah.
On this,
less than a minute.
Less than a minute. Okay.
Every time I couldn't see the whiteboard, I'm just sitting there just like, no. "12 is young." What? To discover your... No. What? Oh, fuck off. No, it's not. No, it's not. When you start getting, the wet dreams, you remember those? We all had them. We all had them. No, I meant for glasses. Oh.
For Wesley Bell in that district as you're watching that one too.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I remember being here 2 years ago in this primary when Bell went after Bush. That was a very close race here. Bush, obviously, her affiliation with the squad, she'd been a national
I meant for
figure.
the glasses.
And the story of that race 2 years ago is this district.
That was hilarious.
Is split between St. Louis, the city of St. Louis, and then right over here, these are the inner suburbs of St. Louis County, some of them St. Louis County. And the story then had been Bell was strong in St. Louis County, Bush was strong in the city of St. Louis. But take a look at what we're seeing so far. St. Louis County, no big surprise. I mean, Bell getting more than 3/4 of the vote right there. But go over to the city of St. Louis, and you see Bell ahead. It's not as decisive, but you do see a solid margin. At least this is early vote. The final margin may end up not being quite as dominant here. Bush may do better. I think she will do better with the election day vote. But you see it extending across county lines, and this split with the early vote is not something
that is
you
funny.
saw in 2024 when these two candidates ran against each other and Bell won in a close race. And so, yeah, it kind of bucks the
that was
trend
probably the funniest
that we've
thing.
been seeing. How many primary nights have we been up here, particularly in city districts, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C.
I read that. You don't understand. It's so funny to me because I read it sincerely.
Mayoral election there, Denver, New York City. That's where we've been seeing.
No, you didn't have to try because you were being sincere. That's the thing. I read it in that tone, and I was just like,
didn't work. Bush doing worse than she did 2 years ago when she lost the seat, and Bell, certainly the establishment candidate here based on his endorsements and backing in this campaign.
I needed that. I feel better. I don't know why, but I legit feel like I just had a therapeutic moment.
For progressive candidates, would there be a patchwork? This is certainly a loss for progressives, for Senator Bernie Sanders, who endorsed her, and of course the big race, the big marquee race that we are watching, the Michigan Senate race. Bring us up to speed there. What's the very latest you're seeing?
Yeah, let's take a look back up in Michigan, and I'm going to just have to go to a house. Okay, so again, about 20% of the vote here is in statewide. This looks about what it looked like the last time we checked in terms of the margin there for Al Sayed over Stevens. I think there's a lot here. We'll zoom in on Wayne County. So Wayne County, where Detroit is, you'll hear me say this a lot tonight. A fifth of the vote statewide is coming out of Wayne. We only have 2% of the vote right now, so there's not much to be read into that. What there is from Detroit, largely from Detroit, what you're looking at right now. But Wayne, keep in mind, is not just Detroit, okay? There are inner suburbs in here.
Yeah.
There's also, this is where Dearborn is. Yeah. Dearborn is the first majority Arab American city in the United States.
Yeah, I was about to say, did you miss one of those?
There's 110,000 residents.
Notice how he kind of waited until the end to kind of bring that one in.
2018. He won Dearborn big. Dearborn Heights. Very similar demographically. That's in here.
2% in, and you didn't have Dearborn counted yet? Come on,
did very well in 2018. They are all also in Wayne County. There's also a lot of other places in here too. So
are they
there's
finally
a diversity
watching it?
in here.
All right,
in some of those cities, I expect Al Sayed to do very well tonight. But the opportunity.
I got 10 minutes until my 4 hours.
This may take a while for us to see.
I'll head over there soon.
In other places around the state, if it comes
unless
to
they wrap up election coverage, that early.
Is in the city of Detroit because the polling has been indicating that black support is very strong for her. And we said Detroit
I'll be real. I've kept the stream up in the corner here, and
this is an
I've
opportunity.
been waiting to see when they went to the actual
Detroit among black voters. She could get a big number out of
election
there.
coverage.
She could get a big number out of Wayne County. That could carry her a long way. In terms of looking at where black support really can swing, a primary, or at least loom large in a primary, there aren't a ton of counties where there's a very significant black population. Another place we'll look tonight, though, that does have a pretty large black population is Genesee County. This is where the city of Flint is. We don't have any votes coming in right there yet.
Fine.
There is a substantial black population in Saginaw, too. We don't have many votes coming in right there. So from Stevens' standpoint, we'll be looking at those places, but really going to be looking at Detroit as the night progresses, because I do think it's been interesting in some of these counties, the degree to which we're seeing this difference between the election day vote and how overwhelming it's going for Al Sayed and that vote by mail, and how strong that's going for Stevens. In a place like this, I'm just checking in because we're slowly getting more and more updates here. What's been happening in this county, this is sort of the suburbs of Lansing here, outside of Lansing. A little bit of Lansing's in here too, but it's largely outside Lansing. This number for Stevens has been ticking up all night because basically what happened was they counted the election day vote. Al Sayed got a huge number on here. Now as the vote by mail has been coming in, as this percent in has been ticking up, so has Stevens' number. And so what we were looking at the start of the night here were numbers for Stevens that were like, whoa, these are, I don't see how she could win with these numbers. But if this number can continue to tick up for her, that could get interesting out of a place like Eaton County. Also, same thing here. The same thing has been happening in Livingston County. This is the fastest growing, one of the fastest growing counties in Michigan. It's big. There's like 200,000 people here. This is like the exurbs of Detroit right here. Okay, it's very high income too. We expected Stevens, to have maybe an opportunity here to do well. Well, she looked like she was getting clobbered early because we got the election day vote was counted right away. Al Sayed went way ahead. But as the vote by mail has been coming in, getting more vote in, and that Stevens number has been ticking up more and more, where it's not looking as much for her like the disaster it initially did. And so to the extent that can continue in places like that, and another place we're looking here is around Grand Rapids, I say Saginaw, to the extent that can continue, that's a huge question. It heightens the stakes for what I just outlined in Detroit.
Thank you, Etch. He's very, very happy.
Steve Kornacki, we will check back in with you in just a few minutes in that hotly contested race.
What's so interesting here, too?
Okay, and I just need to reply. You're getting a little bit behind the scenes. I just need to reply to a message here, so bear with me. This is, and of course, you know what I did? I mashed my fingers together, and I typed a word that doesn't exist. Okay, there it is. Okay, did anything
like me when I'm going through my stuff.
It's just like, doing that. I think I was going through. I didn't see anything.
No, nothing super significant. I'm trying.
I see. Oh, this would be if we got more. Ottawa County, where Holland is, Western Michigan, it's only 2%. So we'll hold off on that. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, I'm just trying to go through these Oakland County results
Holland
right now and pull out. We are getting our first look at some of the precinct results, so I'm trying to take a look into those right now, and I'll get back to you.
Okay. Let me just check in on Kansas for a second, and then we're going to take a tour back around Michigan here. But I want to update you on this. In the Republican primary for governor of Kansas, the Trump-endorsed candidate, Ty Masterson, you saw him leading in those first votes that came in real fast there.
Like he got it.
Now called it. NBC News' decision.
Oh, they called it at 29% in, really?
Will be the Republican nominee for governor of Kansas, again, with that Trump endorsement. The
shit always trips me out a little bit.
Primary season, not necessarily a big surprise over there. We are not yet calling what you're looking at right here on the Democratic side. Cindy Holscher, I think the last time we checked in, this was about 1,000 vote gap. It's moved up to about we got about half the vote. She's leading by about 3.5 points right now over Ethan Corson. Again, both candidates right here from Johnson County, where we still got 2/3 of the vote. And what's changed, I can see, is they've played leapfrog here. Holscher has taken the lead in Johnson County, not much, but she was trailing Corson there the last time we checked in. Corson continues
but then you get used to it, yeah.
In Kansas City, Shawnee County, where Topeka is, Holscher with a solid margin right there. Wichita, Holscher with an advantage there. Next door, Butler is smaller. We had 1/4 of the vote. Holscher leading there. And again, the candidate, the outgoing Democratic governor, backing Corson in this race. You see, the Trump endorsement has carried the Republican candidate. We'll see on the Democratic side if the leader of the Kansas State Democratic Party is able to get her candidate over the finish line right there. But right now, trailing by about 3,600 votes to Holster. I want to go back, though. I know folks are here. I want to make sure you see
we're here for
this, but I know
Dole
you're
Alside.
really interested in Michigan. We're all interested.
We're all here
in
for Michigan.
So
I'm glad that he slipped and said it, because that's
we're still
true.
sitting at 18%. Nothing substantial's happened. Every time I see these small rural counties, I want to check just in case we showed you Iosco earlier. Okay, so we got half the vote in Alcona County. I keep wondering, not that Alcona is a particularly significant county with about 1,000 votes coming out of it, but we're trying to see if Al Sayed is running better in these areas with older white voters than we've seen.
Let's play some music and chill for a little bit before
so
I head
looking
on
at
over.
Alcona County here, what our benchmarks would be. Whitmer
It's
got
looking like
68%
I'm going
of the
to.
vote here in 20. Al Sayed, this is one of his worst counties in the state in 2018. He got 13% of the vote here in that gubernatorial
Man, this
primary
sucks.
in
I was not.
2018.
I was really
Biden
hoping
got
that this would
63%
not
of
be
the
a
vote
thing
here.
today.
Clinton got 49. Clinton actually lost it to Sanders. That's interesting. It's a point to note here, because you say Sanders won this state in 2016. Is what Sanders did in 2016 what Al Sayed?
Stevens will close the gap as the last votes get counted. Rural voters and discrimination, but I don't think that it's enough to pull out a win.
2020, was that Clinton had some.
I mean, it's definitely not looking like, what the exit polling was saying, where, like, he was double digits over her. You sound so excited for the panel. Just, I've gone through this, guys. Like, I get on these things where, like, I'm vibing.
In November of 2016, when that was a big reason why Clinton, in a
you
shock
know,
to everybody,
I gotta
Michigan.
I gotta gear myself. You know what? You want a realistic fucking look into my life here? No candid look into the life of Pep. I silenced Konaki for a second. So I do this thing where I'll make plans, right? And I'm very excited. Like I have like the weird extrovert thing where I'm like, yeah, let's go to a concert. Let's buy, like, let's get the tickets. Same with movie tickets, all this stuff. Anytime I do that, then the day comes where I have to actually go do the thing, and I'm just like, why do I get this overwhelming feeling that I just want to chill and just kind of lay on my couch or like not do anything? It's a very bad habit. I gotta get out of that. I hate it. I think that it's like a self-sabotaging thing that my brain does. I gotta get past that. But it's just like, yay, like just I don't know. Guess you can't just silence the Kornacki. I can, and I did. The Kornacki has been silenced. I have my my closed caption on. It's a trait that you have to battle with. Oh yeah, I hate it. Like, I genuinely hate it, but at the same time, I also am so used to it that I'm like, oh, sometimes, like, Pep, what's up, Betch? What's up? I guess I gotta get over there. Because if I wait another 20 minutes, it'll pretty much like get to that point of like just ending, because I'll be at like right around 9 o'clock. We need to cross the streams. Docking measures must initiate. I often get overwhelmed by social situations I have to avoid or walk away with when I get exhausted. That's the thing, you don't really have I don't have the option to do that as a streamer, like, especially when, like, I've already been, I'll be honest, like, the first time that, like, the first, panel stream that we did on this space, I wasn't feeling it as much as others. I'm glad that others enjoyed it. I don't know, man. I do this for fun. And I'm getting tired of not feeling like I have fun. I don't want to have I'm not in this. Like, if I wanted to actually learn about this stuff, like at a collegiate level, I would go take a college course. And I don't even need to, like, I have community colleges here that I could totally do so. The thing is, I don't care. I don't care. I'm old, and you know what? My politics are where they're at. I'm where I'm at in the Overton window. My understanding is where it kind of needs to be, and I'm getting tired of people pretending like I need, like if I only just knew a little bit more theory, that I would be a little bit more. No. And I'm sorry if that sounds like fucking reductive, but Pep, that vibe is not happening over there. No, I know it's a good vibe. It's a good vibe. Let's see who we got. We got Forrest, we got Lumen, Christina, Devil's Advocate, Jeff. No, it's cool. Like, I'm also feeling this, man. Like, I'm enjoying myself. I'm watching this. Like, I will head over there, okay? Like, I, full disclosure, told them that I would not even be there or, like, consider being there until about 8:30 because I wanted to celebrate the 420 with you guys. My stream crashed. I had about a half hour where I lost just all that. I'm not even trying to push it to, like, my view count or any of that bullshit like I usually do. Like, full disclosure, try to get to over 1,000 per stream because that's nice. But yeah. Okay, I won't push it. Don't worry, Etch. You can push all it's fine. Like, you can be pushy. I don't care. I'm just letting you know, and just getting here what happened. Oh, Robin, nothing happened. Oh, Jesus, I just realized I totally missed your chat. Yeah, we got a good little chat going. No, exactly. Also, Bryant, what up, dude? I thought Abdul was decidedly ahead. This is why you gotta be careful with fucking polls, dude. You really do gotta be careful with polls. I mean, let's put it this way: all of Trump's preferred candidates are winning. It seems a little sus that, you know, they tell us, like, oh, technically Haley's the one that could defeat a Trump candidate. I don't know about that. Abdul was ahead. He's still ahead. 51.8%, 44.8%, 3.3% for Mallory McMorrow. Really? People still voted for McMorrow? That's crazy. Like, what are you doing? Why would you do that? That seems stupid. I'm gonna duck out, but y'all seem cool. If your feed pops up, why don't you just subscribe to my channel? No, I don't mind having you here. Subscribe, Flat World. Subscribe. Like, seriously, subscribe to my channel. Come on back, and then, yeah, we will have a good old time. Agreed. Waste of vote on Mallory? Yes, it is. But yes, seriously, Flat, hit that sub button. Otherwise, you will probably not get my channel recommended to you. Trust me, they're trying to bury me as much as they can. You are subscribed. Oh, okay, cool. Well then. We are friendly. No, he's already subscribed, guys. Now I feel like I pressured for no reason. Double check your subscriptions, though. I will recommend doing that because, yes, I have had it brought to my attention that some people have been unsubscribed from my channel. Not very cool. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? 67. Oh, I thought that was for the whole thing. I was just like, that's Oakland County. Okay. Cool. No, but thanks for hanging tonight, man. And if you guys are new here, please consider subbing. And also like the stream. Your subs are fun. Thank you. That means the world to me. I try. Like, listen, guys. Like, streaming is... you mean like auto unsubbed? Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, that happened to one of my regulars where he brought it to my attention where he even sent me some screenshots. He's just like, look at this. They unsubbed me from your channel. I was just like, dude, that's wild. Not necessarily surprising, though, in like the way that, you know, like they go after this type of stuff. YouTube AI scrubbing subs. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but what you gonna do? Majority Report's still live. They are still live. What are they even watching? I don't know who that is. Okay. Anthony Lib is live. And then DA. Yeah, other big channels have been saying the same thing. Yeah, it's unfortunately true, though. It's just, it seems kind of arbitrary. Like, the guy that hit me up, that's what bothers me about this, is like, he watches every day. And I was just, I couldn't believe when he said, he's just like, look. Yeah. Yeah. Too early to call, 21%. Statewide, there we go. I was waiting for the statewide. But this is why I do the thing where I ask so often if you guys can just like, sub, obviously memberships, all that kind of stuff. It really helps out. And then, yes, the monetized angle of things, where if you guys support the stream, that actually makes it so I can do this on a longer, for more time, because, yeah. Yep. This economy. It really is so fucked, guys. This is so fucked. You guys to see it firsthand through this whole experience with the healthcare system. Like, at what point do you think, like, your average American is going to be, like, kind of thrust into that and they don't understand? Like, you understand that because you guys watch me, you're already kind of prepared for, like, the worst case scenario if you're an American. So, Austin, yo, remember me? Actually, no, I don't. Should I? I don't know. Did you, like, were you... I can't remember. Were you cool? Were you, I appreciate you stopping by, saying hello. I don't know. What's your deal? Well, that's fucked up. Not from yesterday? You don't? No, I don't. No. Your PFP's fucked up, man. By the way. Yeah, other big channels. Oh, shit. Really? Oh, that's why. I have to restart my Twitch. Okay. Hey, Scoob. What's up, dude? Pot suppresses the vote. Potheads are too stoned and lazy to vote. Yeah, that's what happens. That's definitely what happens. Especially, you put pot on the ballot, then, yeah, nobody shows up. That's crazy. Some thousand boomers pass away every day, which means thousands more are having serious health problems. Our healthcare system is going down in flames. Well, this is also why we have this situation where, like, our jobs market is mostly nursing. Like, if you're not getting into nursing, then you're not really in a growing, sector of our economy. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're upset with me. Well, welcome to the stream regardless. Hit the like. Sub to the channel if you haven't already. And, yeah. We got 10 more minutes until we celebrate the 420. And then, no matter what, I'm heading over. I'll bring the party. Literally and figuratively. I will bring you guys over with me. Who should I raid, though? I think I'll raid... Devil's Advocate seems to need it more. I love seeing potheads stumbling around trying to figure out polling places. Yes, because that's what happens. That's exactly what happens. Jesus Christ, you really do live, like, with a 70s movie idea of what an actual like pothead is. Weird hobby. Yeah, it is a weird hobby. It very much is. All right, we can turn Konaki back on. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Sorry, I saw what you were saying. The mail vote is currently breaking 65-30, and the election day vote
65-30 for Stevens.
Yes.
Yep.
And the election day vote is currently breaking.
So here's what I'm going to do.
64.
We got a few minutes until we celebrate, and Scoo Dog gets all mad at us. I'm gonna go pee.
This is interesting. So El Sayed is
because
winning
he's
the
a
election day vote
stoner.
by
He
30.
gets stoned.
And
He
you
has to
said
pee.
Stevens is winning the
I'll be right back.
vote by mail by how much?
We're gonna
30?
celebrate, and we're going over to this space. All right, guys.
I clicked out of it.
I'm sorry. Okay. I think I would love to just kind of run through this for a second because I think it's interesting.
Yeah, so the mail vote, is that what you're asking about?
Yes.
65, 29.
36. Okay. Roughly, how many election day votes do we think are left in Macomb County?
37,000.
Okay, and roughly, how many vote by mail do we think are left out of Macomb County?
59,000.
59,000. Okay. Right. So at that rate, and you think we basically have the early vote done?
Have about 4,000 remaining early votes.
Okay. So at the rate that this is coming in, there's more here for Stevens than there is for Al Sayed, but there needs to be more for Stevens than for Al Sayed. Needs to be much more for Stevens than Al Sayed, because what was Macomb? Let's use our benchmarks that we've been going to all night right here, right? Whitmer got 57% of the vote in Macomb County in 2018. Remember, she got 52% statewide. That was 57% in Macomb County. Biden got 51 here in 2020, running against Sanders. Sanders was strong there. Clinton got 49%, right? So this was the Clinton number, this was the Biden number, this was the Whitmer number, this is the Stevens number right now. So when we say she needs to be getting much better with what's left, so now if we just extrapolated this is very rough math right here, but with 37,000, give or take, election day vote to come, 3774, that would be about 11,100, an additional, that would net El Sayed an additional 11,100 or so votes. This is small, so we're just extrapolating this. That would give him about a 13,000, 14,000 vote.
The fact that you guys can, like, this is what I mean. Somebody that can denigrate somebody that works in the food industry.
Say 60,000 by 36, 6, 12, 18.
Keep knocking productive members of society the way that you do, you piece of shit.
7,000 or so votes countywide. I wanted to go through that in my head because I know we're only
can't stand assholes that work fucking some logistics. Like he probably works in logistics for some fucking construction company or some shit.
Absolutely has to.
Oh yeah, the guy that fries the burger, that has the fryer, that's Manny the fryer that flips the burgers. Like fuck you.
Still just at 22%.
I bet you he's actually more productive than you've ever been.
I'm just going to quickly go through this. I promise I won't get bogged down. I just want to see if there's anything in these small counties that is like close to complete. Delta, well, okay. Again, Delta's
a you want a pothead cooking your burger.
Now I'm going to get bogged down.
Because they know how to cook a good burger. They know what's up.
This was actually one of the let's see, 56, 56, 43 are the sort of establishment numbers. But again, if that's same day, that can come back up. Looking for something complete. I won't. Luce County, we're at 3/4 here. Okay, small, but just looking for anything complete. Whitmer got, this was a 70% Whitmer County. This was a 57% Biden County. 3/4 in, Stevens is running, lower than those numbers.
Steve.
Yeah.
I do have some more
5 minutes. All right, I'm gonna
on your
pack
phone.
up.
I'm also looking for some of the complete counties as well. We do have a couple, and we can also probably get to those.
We have some complete.
Right on the
we have some complete counties.
We're up to 85% in 2 counties as of our latest vote results.
And did the decision desk tell us if we do believe there is more election day vote higher election day turnout than we thought initially?
The expected vote in Oakland County got raised a few minutes ago.
Ready to celebrate the 4-2-0.
We don't know. We can't say overall if that what you're saying about the election day vote. Decision Desk is not saying that yet.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so full disclosure, we passed
Dragnet?
forth. We're
Holy
sort of
shit.
comparing notes because we're trying to think out
You
loud.
are ancient.
Oh, we do have a
Oh my
complete
God, you're like a 70-year-old dude that's just like, I don't like these potheads. Are you just
we were
mad
just up
because
there.
they all
Okay.
had way
So,
more fun than you? I think that's what it is.
Sorry, I lost loose.
People like you tend to like
Time's
hate
the
people that
charm.
have fun.
Okay, so we got, this is tiny, but again, just sort of, I think this is key because we're spending all night saying it's this type, it's that type, if it goes this way. Here's a place where all the types are now in. There's no conditionals here with this one. I know it's tiny, but I do want to just start this exercise, and we'll show you this elsewhere because I think, look, Luce County, Upper Peninsula right here, and the Whitmer got 70% of the vote here. Again, establishment benchmarks potentially for Stevens here. Biden got 57, and we think we're done in Luce, and Stevens is going to win it, but she's going to get 49. Okay, 70, 57, 49. Meanwhile, Al Sayed lands at 43% right here. When he ran for governor in 2018, what did he get in Luce County? He got 12% of the vote, right? So Luce County is tiny. Okay, but like we've been saying, if this is what we're going to be seeing, okay, sort of from this point north, Stevens wins, but not anything like the Whitmer margin from 2018, okay? Whitmer was running up huge, like 2-to-1 victories in these places. If these counties end up looking much more like this, high single digits, 15, but things like that, then even though this is only, I keep saying, only 8% of the vote.
He's not in
lives
the
up
other
here in this northern
YouTube
part of
portal. He's
Michigan.
actually in the.
But if, Stevens is getting like half the margin out of that Whitmer got out of that. That adds
on the
up.
other side.
Okay, so it could be significant from that
Twitch.
standpoint, but I think it could also be a little bit more broadly significant in matching a little bit of what we're seeing in bigger counties where Al Sayed, I think it signals potentially that Al Sayed may have a little bit of strength there. You're talking rural northern Michigan, you're talking blue-collar white voters. You're talking blue-collar older white voters. And Al Sayed this is all from Luce, but we're seeing little hints of this elsewhere in northern Michigan. That's why I'm sort of leaning on Luce here. So it might be a sign of some broader strength for Al Sayed. And I think that's what we could say if we zoom out statewide here with only 22% counted. We see a number of big counties right here where, as I've been telling you, Al Sayed got a running start with that election day vote and got a huge lead. And, in places like Washtenaw, oh, look at this. I mean, he's still, we showed you, Stevens is still just under 33%. She probably wants to be getting into the 40s here. This is a real, even with Stevens ticking up, Al Sayed's, sitting in a good position in a place like Washtenaw County. But we've shown you like Eaton County, where that Stevens number, look, we're up to 84% in Eaton County. The Stevens number is sitting at 45.6%. Let's do our little game again with our benchmarks. Let's check in because earlier it was a little bit of a different story here. 65% was the Whitmer number. We're in that zone of Michigan where Whitmer overperformed. So that's sort of an outlier number, but I put it up there. And then you look to the 2020
All right, 30 seconds.
Sanders
Let's
number
go.
here. It was 52%, okay? Biden number was 52%. And then the Clinton number was 44%. Now, we said Stevens can't use this as a benchmark because the Clinton got such a huge number out of Wayne to offset numbers like this. So Stevens has to be north of 44, getting closer to this. Well, she is north of 44 now. She's at 46, okay? There is still some vote to come out of Eaton County.
Man,
So
he
this
really
number
wants
can
her to
climb
win. I love when you can tell who he
okay?
wants to win.
I think she wants to be getting this, high
Yeah.
40s, across 50, something like that. I think that's what we're seeing in some of these counties. I think we're
All right,
seeing it in
420.
like a place like
Let's go.
Livingston County as well, where we now have 71% of the vote. Again, let's just take a look at these benchmarks. These are establishment candidates here. Whitmer, outlier, 61%. Biden, 52. Clinton, 38. The 38 won't work for Stevens as a benchmark because Clinton overperformed so much relative to her, we think, in Wayne. So again, you're looking more, if you're Stevens, at coming closer to the Biden number. Again, she's north of the Clinton number. She still has vote to come here. She could close in on that Biden number conceivably here. Let's see how that continues to go. I'm seeing her get to the edge maybe the edge of where she needs to be in places like this. I'm not seeing her do that in a big place like Washtenaw. We have very few votes. We just took you through what we got a little bit more now in Macomb since then. We went from 14 to 20%. Seems like it did not get any better for Stevens with what came in, but that might be Election Day vote that came in right there. We have the possibility that there's been higher turnout on Election Day than I think maybe was expected. That would benefit.
Well, you must have had a nice little conniption when you saw that daily pot use overtook fucking daily alcohol use.
El Sayed. So there's a lot here that if you're El Sayed, you're looking at and you're very encouraged by. And there's a lot here if you're Stevens and you're looking at and you're saying, well, maybe with a little bit more here and maybe with a little bit more there. And then I think what it all kind of comes around to is this, Wayne County. Because the Stevens thing is maybe with a little bit more here, and here. And then even with all of that, what would she need? She would need something big out of Wayne, and that really is something big out of Detroit. And we're sitting at 3% right here. We've told you. No mean to,
Excuse me.
I don't want to send anybody away, but 5 a.m., 3 a.m. That's when we had Wayne, all of it, the last two Democratic primaries. But we're going to find out. I think what's happening right now.
Yeah, you're going to find out by the end. Dude, this is what I hate when they call it when it's not going the way that they think that it they wanted it to. So they just are like, well, it's going to go until like 5 a.m. And then the next day they're just like, well, it turns out that it didn't go the way that we were expecting it to. Whoa!
To Detroit. Because there are some things here, if you're Stevens, that have gotten better as the night's going on. There's a lot of things
no,
here
it's
that
not,
are
man.
For Al Sayed.
Hermit, that's the perfect answer right there. No, it's not, man. Chill. Like,
where does
I don't know. Maybe you just need to chill out, man.
Where does Eaton County land? Now we're up to 89% right here, and Stevens is up to 46%. C continues to tick up. Is it at the level she wants to be at here? How much higher does she want to get it? Livingston County, 71%. We've not heard from Ingham County. That's a pretty big one. It's about 4 or 5% of the vote statewide. It's where the state capital is. That's where I think El Sayed is expected to have a very big night. Okay, it's a very liberal area. Saginaw, we're still sitting at 4%. If you're Stevens, Genesee County, you're kind of counting on Genesee County. Flint, counting on doing very well with the black vote. Oakland County, we had that number get knocked down to 67.
Oh shit,
We're still
Syed,
there.
yeah, Syed's up
20,
by fucking 22. Yeah,
we've gone through
22K.
UP. Do we still have anything in?
Got a roasted
very
corn
little in
dog.
Ottawa.
And a hot dog at the park today. Climb up there. All is right.
Okay. So
a roasted corn
they're going to
and
come
a
in
hot
1
dog.
minute. We're going to talk about Wayne County. So what I'm going to do in the minute in between is leave this
both?
up and take some water.
I got a torta upstairs. I have to eat that later. I'll eat it after stream. We're getting to the end. I think I'm gonna wrap at 4:30 here. I mean, he's just sitting here drinking water. I'm just sitting here fucking waiting on it, and then we have, some pretty cool cats waiting on me. Or not waiting on me, but wait, are they rapping?
All right. I
froze for a second.
Go ahead. Oh, you're good. All right. So say I'm gonna bounce out and get some dinner.
No, I'm just wondering if I'm okay.
Oh, you're good. You're perfect. But I'm gonna bounce out, get some dinner. My game is officially.
Steve, we've been keeping tabs on what you're watching and what you're looking for, and you got a lot of interesting stuff coming out of there in
What's
Michigan.
a bit?
Specifically,
you're a bit.
Well, I'll let you tell us.
Well, I'll tell you what we're waiting on, I think, but we got about a quarter of the vote statewide. It's a 6.5-point margin here for Al Sayed over Stevens. We do have, I want to pick up this story. I think we started to tell you a little bit ago, but Eaton County, this is a decent-sized county. It's bedroom communities.
You're not sure if he's doing it better or if he's serious. He's serious.
Here.
Dude, he's done this for over a year now.
How much closer it's been getting here in Eaton
Like,
as
for
the
real.
night's going
Like,
on.
this dude has been following my account. He used to go by
fucking
Oh,
the
shit.
election day vote that got counted
Scoop
fast
Dog.
and put Al Sayed way ahead, and the vote by mail that's been trickling in.
You got to change your name back. Wait. What was it?
And that Stevens number has gone from a place through the course of the night here, and even where you're looking at it initially saying, oh, getting clobbered here, to like,
repentant man. That's repentant man. There you go. You got to go back to that
to have a real chance at this statewide.
Otherwise, then
You're
I can't
seeing that in
repent.
Eaton. You're seeing that
for
to the east
smoking
of
the demon
Lansing
lettuce.
and Livingston, where again that numbers continue to tick up. I think it's got to tick up more for her. Considerably, but there's more vote to come. And it looks like it is
really?
that vote by mail, a lot of that vote by mail that's been so friendly to her.
Oh, that's
and
crazy.
so I think the story that's kind of taking shape here is there's a lot of questions like that on this map. There's a lot of
irony
blanks, on this map right now. Okay, like a place like Genesee County, this is a big one. This is where the city of Flint is. This is one of the higher black population counties in Michigan. One of the key ingredients that Stevens is looking for to have a shot tonight
God
is
damn
to
it.
do
I didn't know that it was actually still possible for him to annoy me.
How does that look? Does that happen?
But
And how does
here
that
we
look
are.
in a place like Genesee County?
That actually annoyed me.
The formula for victory absolutely depends on it. We got nothing there.
Why do you hate pot so much? What did it do to you?
We can really show you right now.
Did you
We
get
don't have
sick?
much in
Did someone
Saginaw
make fun of
either,
you?
where
Did
it's a
someone
bit of
like
the same
fucking get you
story.
in a
The
hot
counties are,
box
you
and
know,
you were
there is a
freaking out?
substantial
Like, what the fuck happened
black
to you?
population there
Why do you
as
hate
well.
it so much? I
All
don't
of
know
these
anybody
sort of
that is like
questions
this
that we're
committed to
seeing here,
hating something.
The way Stevens has done as these votes have evolved have raised the question if she can do this, if
It's
she can do that. If
genuinely weird.
All of that is coming around to if she can answer yes to all those questions, then what she would need on top of everything else out of Wayne County would be big, big numbers. And I think specifically from
No, it's
Detroit,
not actually. The fastest growing drug is actually fentanyl.
where the population is overwhelming.
What the fuck, dude? How do you not know this? Repentant man is going on his bullshit, Natch, and honestly, I've kind of like, I haven't had it. Like, I'm not mad at him. I am just kind of like, wait a minute, what is your fucking beef?
Black. And where we really
You're gonna be in and out of stream. Don't worry about it. I'll be. I mean, I'm going
As a matter
to
of fact, in Wayne,
this
you see
space. Like I
4%
swear,
in,
like
that's
no matter
just
what,
about,
I'll have
12,000
at least like
votes
the last
counted.
half
One
here.
thing we just got in Wayne was an
Worst case, I'll
update
just
from the city
carry
of
it into the evening
Dearborn.
until we get some
Dearborn
actual
is
results.
The first majority Arab American city
Weed is
in
the
the United
safest of all
States.
devices. Yeah,
It's a
it
place
is.
where Al Sayed won huge in 2018. He was losing. He
Oh,
lost the
you're mad
primary
at the
statewide
states
for governor
legalizing
in
it. Oh,
2018
you're
to
just
Gretchen Whitmer,
dumb.
but he
No,
won
okay.
big in
You really
Dearborn.
are just like,
And so
you're the
we just
fun
got
police.
votes
I get it.
From Dearborn, place where we knew
You're like
he was going to do
Sagar.
really well, and those votes are election day
You
votes.
could
That's the
never
type of vote
figure
he's
it
been doing
out. You
particularly
might
well
actually
with.
have
That's
like,
not all of this, but
you
that's
know, an
part of the mix you're
adversity
looking at
to
here. It's
it,
Al
or
Sayed
like you had
friendly.
this thing where you
What
just
we're
couldn't
waiting
handle it,
on
and now
is
you're just like,
what happens in Detroit, specifically with the black vote in Detroit. Because Stevens, again, you're trying to stitch together through this patchwork of partial returns, blank counties, very, very little that's
You've never
close to
smoked it?
complete right
Oh,
now
then
as a
get out of here.
county. You're seeing
Get out of here.
the
Then
hint of
you have
something
absolutely
from Stevens, but there's a lot of conditionals in that. And if they
Nope,
all kind of come to fruition for her outside of Wayne, it would come down to Wayne and to Detroit. And again, I say, like the fact that we're sitting
No,
here
you're
at
definitely, you've never
10
smoked
o'clock
pot, but you
Eastern,
definitely
and
smoked
we got
cock.
4% in Wayne. This is par for the course
Sorry,
for
I
Wayne
had
County.
to.
Yeah.
But and to that point, what I hear you saying is
Not that there's anything
we
wrong
may
with
be
that.
in for
Live your
a
best
fairly
life there,
long
homie.
night, Steve, right? I mean, if that's what it's going to come down to.
I'm saying I'm not sure it's coming down to that yet because she still has a lot of work to do outside of Wayne County. There's been some encouraging numbers here throughout the night. If you're Al Sayed, I'll put this back to the statewide. There have been a lot of encouraging things in these numbers, for Al Sayed. So Stevens has got to establish a bunch of things in places
Low-hanging
that,
fruit,
like that I
Pep.
was just
I
showing
know.
you right there.
Yeah, exactly.
To have
Steve,
it come down to Wayne.
Steve,
Yeah, but someone's got to pick it.
Can you just give us a sense how much of the early vote has been counted?
You ever
yet?
had
Do
a
we
paw, or a prickly pear?
have a sense of that?
Actually, if you give me a second, Adam,
You've ever
do we
had a raw
cumulatively
paw?
have
Come
how
on,
much
God,
early...
beware.
Hey, this is our first appearance
Yeah,
by Adam
25.
Devine, producer extraordinaire. Hey, bud, there he is.
We have about 20% of the vote, early in-person vote that's currently in expected.
The early vote.
Yeah.
But how about the vote by mail?
Oh, the vote by mail, 9%.
Okay.
Right. So there's still, and that's Stevens' friendly vote,
Yes. Well, and when I talked to them today, they were feeling very confident about the early vote.
Only
for
7
all
on the West
reasons,
Coast.
Steve,
Yeah, I know.
that you are laying out there. We will come back to you early and often, Hallie. What's so fascinating is...
Okay.
Uh-oh, DJX is
We have a minute-
engaged.
Okay, so we have.
Oh, no.
Okay, top of the hour. We're going to do another. I'm on this one now. Hi, folks. Top of the hour. We're going to do
top of
another
the hour
update
now
for the news
already.
now, folks. I see one Okay, that's the poll close countdown to Washington. We haven't even mentioned Washington yet. In an hour, the polls are going to close there. The vote by mail, this is a state, it's like Colorado, it's like California. It's largely vote by mail. They get a ton of it counted up ahead of time. They just press send, basically, as the polls close or close to it. So between 11 and 11:30,
You're like a Reefer Madness spot. He is.
A ton of vote.
No, he is. He's literally like, no, he's doing the propaganda from the fucking 1930s.
That's going to happen in an hour.
Just
from now.
100 years almost too late. Like, dude, you're doing propaganda from 90-something years ago.
We've got that.
94 years ago. Holy shit.
I'll look at this one. They're going to come to me in a minute, and what I'm going to do is my producer has put another note together. I'm not going to let you see the notes. Maybe at the end of the night, I'll let you see the notes. But he's put another note for me, and while I read the note, I'm going to drink water, except I don't. Is there any more water in here? We need a little bit more.
He drank all his water. Don't throw the water bottle because you know that could turn into a whole thing, you know, a la Troy Jackson. See, we're total political junkies here that if you understand that joke, you need to go outside and touch grass.
Oh, okay, so we have a few minutes here.
I was going to say it.
Okay.
Set up right there with you.
I'm going to tell him about our note. Is that okay? Sure. All right. The key, this is the thing. It's like Adam is telling me things I'm asking him, and he's looking at things, and I'm looking at things. And I think besides our conversation, we're obviously each thinking in our own heads, what's happening here? Where is this all going? And so that's what the notes are. We're trying to see, like,
water is precious to the corner.
Here's the good news, folks. Maybe it's bad news if we're wrong. We're aligned.
So precious.
We seem to be seeing the same things here. So that was encouraging to get. So we have a couple minutes until the.
Yeah, and we checked in on Luce earlier. We have a couple more full or near full counties that we can look at.
Yeah, let's do that.
If you want to do that.
Yep.
Ionia.
Yep.
And Alcona.
I think we did Alcona.
Okay.
Yeah, what's wrong with that, dude? So much addiction there, dude. Oh my God, you really are just such a loser. You're the biggest loser ever. Like, focus this on like other drugs, sure. You might even have a case, but the fact that you're saying this like you're the gateway, like, oh my God, you're such a freaking loser.
Is there? Oh, there's tissues here.
Gonna be a pothead paradise. I mean, I'm gonna just tell you right now.
No.
I'm living the high life, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It's the only thing that brings fucking, you know, a little bit of that feeling of true, like, you know, euphoria. They deserve all. Yeah, okay. We don't get any scoring though. The thing is, you're the only one here being a loser about this. Like, dude, you understand that you're in your own little world, man. Yeah. You are. Like, you're in your own little world, man.
We got.
You're marching to the beat of your own drum, there, Pally.
And
fucking Duff McKagan over here.
Friend, the benchmarks that did not go away. So what do we got in Ionia County for benchmarks? Okay, again, we're using progressive lane. We're using the establishment lane right here. This was 60 for Whitmer. Again, this is that outlier zone for Whitmer where she did so well.
Come on.
It was 52 was the Biden 2020 number, and 34 was the Clinton 16 number. And we've said, you know, in this part of the state where the Whitmer
you have
number
to wait and wait for results. It's okay.
Again, it's just the home field advantage for her.
It's actually good.
So dismiss the Whitmer number. We're looking at two benchmarks, Clinton 16 and Biden 20. And we keep saying the Clinton 16 one, it's going to be really low.
The dude has a bigger addiction to being a dipshit on your stream than most potheads do with weed.
Even if Stevens gets the kinds of numbers
I mean, he watches
might get out of Detroit,
much.
she's not going to do in Wayne County.
Dude, I got fucking people that love me that don't even watch me this
Dearborn
much.
Heights, places like that. So it means the Stevens number tonight, the benchmark, can't be down here. It's got to be closer to here. How close? That's an art, not a science right now. But look at this. It's
BRB
really
pothead
close.
break.
She's landed in this county 14 points north of Hillary Clinton and only 4 points south of Joe Biden. And remember, when Joe Biden got 52% of the vote in Ionia County, he wasn't barely winning Michigan. I mean,
wait,
he won
Alex
Michigan
is done?
big because it was a divided field, but his percent, he got 53% statewide, right? So he got a majority with a little bit of a pad, getting 52% out of here. And here's Stevens running at 48%. So that's a, if you're her and you said at the start of the night, 48% in a place like Ionia County, I'm not sure what exactly their benchmarks are, but
What
it's got to
up?
be close
Oh,
to that.
holy shit. SU
And
Scotty,
that's
how
what-
you doing?
So that's why when I'm looking like nearby,
How
at
have you
Eaton
been?
County, that's why I've been, you know,
been a
what we say
minute.
is that Stevens number, it's already close. Is it going to land in Eaton County, kind of where we just showed you in Ionia County? Is it going to land, oh, I see Ingham. Is it going to land in Livingston like that? I say she has to do a lot. Those are the things, what she just did in Ionia, can she replicate it in play? Here we go. Ingham County. This is Lansing. Now, okay, this is 13% of the vote in Ingham. Is this vote by, what are we looking at here?
It's a broad base of vote mode. I'm trying to look if it's from a particular municipality, but I haven't quite nailed that down yet.
Okay, so Ingham, I mean, and we're going to check in on the congressional race in a second because this is key to that congressional race in the 7th District. And I haven't been meaning to give those congressional races short shrift here, but Ingham County, again, this is, okay, Gretchen Whitmer was the county prosecutor in Ingham County. So when I said she had the home field advantage, she really had it there. So as our benchmarks go for Stevens, Whitmer got 63, but put an X through it. That's her home county. Okay, realistically, though, when I say this is like a very liberal county, the number that Joe Biden got out of Ingham was 45. Number that Hillary Clinton got was 43.
Why with the Hillary
And Adam's
Clinton
trying
shit
to
does he
figure out
keep
what
doing
type of
that?
vote we're looking at, but the number
Stoned as
Stevens is
fuck. I was
starting
trying to
at
turn
here
off the captions
is
on YouTube,
40.
then I realized it was on your
It
stream.
doesn't look like it was from Lansing. It looks like it was from some of the
Yeah,
perimeter
I'm keeping him on.
townships, and maybe Mason as well.
And
Here,
a
I'll turn him
mix
off.
of vote type.
This is not really helping.
Okay, so, what are we talking about? Sorry. Okay, we're doing a Michigan hit. And how long?
Ween Chris's.
Okay, folks, we're going to do another
Hello.
Michigan hit in a minute.
We do have another vote.
Ween
update out of
Crisis.
Oakland as
Ah,
well.
there you go.
We got another
I got it.
11,000
I
votes
figured it out.
there.
Yeah.
Hi.
Stevens
On
wins
the
this
stream.
most recent batch, 51
Also,
to 46.
SU Scotty. Dude, how
Okay,
the fuck
again,
you
this
been?
continues to be
I haven't
like a
seen you in
mix,
chat
huh?
for a
I
long
think this
time.
continues to be a mix. We have a little bit less transparency into what's going on in Oakland.
Got a few of those
in our
today.
system here, so it's a
Got
little
some
bit
people
rougher.
cycling back. I appreciate
Okay,
that.
so we're going to
We are
go
in
do this
crisis.
hit here
Yeah,
in a second.
we
I'll
are.
stop talking, but we're now inching up,
Definitely
past
in
the quarter
crisis.
of the vote. Stevens has got this down to six. You've seen the statewide margin 8, 7,
Well,
6.5.
now
It's
I'm
at 6
in
right now.
a
Again,
weird
there's
position
a lot of
where-
blank space on this map.
Oh, it's Bandit.
We did get a
You
little
need.
Genesee,
Oh,
but
well.
a little. County
Number one, how are you, man? I hope you've been doing well.
clerks, municipal clerks in Michigan. If you want to be like nationally famous, report out
But
a ton
welcome
of
back,
vote, and I
man.
will-
It's
I
good to
will
have
make
you in
a
chat.
Star for the next time.
Always
I
miss
need
you.
a county to give us
Also,
a ton of vote. All right, here we
Ween
go.
Crisis. It's an interesting name. Am I saying it right? Well, hop on.
Platter, a little
There we go.
Kornacki at the big board.
How's my wife? She's doing good.
Joined by,
We can say she's cancer free right now. She
It's only 10 o'clock.
yeah, she's healing.
Speaking of Kornacki.
Oakland County. Let's talk about it because I think we just got some new numbers in from there, pal.
But yeah,
we did just get
surgery.
a little bit more in Oakland. I can show you. Remember, it was at
Yeah.
67% expected
It got
vote in.
done,
It's
but
now ticked up to
not the results we were hoping for.
Excuse me, to 71% here.
Fortunately,
Stevens
there's a
continues
perforation.
To lead here, a 2-point margin, a little bit more than 2 points over Al Sayed. Again, this continues to be a mix of different vote types. So it's in terms of the trajectory here in Oakland of who's on course. Is Stevens on course? Is Al Sayed on course?
Thank you for asking,
to do
though, man.
better
I
in
really
the remaining
appreciate that.
quarter or so of the vote. It's a little bit tough to discern. That's what we're sort of trying to figure out right now. But this Stevens margin, remember when we first got that
Figuring
big
out
initial
all the
batch, which
fun
included
stuff with everything
a lot of vote by mail,
post-surgery.
it did
It
also
happened again.
include, and I didn't emphasize this enough at the time, it did include a lot of election day vote as well. So it was a little bit more of a mixed bag, and Stevens has maintained that small advantage he had over Al Sayed there as Oakland has continued to come in. Again, just statewide, what this looks like here, an advantage there of now it's just under 6 points. That the margin between Al Sayed and Stevens, too, statewide, has been ticking down a little bit lower. It was 8, it was 7, it was 6.5, it was 6. It's 5.9
Stand bonus. Let's
right
go.
now when you're looking at this. And
Thank
part of
you.
that really is she has been in a lot of these
Oh
counties
shit!
posting
Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Holy
some
shit!
very big numbers as the full picture has started to come in. A lot of counties gave us election day vote right away. And it gave Al Sayed a really running start in this thing. And then what's been coming in much more slowly and in trickles in a lot of cases has been more vote by mail, which again has been overwhelming for Stevens.
All right,
So I'll give you an example here. It's a relatively small county here, about 40 miles outside Lansing, Ionia County. But this is now
Joshua Messer.
I think we updated our expected vote there.
Boy, wow! I took a big swing and I whiffed. Our decision desk. This was. We thought this was complete.
Oh, yeah,
we thought we had 100% vote here, and our decision desk has updated it. So I will pause the thought right there.
That's not your fault, Steve. That's not on you. That's not on you. That's okay. Is there anything interesting happening in some of these other smaller rural counties, Steve, that we should be tracking?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's interesting if you
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs,
I've been
man.
drawing the line here, basically saying north of Saginaw. And there's not much here in the way of population centers. But the key in this area, is that the establishment candidate here, you would expect would be getting 60% plus of the vote in these places. Al Sayed, when he ran for governor in that 2018 Democratic primary against Gretchen Whitmer, really had some low numbers in northern Michigan, in the UP. We do have a completed county up here. It's very, very small. But Luce County in the Upper Peninsula, we think all the vote is in. And this is one where, Stevens is going to win it. But this is a good number up here for Al Sayed. Okay, a place he got like 12% of the vote.
You're streaming.
Here
Hello, just checking in on your election coverage. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Mid-40s
yeah,
here.
I mean,
this is a place where I think Stevens. Again, if she whiffs in Luce County, it's no big deal. It's very, very small. But if, as these other counties, as we start to get completed results in these other counties in northern Michigan, if this is the pattern, underwhelming Stevens victories, much stronger performances for Abdul El Sayed than he had in 2018, those do start to add up, and they could signal broader kind of demographic strength for El Sayed that extends outside the region. I say that because when you're talking about small-town northern Michigan and the UP, you are talking about a lot of blue-collar, older, white voters. And if that's a demographic in any way that he's overperformed with, who's to say it doesn't extend outside of this? So again, I don't want to make too much, maybe I already have, out of one county in the UP, but we've seen a number of
out of the UP. You understand that the UP has like a fucking county up there that has like 300 people?
Right? I've been saying north of
dude,
Saginaw.
don't get too excited.
These are a lot of partial results.
What are
These
you
are
doing?
not completed counties.
Go Abdul.
But you
Hell
are
yeah,
seeing
survive. How
hints
are
in
you?
some of these counties that maybe what's
So
happening
you got a new
in Luce
profile
County
picture.
is broader.
All right, Steve Kornacki, we'll be checking back with you in a second. Thank
Hope
you,
you
pal.
are
Appreciate
doing
you being there
well.
for us, walking us through all of it.
Man.
Okay, so we went through Ionia, and do
Should
we
be
have
fun.
any other completed counties or newly? I see we're up to 28%. We are getting some more stuff.
No,
Yeah,
I
do you have anything big
appreciate
that
you
just
guys
came?
spend the night
What do we
here.
got?
Yeah, it looks like Alex already left.
Is the closest.
No, there's like 18
I mean, I guess I could go play in the sandbox
Is the one
still.
that's closest to, to all
wrapping
in
up
there.
though.
Okay,
like,
but it is okay. Keweenaw, though, this is summer vacation land, right? It's tiny, it's UP, but it is. I mean, just as tiny as it is the same story as Luce.
I feel bad, but I really,
instead
I
of
don't
being
know.
like a 60% Stevens place, Al Sayed might win.
I think I explained it
Okay.
pretty well, where it's just like I just got that thing where I just didn't really feel like socializing.
Out of Ottawa County.
This is
and we got
fine.
4,000 votes out of Oakland as well.
Like the difference between like when you're texting with somebody and you're like you're vibing and you're having a good old chat, and then somebody calls you in the middle of it. You're like, oh come on,
whatever it was,
don't call me, you're ruining it.
Yes, she wins that 54-43.
Thank you, Survive. I appreciate
Can you tell me,
the floating heart.
Oakland, do we have what we think are completed municipalities? That might be the way to tackle this.
Yeah, I'll take a look into that.
Because that would be our answer to where this is gonna, what direction this is going. If this is going in a direction where that remaining quarter is gonna push the Stevens number north, or is gonna be beneficial to Al Sayed, or is gonna be
I was about to say, let's see.
Which is a critical question.
Yeah, this
we
is.
got some
I
Adam
mean, this
said
is literally
in
the
Ottawa
critical
County.
question. This
Again,
will kind of like show
Western
us like,
Michigan,
do we have a
right
chance or not?
outside Grand Rapids. Holland would be the big community here. This was an area, pardon me, actually where Whitmer didn't do that well in 2018. Al Sayed actually had some strength out here. Again, one of the reasons there's a lot of young people who have moved into Western Michigan. There's a younger population here, and younger is translated into strength for Al Sayed. Again, a quarter of the vote in Ottawa County, but just to give you a sense of it, using the benchmarks that we have been applying everywhere tonight. If you look at Ottawa County, it was 48%. I say Whitmer got, oh my gosh. I have to remember when I selected the pen and when I haven't. The pen is selected. Okay. Whitmer got 48 in Ottawa County, right? Remember, she got 52 statewide, so it's one of the places where she didn't get a majority of the vote. Biden got 51 here.
Own race.
And then, Clinton, again, as we saw in so many places, the bottom just
Having
fell
me
out
today.
from 34.
Good friend of mine.
So Stevens running at 40, but
we're sitting there
this
chatting
is a
on
textbook example
Facebook
of what I've been talking about in other
Messenger,
counties,
and then
right?
all of a sudden he calls
40
me
in
like,
Ottawa is like a disaster for Stevens, if that's where this lands tonight, okay? But what we've seen in these other counties around Lansing and some of these other places,
and
that
don't
are
mind,
filling
like
in,
I do
as the
love
vote
having
has
a good
come in,
conversation. It's
there's
just
been a lot of vote by mail that's come in late. It's been very favorable to her. Her numbers continued ticking up. So if another way of looking at this is, with a quarter of the vote in, is this her starting point? Is she starting at 40 in Ottawa County, and could she then tick her way up to 48 to around 50% of the vote?
But
I
why
think
does
that's
he keep
probably about
focusing
what
on
she needs to
Haley?
get out of a place like this tonight. And we've seen that
Like he
happening
keeps doing
in
it.
some other counties.
He's bad at
So
this.
that's as
He's
as
bad
Ottawa
at
starts to
showing
come
his
in,
bias
that's what
because
we're
he
kinda gonna be
doesn't
looking
then
for.
go
Grand
to
Rapids,
Abdul and go,
Kent.
okay, well, let's
we got
apply this
18%
math
of
to
the vote
his
out of
numbers.
Kent in,
That
like,
would mean that he's
6
almost
minutes,
at
I think,
60%, and that means
8
that this
o'clock.
is a
It's
wash.
10:15, we're at 24%.
Like, are you just trying to keep us
You guys
here,
wanna see
or
we've
what's
been at
up?
89. We're getting close to complete in these places. That's why I'm showing them. Livingston's ticked up to 78. Stevens is sitting there basically close to 46%. Ingham County, we've ticked up to 15%. Stevens is running at 40. I did want to check in. Ingham is very significant in this
He's got money on this?
primary here.
That'd be
Yeah,
fucked up.
Okay. Let's take a closer look
People
now, 'cause
unfortunately always call
what's
me
been
when I'm
happening with
away from the
Stevens,
phone.
You can see has a spillover effect to this
Nothing's worse than when you play phone
primary.
tag with a friend,
think
and then you're both at that point where you're just like, then when you call back, they're at the point of being busy. Oh, I hate
Hey,
that
folks,
so
much. We got a call we're going to share with you.
Kornacki's on the poly market. I mean,
Ingham.
you think he's slow rolling us? I don't know. I mean, he did say top of the hour, so 10
Okay,
o'clock.
folks, there is going to be another News Now hit. I don't know if you can hear the show or anything, but that's what I'm.
Yeah. I'm worried about the Wisconsin governor's race. Me too, because I think that Francesca Hong, as much as we are thinking that she's a very strong candidate, unfortunately is a beatable candidate in Wisconsin. And people who are ignoring that are totally fooling themselves. I'm sorry. Like, you have to remember that this isn't New York. This isn't the Mamdani thing. Like, unfortunately, you're gonna see a purple state there. But I hope that the youth turnout does happen. I hope that the Supreme Court this shit, because they did it with the Supreme Court and Elon Musk's money. So,
but 7th District, just as that.
You're bad at ending the call. It always seems to drag.
Favored.
We just call that a Midwest goodbye.
Sorry.
Ain't gonna win. Not in Wis. Well, they already did. I'm just saying, they already did. Like, this is something that he's like, I might as well go check. Cindy Holscher. So, no DSA candidate there.
Okay, folks. I'm sorry, folks. They wanted to talk about the result in the Kansas Democratic primary. We've called Cindy Holscher the winner of the Democratic primary here. So it's going to be Cindy Holscher, the Democrat, against Ty Masterson, the Republican. Again, this is a term-limited Democrat. This will be the Trump-endorsed candidate. The candidate of Governor Laura Kelly loses. Okay, she had not endorsed the. Let's go back to Michigan. That's where we want to be. Okay,
let's go back to Michigan.
7,
yeah, because that's what everybody's here for, man.
In the Senate race there, okay, in that Senate primary, where you've seen Stevens in. Are we?
Can't just concede to Syed.
Back to Steve
What are you talking
Kornacki
about?
at the big board on what just happened in Kansas. Cindy Holscher will be the Democratic nominee for governor. Steve, how did it happen?
Yeah, I mean, take a look. A very close race here. By the way, Kansas is very quick at counting their vote. We got more than three-quarter in. Holscher now opening up a very healthy advantage there over Corson. I think one place to take a look right here, in Johnson County, because Johnson County is more than a third of the vote statewide for Democrats in this primary. Okay, you're right outside Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas City, Kansas for that matter. Rapid, explosive growth here. There's like 650,000 people. And all three of these candidates, Holscher, a state senator, Corson, a state senator, Kurt Skoog, the mayor of Overland Park, all three of them from Johnson County. So in some ways, to me, the question tonight was going to be, is this a Johnson County primary? One of the winners, they got to decide from three of their favorite sons, favorite daughters. Johnson County ends up going for Holscher here. Wins this by about a 4,000 vote margin. You can see she also posts a win here of a similar margin. This is Kansas City, Kansas right here. She did extremely well here. Douglas County, where the University of Kansas is. Shawnee County, where the state capital Topeka is. Still vote to come right there. But these are the big population centers here. Really big numbers for her down in Wichita, where Sedgwick County is. And so she did, as the night goes on, pull away from Corson. And so you have that dynamic. And the Republican side, Ty Masterson, endorsed by Trump. This is the story we've seen in so many Republican primaries. Trump endorses. Trump gets his candidate in Kansas. On the Democratic side, I think you said, Laura Kelly, Democratic governor, sided with Corson in this, does not get her candidate.
Which is so interesting because she has gangbusters popularity in the state of Kansas. I mean, I think she's one of the top 10, most popular, like highest approval rating governors in the country, and had thrown that weight behind Ethan Corson, who was very happy to talk about that when he was on the campaign trail. The other piece of this too, Kansas hasn't elected a Democratic senator, I think, since the 30s, but it is one of 5 states that is represented by a Democratic governor that in a state that Donald Trump ended up winning, Steve. So there does seem to be some interesting dynamics at play. I feel like if the theme of the night is you can't paint with a broad brush, right? Like this maybe is part and parcel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think one thing we've seen is gubernatorial races can kind of defy the tribalization, polarization of national politics much more than federal races can. Races for the U.S. House, races for the Senate. So you'll see a state like Kansas that's a reliably red state in a presidential election have circumstances where it will elect a Democratic governor. You'll see a state like Massachusetts, not too long ago, one of the most Democratic in the country. Charlie Baker was a 2-term Republican governor from 2014 to 2022. Vermont, does it get more Democratic than Vermont? Currently has a Republican governor who's running for re-election. So I think you get a little bit more of that sort of ticket splitting is not a thing we see that much at the national federal level. You do still see it a little bit under some circumstances at the gubernatorial level.
So, Steve, obviously, the big race we're watching, we have to go back to it in Michigan. Any
Virginia.
update you
Forgot
can give
Virginia
us
was today, too.
on the Al Sayed Stevens race we were just talking
Red
about
Scare still
with
works.
Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, who talked about, Steve, the fact that tomorrow, whoever wins, if we have results by tomorrow.
No, because the thing is, Francesca Hong is very good at breaking down the DSA platform in a way that's not so scary.
But what are we seeing so far tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to dive right back in here because in the last couple minutes, the vote here has ticked up. It's coming in slowly. It is coming in. We were at about a quarter of the vote. Now we're getting close to 30%. One thing, very big picture that we're seeing, it continues to happen here.
She's still 5 points down.
I mean, that sort of bottom line number against El Sayed, it continues to tick down. 58, 45, 6. It's now 5.2. We said 8. We said 7, 6.5, 6, and inside of 5. Now we're getting down close to so this continues to shrink here. There is still a lot to come here.
No, it's definitely shrinking, but I don't think like in the way that Kornacki's wanting.
Look, I'll see some of these for the
if
first
I'm going to be
myself.
honest.
I just want to see. We started to get vote in Lansing State Capitol, big Democratic bastion. This is a place where Al Sayed wants to do very well tonight. I think he sort of depends on it. Livingston County next door. I will say, to Grand Rapids, I
don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm just checking these kind of for the first time here myself. Genesee County, Saginaw County, so not a ton more in those places. The story really has been, though, that there was a bit of a mirage early, I think, in that the Election Day vote in some places got reported out very quickly and huge for Al Sayed, and in a much longer process in not all. We haven't seen this in all counties. But we've seen this in a fair number of counties now where Stevens has chipped away at that early advantage that El Sayed has had and has given herself numbers, Eaton County. She's getting close here to a number that I think coming into the night she would have wanted to have. It didn't start out that way. That's the same story next door here in Livingston County. We're looking for other counties on the map we can measure where we've got this much vote in. There aren't many counties right now where you're looking at 75, 80, 90, 95% of the vote in. We showed you last time there is some evidence, some limited, in northern Michigan in the rural parts that Al Sayed might be outperforming there too. So that becomes a factor, maybe a bit around the edges, but it certainly could become a big factor.
Is this only for Michigan or multiple
notable
states?
to me.
Multiple states.
I think there were
But they're
some
mostly
initial
focusing on Michigan because it's the most important.
That suggested at the
real.
start of the night, this could be a runaway for Al Sayed. I think it's come back around a bit the other way. The question is, how far back around is it going to come? And I think what we just need, we say Wayne, 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 that's true. But what we really need right now is some substantial counties to get to basically 100%. Because so
I'm
much
confident
of
in
what we're
America's
doing right
ability
now
to be
is,
racist
she's
enough
doing
to
good
like
with this
hung
vote, he's
purely
doing
on
good with that
the
type of vote. If it does this, if it does that. When I can see a couple of these actually get to 100%,
Think, oh, she'll
I
be
think
a good-
it'll
she'll
clear
be-
up
oh.
fast before we get to Wayne.
All right. Well, we are on pins and needles. Steve Kornacki,
We got
thank
more
you
vote out of
so
Detroit.
much. We
That
appreciate it.
pre-process
Wait, we got
absentee
more
just
vote
came
out
in.
of Detroit.
I'm sorry. Yes, we
that pre-process absentee just came in out of Detroit. It's another 45,000 votes.
Okay. This is the vote by mail in Detroit.
Yep.
This is all of Wayne County. This isn't just Detroit that you're looking at. But if you were seeing this before, Al Sayed had a narrow lead with a very scant number of votes counted in Wayne. We've now added the vote by mail for the city of Detroit. And Adam, what were the margins on that?
Yeah, Stevens gets 74, Al Sayed gets 22.
Wow. Okay, now. That's a very, very big number for her.
Hey, thanks for the $5 super chat. Oh, thank you.
I wanted to
What
see
we
your
now
bar
need
hit
to see
$100.
is the second piece
Thanks
of it.
for the
This
daily
is like a
coverage.
boxing match.
I appreciate that, man.
She just took her best punch. Now Al
at
Sayed's going to
that.
take his best swing with the election day vote.
Right.
How does it look compared to that? But I think one thing that's interesting that we've been looking at as these votes have been coming in, one model we've kind of had in our minds here is that gubernatorial primary in 2018 when Gretchen Whitmer won. Al Sayed was sort of a distant second, but Whitmer only got 52% statewide in that primary, okay, as the lone establishment candidate against two progressive challengers, Al Sayed and one other. And so we've been using the Whitmer number in a lot of these counties as sort of maybe a rough benchmark of where Stevens wants to be tonight. And the interesting thing is Whitmer really struggled in Wayne County. She lost Detroit. She actually came in second place in Detroit. She got 36% of the vote in Detroit. She got 44% overall in Wayne County. And again, I keep saying how big Wayne is, 20% of the vote.
So wait, are they already prepared to call it for fucking
this was
Stevens with 21% in Wayne County?
To the chances Stevens has tonight is getting a substantially better number out of Detroit
Margin's
and by
closer now,
extension out of Wayne County than Gretchen Whitmer did in 2018. This is consistent with that. The question now is, as you start to get that election day vote, how much is Al Sayed able to offset that?
So then, can I ask you this, Steve? And I don't want to. I'm reliably told by our source in the room at the Stevens camp that they are literally hanging on your every word as we speak. So just, know the audience here. What is the number that Al Sayed's camp is going to want to see for that and that Stevens's camp is going to say? In other words, what is the ballpark that we should be looking for when that comes in?
Well, I mean, I think you use the Whitmer. I said the city of the. I'm sorry, did we just get a little bit more? It just changed. What did we just get?
Yeah, we got another 3,000 votes.
Do we know from?
I don't know from where.
Okay, so again, Wayne is not just Detroit, so that might be what just happened there. We said Detroit in that 2018 primary, it was 38% went for Sri Tanadar.
If he was ever a math teacher, he definitely has teacher vibe. I'll give him that.
Went for Gretchen Whitmer, okay, and 26% went for Al Sayed. So and now the number that that Whitmer got out of Wayne, the Wayne County number for Whitmer was 44%. Was 44%. So I think if you're Stevens, right, you want to try to move that number close to 50% out of Wayne. So you want this, you want this 36 number to be over 50. You want to be winning Detroit. You want to be winning Detroit by a very substantial margin tonight.
So, Steve, just to reset, what's the statewide look like? Just remind us where we are statewide with this new vote coming in.
That knocked, now take a look at this. Now we're over a third of the vote statewide. That was a big batch right there. And again, this has been the shrinking margin. That is now 3.1 that separates Stevens from Al Sayed. This has, I think, starting at about 16, 17% of the vote. We were looking at Al Sayed by 8. Every update since, almost without fail, this has ticked a little closer. It just ticked. Now it just ticked down to 3.
Looks like more people than you were annoyed with him always saying Stevens.
During our last update, we got a bunch of Kent. Nothing meaningful in just in the last 10 seconds there.
Okay, but we did get a lot of Kent.
Yes.
Now, this must be election
It was
day.
so bad they had to call into the studio.
Now, do we think we have how much of the election day vote do we think we have in Kent? This becomes a key question. This is where Grand Rapids is. This is a big piece of the puzzle.
About 60% of election day, according to our current tracker.
We have about 60% of the election day, and how much of the vote by mail do we think we have?
44%.
Okay, so there is more. Now we we got to run a few numbers on this, but
I mean, Grand Rapids is interesting because I think that Stevens was there
Al Sayed just got a bunch of votes.
Do I have that right? Yesterday and today. I mean,
other establishment wing candidates have been able to get
my
here.
God.
And again, Whitmer only got 52%.
Yeah, I just realized that I was about 20 seconds behind.
Sanders got 53% statewide in 2020, and he got like 49% statewide in 2016. Clinton and Sanders both got like 49% in 2016. So mid-40s, low mid-40s for those candidates, high 30s even for Clinton, got them right to the kind of cusp of a majority. So Stevens at 30%. That's, and again, Grand Rapids, what is it? This is fast growing and it's young. So much of the Al Sayed support correlates with age. This is one of the younger median
They
ages.
all sound so disappointed.
So it's true next door as well. In Ottawa County, one of the younger median ages you're going to find in the state is right here. So it's part of the reason why we expected that to be a big number for him. And in fact, I just want to check in because it occurs to me, speaking of young voters, do we have more? We don't have. Washtenaw County is another one here where, again, we thought would be one of the best for Al Sayed tonight. And again, where I think Stevens knows she's going to lose, but wants to be getting closer to something, 40 here or something.
Yeah.
It's one of those. So that's what I'm saying when I said to bring it around to Detroit for Stevens, she's got to do a bunch of other things. And those are the kinds of warning signs that exist on this map. Kent County is a clear warning sign for her. Washtenaw, maybe. There is a thing in Washtenaw where typically, at least in the last few elections, the last thing they've reported out, or one of the last things they've reported out, is specifically vote by mail from the city of Ann Arbor.
I wonder what Fox is
where the
doing right
University of
now.
Michigan is.
Let's check.
Is that so there could be a batch late in Washtenaw that's useful to Stevens. Something to keep in mind when you see her number right there.
Oh, shit,
but,
that's right.
Washtenaw, that's low for her if it were to hold in that area. Kent's low for her if it were to hold in that area. And maybe some indications, in those rural areas where you need them collectively, where she may not be. That's preliminary, but she may be lower than she wanted to be there as well. So there's when I say there's encouraging signs in this statewide for Al Sayed, it's that. And as a matter of fact, that update in Kent County I think was so significant in that we say the shrinking margin, right? Now it's going a tick the other way. Remember, it got down to 3.0. Now you're looking at 3.4. I think what happened in Kent County has a lot to do with that. So, a little bit more now. Now we're getting closer to 40% of the vote in, and Al Sayed leading 3.4 statewide.
All right, Steve Kornacki, fascinating. It is coming in fast and furious. And this is a real race.
My brain is still. It's.
I know.
It's fascinating.
It's
fascinating.
And Adam, the voice of God, was just incredible.
Adam
was just incredible. Steve, we're going to get back to you very soon. We're going to just unpack everything we learned quickly here at the table.
Where do we stand in terms of being close to completed counties? Anything, any size?
He's like, we need completed counts here. I'm getting tired.
Charlevoix looks like it's complete.
He's like, come on, give me something here.
That's our only new one.
Well, okay. This is a little. Let's just dwell on this for a second.
We just got another in Kent, another update.
Okay, let's go there.
I was looking at the Kent update. We were asking about the mail vote. It does look like it's mostly come from Grand Rapids right now. Okay. Not from Wyoming, not from Kentwood, not from some of the surrounding places. There's a scattering throughout the county, but it's primarily from Grand Rapids.
That's vitally important. So the possibility, again, those are real. If you extrapolate them, those are real low numbers for Stevens. But that was the question: are they skewed that vote by mail to the city of Grand Rapids, where that's going to
Are
be
you
as
kidding me?
bad
They
as it
can't
gets
afford
over
an
there
intern like that
in
anymore.
Kent County, and it looks like the vote by mail is. So the possibility that vote by mail, the complexion of that vote by mail could change dramatically, that possibility is there. Again, for Stevens, it has to be there because she's got to get that
with
number.
51% coming in,
at 30%. We'll just go through right now anything close to complete, because anything close to complete, we don't have the questions of this type, that type, this, we could just give you the benchmark and how it did. So with that context, here's Charlevoix. Now, Charlevoix, I keep saying, older, middle, working class white. This is sort of the exception. This area here.
Why is that area the exception?
The northwestern part of the Lower Peninsula is sort of the exception. Charlevoix, you have
because it's so small. Is that why? Because it's literally land.
Beautiful.
Do you realize all those great counties are just a whole bunch of land?
Been to this area, to downtown Charlevoix, at least in the summer. I like the winter. Not everybody does. But anyway, look, El Sayed's going to win Charlevoix. Okay. Yeah. Again, the demographic here is this is not just white working class. This is you got liberal, progressive, some money here too. Some of that, but as a in terms of benchmarks here, right? Whitmer, 64% of the vote in Charlevoix County in 2018. Biden got 54%, right? And then Clinton got buried here. She got 37% in 2016. And yet we continue to say, I'm giving you the Clinton number, but the Clinton number is always going to be, almost always going to be the low one.
Trump loves pedos. Yes, he does, Rain City.
Really
yes, he does.
Completely made up for it.
Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here. Please consider subscribing and join our community.
These become the more applicable
DSA
benchmarks for her, and she's running south.
Let's go.
She's running 20 points south of Whitmer, 10 of the Biden.
They're already calling it a Abdul Al-Sayed victory party.
We saw it. We're seeing it in Charlevoix. Any other near completed in the northern part? Alcona, we saw it in Alcona, didn't we?
Yes. Watch out with that water. Misaki, Delta.
Mississauga, Delta. We did we do Delta? Yeah, Delta we showed. Yeah.
Delta, yeah, and they're still not even complete.
Hey, bro, I found who Mark's copied from.
I'm saying UP. Is there any, Northern Michigan, is there any just other close to complete counties?
Cass, we're at 85, but that's about it.
Cass, we're at 85. Did we go through this one yet? Okay, I think we might have, but he
insinuated that area wasn't progressive or liberal. Kind of cast some shade on those turns as he said them.
Yep. Than me. I know we touched Cass. I don't know if we did the benchmarks. We're not complete yet. Stevens leads this thing.
A Green Beret named Matt Murphy. Oh.
Right now, 47-44.
Oh, so now all they have to do is just be like, who's Matt Murphy?
At 85%. Whitmer got 60 here. Okay, 63 was the Biden number here.
Thank you for doing that.
And 48 was the Clinton 16 number, right? You're not. We keep talking about that zone of overperformance for Whitmer. We're not in that anymore. Okay, you're getting South Bend, Indiana, almost more of a Chicago influence. This part of Michigan here, southwestern Michigan. So you're away from Lansing here, and Stevens is running at 47.
You insinuating about that motherfucker?
There, close to 60 or so, realistically. Question being,
Chicago
is what's left vote by mail?
In Cass specifically, yeah. Let me take a look.
That's
what it looks like.
Vote by mail, and roughly how many vote by mail ballots do you think it is?
1,400.
1,400.
Say that's not very cool.
If she went nuts,
make
with
it sound like
we're
some kind of problem.
Well, that would be interesting. Let's play that out. 1,400. God. What's she winning the vote by mail by?
Pulling it up.
Okay.
Chi-Town.
She is currently winning it by 59-28.
So there's a lot of McMorrow here.
What's that?
McMorrow's picking up. Well, yeah, McMorrow's picking up like 13.
13%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, the vote by mail people would have cast this before. Okay, so 31-point margin. Okay. 140. So that would net out to about an additional 420. It's a 31-point margin for an additional 420 vote margin. So it would be a margin of about 500. If she wins it by 500 votes. And what's the expected vote in Cass County?
The expected. Well, this is where we see a little bit of imbalance because our estimated remaining mail vote is 1,400. Overall, it looks like 600. So, I think there's some reconciliation.
Wait, say what looks like 600?
That 84% that you see there expects 600 more votes for the county.
Oh, I see.
In our per mode estimates, it's a higher number.
Right. It expects 600. So this might be okay. Let's play the game here.
Yeah.
This is very risky, but let's live on the edge. Let's take the expected vote and use. Let's say there are 1,400 votes left. What would that bring the expected vote to?
That would. I'm assuming this doesn't include. Then it would probably be 1,400 votes because I don't see other.
No, I mean the total. We've got 25. We got about 2,800 in right now. What would the total expected vote be? So you're saying
this is really getting a little spicy with each other.
We'd be at 4,200.
Yep.
Okay.
It's kind of funny. Like once they start throwing math at each other, you can like genuinely hear them get like annoyed.
Points. She win by 500 votes, I should say, right? So 4,200, 38, 37, 80. So 2140. 2140 into 4,200. So if that were all to be, she would land at about 51%. Stevens would land at 51%. So look, we're going with the highest remaining vote number here, which we're not even sure is. Sorry, decision desk. But we're going with the highest one, and we're extrapolating 59-28 Stevens for the remaining 31-point margin. And what would that do if that were to happen? Oh, shoot, it would get her to 51%, right? And you just saw it, right? The Whitmer-Biden numbers were in the low 60s. So even with a boost here, that's what we just saw elsewhere, too. I forgot to count it. Charlevoix, 10 points south of what I think a realistic benchmark is. Anywhere else big coming in or close to 100?
Yeah, another one that looks complete, Mecosta County, just
home of Big Rapids,
95% in.
Oh, and this is a college town. Ferris State University is here. Okay, let's talk Mecosta. Stevens wins it, 51-45. Let's go to our trusty benchmarks. Okay. Give me a second. Okay, Whitmer 63. She just did really well in this part of the state. Whitmer got a 63 here. Biden only got 50.
Okay.
And Clinton got 39. One thing that's interesting, I don't know, right? This Whitmer primary in 2018 was in the summer, right? These two primaries were during the academic year. Ferris State. Did that make this more progressive friendly versus the Whitmer number? I don't know. Whitmer was also doing really well. So again, if we really zoom in on the Biden and Whitmer numbers, it's 50 and 63. Here, Stevens hits just a point north of, but she does hit the Biden number. So she does hit the Biden number. So this is not a bad number here for Stevens. It's just if she's missing it elsewhere. If she misses it in other counties,
this is so weird that Midas is already calling a victory party for fucking Abdul Al-Sayed.
And so in that context,
why is this taking so long on their end to call it?
The opportunity to do our benchmarks, 64, right? Whitmer cleaned up. She got 64. Biden up here got 60. Clinton, again, she got, crushed up here. 45 is what she got. And there's Stevens landing at 58. But it is a little bit, It's not to the extent we've seen elsewhere, but it still lands south of that Biden and that Whitmer number. Again, small county. What else we got and again, I don't want to lose track of the statewide. We've ticked up a little bit more. We're at 38%. It's a 3.1 point margin, Al-Sayed over Stevens. Has there been anything from a significant, county of size that's come in the last couple minutes?
Yeah, we just got another 2,000 votes out of Kent. It looks like it's more mail update and probably from one of these outside Grand Rapids.
Sounds like it's going to be for Abdul Al-Sayed.
Numbers.
Yeah.
But Stevens does win this batch 49.5 to 44.
Oh, really?
Jeez. So even outside of
Okay,
Grand
never mind.
Rapids.
Got that one wrong.
Her vote, the vote by mail, she only wins it by 5.
Yeah.
Right. And it does. How many rough votes was that?
They're trying to push it until there's no possible chance at all.
20 to 22,000 vote by mail counted, and it ticked her to 31.6. Okay, again, there is still a long way from here to 100, though, right? So
it sounds like it.
Can she engineer something where she gets up to 40 plus, which I think she probably has to do? I'm looking at Oakland. We do have some more Oakland. Oh, do we have completed Oakland municipalities? I think that might be the most useful thing we can do right now.
I don't have that for you right now. I will continue to work on that. I think we got a little distracted, but I'll get back to it.
Go ahead and do that, because shout if you have any completed Oakland municipality, because I'm sorry I got distracted in Mecosta. No offense to Mecosta, but that's going to be hugely significant. Okay, do we have more? Do we have more Ingham County here? We do have more Ingham coming in. Al Sayed now opening up again, this is Lansing, state capital. We knew this was going to be a big place for Al Sayed. Needs to be. More vote does come in there, and that does likely.
I'll scream in a bad way.
Election day vote, just because it was so clearly pro.
This is why I don't go based on vibes with elections, guys.
Might have ticked him up statewide, but what that also does is that affects the 7th district congressional race. Yeah. Okay.
This is kind of what happened with Kat, where people were just shocked that she could actually
Lawrence
lose.
Could kind of hold his own outside of Ingham County, right? It was expected. This is where he's going to really hit pay dirt in Ingham County.
Man, it's like Xander Hall looking at the counties at 1 a.m. being like, well, Biden won these counties, looking at to the race last time.
Separated himself a little bit here.
Xander Hall is also, what, 21? And I'll give him the credit that at least he even tried to do that.
Looks like he's going to win
even if he failed.
Okay. Then, we don't have anything to get from Clinton County.
Actually, dude, I need to hit him up.
Now, here, Lawrence is likely, this is the most kind of rural. It's small in terms of its share of this district. It's kind of the most rural, getting away from Lansing. And so Lawrence, running third right here, although not getting blown out. And again, it's not like one of these two candidates has separated where they can build a big margin over Lawrence that'll help them catch him district-wide. Then go down to Livingston County. And again, same dynamic as you just saw in Eaton County. Go over to Oakland County. This sliver of Oakland is like 5% of the district. Brink is ahead here, 5/6 of the vote counted. But that is, I would say, everything I just took you through is Lawrence holding his own. And that was the name of the game for his campaign. Hold their own and then do this. There it is. Look at this. A third of the vote and this is the big one. Almost half the vote in the district comes out of this county. And look what Lawrence is doing there. And still divided opposition, just much smaller slice of the pie for them to divide up. And so what that does district-wide, with half the vote in, I'm going to zoom in on this. I know I'm like losing it. Okay, with half the vote in, Lawrence is back up double digits here with still a ton of vote to come from Ingham County. So this is, okay, we said in a way this was a version of the Senate primary, okay? At least the Senate primary as it originally was playing out. The Senate primary originally, Democratic primary, was playing out as a three-way race, right? McMorrow was in the race, Stevens was in the race, and then you had Al Sayed. Now, McMorrow got out of that race.
Snoring.
But the question about Al Sayed was, can he win this primary? And then, interestingly, this would be a left-wing candidate trying to win in a red state. And the story in this district was, could the left-wing candidate, right, win the three-way primary and then try to win in a red district? Trump won this by a point, right? 2020, Biden won this by a point. Currently represented by and unopposed in tonight's Republican primary, Tom Barrett. Barrett won the seat in 2024. Alyssa Slotkin had held it, left it to run for the Senate, and Tom Barrett picked up the seat in 2024. So this is going to be, if Lawrence does indeed hold on here and win this, no check mark yet, but if he does indeed hold on and win this, this is going to be a congressional district level test of everything that's being talked about statewide with Al Sayed. Lawrence, again, this is a guy who created the Sunrise Movement, far left platform, endorsed by Bernie Sanders, checks off a lot of those same boxes that Al Sayed does. And so this is going to be potential. I say, let's wait for a check mark, but if it does become that, this is a district-wide test of that. And I think one of the interesting things in this race is when initially the field kind of took shape here, national Democrats were very excited about Brink. Brink coming in as the former ambassador to Ukraine, bringing those credentials. They were excited about her. And then Mazda also got in the race with a similar, sort of ideological profile to Brink. And
this is what, 100,000 people?
If senator now, used to be the representative of this district, endorsed
how big is
Mazda.
the district?
And I think there was a lot of head
District 7,
scratching
Michigan.
among Democrats in the in the area and nationally about why she did that, because I think a lot of them looked at this and said, did that help a candidate who was only going to split the vote with another candidate?
700,000 people.
Thereby allowing the third candidate, the left-wing candidate, to have the progressive lane all to himself and be able to. Is that what has happened here? So that was kind of the dynamic that was playing out beneath the surface a bit.
That
in
ain't
this
great
race.
numbers
And again,
as far
just
as like
look,
turnout.
Almost all the vote is in, 42, but small. 3/4 of the vote. These are the 46% of the vote here, about 20% of the vote right here. But we only got 1/3 of the vote from the county that accounts for half the district. Okay, enough on that one. 13. Sri Tanadar, we got 1/4 of the vote, right? Detroit, this is, remember, former DSA, left, renounced the group, current DSA, endorsed by the DSA, trying to get revenge on Tanadar. Overwhelmingly Democratic district. Now Tanadar.
Yeah, Tanadar, but he was a DSA candidate. What did he do?
A big part of what you're seeing right here is what we talked about in the Senate race. Vote by mail, city of Detroit. And Tanadar, that has powered him. Remember, he was losing in the early vote that we got in. He clearly has done well with that vote by mail in Detroit, has taken the lead here. But remember what we say, the same day vote has favored the insurgent candidates. If that's what you consider McKinney here, DSA challenging an incumbent member of Congress who's being targeted by the DSA, then that election day vote is looking awfully juicy if you're McKinney and the DSA folks right now in this district. Okay. The 11th district here, well, we now have a call. State Senator Jeremy Moss is going to win this primary. We didn't get to talk too much about it. Aisha Faruqi was running, again, was sort of on the left, the candidate of the left in this race. Moss,
so
big issue in this race had been Israel.
Out.
Moss aligning himself sort of on the pro-Israel side. And NBC News, 3/4 of the vote has been counted. Moss has been declared the victor here. Taking a look next door here in the 10th district, right? Again, this is the seat. The Republicans here are going to nominate Michael Bouchard, who was endorsed by Trump. This is the district that was represented by John James, who's giving up the seat to run for governor. Christina Hines had the most money in this race, and she is with 1/3 of the vote. I want to just see where it's coming from here, right? The Oakland part of the district, right? This is Grimel's.
So DSA is not technically a faction of the Democratic Party as much as people think. DSA, this is why they're like so adamant about disowning them. It is essentially MAGA for Democrats, where it's the more extreme wing, but because it's more extreme, it tends to actually like attract some people that want to, some people that do identify as communists, but they want to hide their power level, like.
Much more vote to come in Macomb,
and just some people that are even Democrats that are just so sick of the status quo. So like this is why it is growing so quickly in momentum, because they're just like, wait a minute. So you're telling me I don't have to vote independent, I don't have to go Green Party, I can vote with these candidates that are anti-establishment and they will piss off the current establishment that's there, like Hakeem Jeffries. Sign me up.
That reminds me that if we're talking John James, we ought to check in.
No, this is how MAGA won, dude.
Gubernatorial primaries. Democratic side, no surprise here. The Secretary of State, Jocelyn
the Dems
Benson,
kind
will be the
of
Democratic
are
nominee. She wins that
on the
primary
back foot
easily.
now.
Republican primary has been called now. I am sorry we didn't give this one more attention. We just the Senate race
it's perfectly fine there, Steve.
I'll stop making excuses. I'm sorry we didn't give this one more attention. John James, though, does decisively end up defeating Perry Johnson in this primary, 1/3 of the vote. But it's a clear, I mean, we'll just show you, I think we were seeing this earlier, nothing in Wayne, but the margins that James was getting in the population centers of Southeast Michigan here, were pretty consistent. There's Livingston on the Republican side is a lot bigger than it is on the Democratic side. A lot of those exurban voters,
a lot of red areas in Michigan.
They tend to be much more Republican. Washington. So again, this is a pretty thorough victory here for John James. There'd been a lot of talk.
A lot of cornfields and a lot of fields out there
going after him. It got to be a pretty heated campaign in the end. So we will see. John
James.
You got to
get to like the north of the glove, and then you got to get up towards like the tip there, and then you got some lefties.
He will now try.
Everyone else is kind of right-wingy
against Jocelyn Benson this November. And by the way, one thing certainly that the James people are hoping for, the Republicans are hoping for in Lansing. They believe that one of the ways to win back the State House is if the Democrats in the Senate race nominate Al Sayed. Remember, Mike Rogers will be the Republican candidate in that Senate race. The Republicans trying to win back the governorship believe a Democratic ticket that features Al Sayed would have a trickle-down effect, or would have an effect across the ballot, I should say, that would give them, that would enhance their chances of winning the government. It would keep people away from the Democratic column. It would sort of have an effect on the entire Democratic ticket. That's the theory. We'll see what ends up if it ends up happening. But that's one thing the James folks are certainly thinking about as they, like the rest of us, watch the remaining vote coming in here in Michigan. Now at 40%, and I'm seeing it's 3.1 is the margin, 17,000 to vote difference. I don't want to interrupt you on Oakland, but did anything come in meaningful here in the last?
Yeah, I think we're complete in Mackinac. You want to take a look at there.
It's the resort, ever gone to no cars allowed on Mackinac Island, the Grand Hotel. So it's sort of like, look, this is, we won't spend too much time. Mackinac Island, and then you're into the UP, into sort of a more, rural blue-collar area. So Stevens is going to win this 49-45. I think this was actually a place where Whitmer struggled didn't do that well in 2018, but I may be wrong on that. Whitmer actually is a part-time resident of Mackinac County. The governor has a summer residence on Mackinac Island, so she can they fly the flag when she's there. She got 57% of the vote here. Biden in 2020.
I'll say Michigan, the urban Michigan, a little harsher than in Chicago.
Biden got 55, right? We keep using the Clinton one, but it's not necessarily operative here. 57, 55. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not huge by itself, but we keep seeing smaller counties, places like this, where Stevens is, she's not hitting those previous establishment wing marks.
I think we got another municipality in Oakland County.
Yeah,
we got another 10,000 votes. Stevens wins it 57-38.
So okay, Stevens won. We got a municipality. Which municipality?
I'm still trying to work on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think it was a completed one, or I don't want to interrupt the work here. I apologize. I'm trying to put you on the spot. I just want to understand that.
Yeah. No. I mean, I generally think that's kind of how they are reporting in Oakland, and that's why I say that. And we're seeing a mix of mail and election day in this most recent update. And so I think it's I think it's from a municipality.
We think we got a municipality. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to belabor it, but we think we got a municipality.
Let's see.
How did it break?
In this space.
You said it broke for Stevens.
Yes.
Okay, we don't know. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, full disclosure. These are the municipalities of Oakland County. We've got the 2018. We've got our benchmarks here. So that's why I'm excited to get a completed, meaty municipality in Oakland or two. Because, I mean, I say the rest of the vote, we're at 80% now. There's not a ton to come.
More extreme is really not extreme at all. No.
50, 47.
This is why I try to shut people up there. Just like, well, we want to bring, we need to bring communism and we need to bring Maoism, but the isms, I'm sick of it. Like, because when people hear that shit, that is immediately a thought killer. And I'm telling you right now, I know it's unpopular, but
trying, kind of estimates here. But the one
that's the shit that why are we so gung ho to use tactics that we know have been tried and true in scaring Americans for the last 40 fucking years? Since I was a little kid, Red Scare tactics have been there. Like, scary communism. But then you have too many people that are just like, we can't change this.
Michigan.
Why?
Is it 10? Polls are closing in Washington.
Why? Why can't you call it fucking Star Trek utopianism or whatever the fuck? God, I've had this argument way too many times.
41%. Syed El-Sayed.
The bottom line is, I want to win. I want those ideas to win.
I just want to show folks.
But God damn it, if people don't get in their own way where they just don't listen, where it's like, hey, you understand that you kind of fuck yourself on this a lot?
Remember, these are top two.
How many times have I gone on about like the abolish the police argument where it's just like, you guys understand that you really fucked yourself on that?
What's going to happen is the counties in these districts are going to come in.
Because boomers have been the same since the 80s.
From these counties.
I mean, that's fair.
The rest of it,
I will give you that.
Slow trickle that can take through the night. It can
take Reaganomics definitely had its impact.
It's a lot like California, Colorado. But where are we going to be looking tonight? For instance, the 3rd District. This is one, obviously, that's going to have a lot of attention this November. Marie Perez, the Democratic incumbent here.
You know why we haven't nuked each other into oblivion? It's bad for business.
Expected to be.
You know what's good for business? Keeping people desperate and keeping us on the bottom rung so we keep buying their cheap shit.
Republican candidate who
And
comes
keep
through this
eating
top
them?
2 primary. Other candidates here.
They want to
The
put us into a
context
recession so they have some fucking soldiers.
here, Trump district. Perez represents a district
Trust me,
that's
man.
won by Donald
That's where they're
Trump.
going with this.
He won it in 24. He won it in 20. The thing we're looking for tonight.
No, I've lived through this. The thing is, I lived through Bush, and people think it's so different than living through Trump. It's really not that different.
Not who's going to advance to the general
The
election.
only
but
difference,
is
the
there
true
some kind of a
difference is
readout
you don't
here
have Dick
on the
Cheney running
relative
shit.
strength
You
of the
actually
two-
have
of the two
a
candidates
moron in
and the
Trump
two
running
parties,
shit.
right? It's more than just Democrats.
You got
Republicans.
Stephen Miller,
Every
who
party's
wants to
on
be
here.
a Dick Cheney,
Can
but
we
the
see
thing
that
is, Trump is
two-party
so
vote that
stubborn that he won't let
really know
anybody
for
overpower
sure
him.
The full vote for a couple days till all the results come in. But do we get a feel
That's
for
honestly
like, is there an
our one
advantage to
saving
one
grace,
side or the other here?
is that he's so
we can
dumb
talk
and
about
stubborn.
That, the significance of that as the numbers come in. Here, the Republican incumbent Dan Newhouse not running for re-election, overwhelmingly
I'll be
Republican
honest.
district.
Right there is why I didn't want to, why I kind of backed out of going on the panel. It's because I knew I would let that go. And that will cause a fight over in a panel situation like that, especially when everybody's so hopeful for the DSA and so hopeful for all this stuff. Like when Cory Bush lost, I would have been the only person on there to be like, I kind of saw that coming.
We would expect the Republican to win here. The question is which one. The 5th district, Spokane, based here. Over what most of the vote comes from Spokane. The interesting thing in this race is the incumbent's Michael Baumgartner. This is a reach target for Democrats this November. Trump won it by 11
Well, I think
points.
Spokane actually might have
Conrad
a
ran
little bit
against
of
Baumgartner
a
last
problem
time.
with voter
This is one of
turnout
those- You're
tonight.
seeing this in some key Senate races. Okay, this is an independent who's kind of running on a lot of Democratic themes.
Did I say socialism?
If he gets to the general election,
You said communism. Oh, my bad.
we're going to Michigan. That's them talking to me when I do that.
Very different. Yeah, no, it is. Sorry, I didn't read that comment. I hate to admit it. No, the problem is I'm getting proven right a lot, even in this cycle right here.
Okay.
Where it's just like, oh, dude, Abdul doesn't have, like, he didn't have it in the bag the way that we thought. Now, Francesca Hong, yes, I think she does. Because specifically, you have a lot of Republicans that are banking on her losing. And this, like I keep trying to tell you guys, this is the problem with not having close primaries. Like, I never thought that I would turn a corner on this, where now I actually applaud Chicago for having close primaries.
About that 7th
Or
congressional
Chicago,
district race,
Illinois.
and there it
Keep
is.
doing
This
that.
is sort of a microcosm in a way of the dynamics we've been talking about in the Senate race, where Lawrence, the very progressive, candidate here of the left, is going to win this, has won this primary, and the context is Trump won the district. This is a swing district that Trump won. Lawrence, a candidate of the left, will be the Democratic nominee against Tom Barrett, who was elected in 2024 in this district. So the question we've been asking statewide of if Al Sayed wins the Democratic primary, what would that mean in terms of a swing state that Donald Trump won and the implications for Senate control? Well, we're seeing this now. We're going to see this at the House level in the same state, because this 7th district, around Lansing and then Livingston County, they're getting closer to Detroit. You are going to see a candidate very much part of that left-wing insurgency who's won this primary in a Trump district.
So what about
You think people, the thing is, not really.
big Senate race there?
Yeah, you got normies who think socialism is communism because they don't know any better. Like, legit, they don't know basic civics.
So we're up to 44%. And
They don't
you see
understand
Al
what
Sayed's lead
socialism
now
is in their
has
own
moved
lives.
Up to close to 4 points, meaning, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I think we just got a big batch from somewhere in the last.
Yeah, we just got 7,000 votes from Macomb.
We got more Macomb. Okay, so let's go over to Macomb County, and this must have been Election Day vote that we got out of Macomb.
Yeah.
This was Al Sayed.
One of my friends went to
Election Day
school there.
Yeah, he wins that one a little bit. There was also a Kent update that he won a little bit more.
Okay, let's go through both of those. So Macomb County, again, big suburban county, more blue-collar suburban county, north of Detroit here. One of those places that Stevens needs to be winning tonight. The vote that's come in, I believe, is the update that just came in was Election Day vote, was very friendly to Al Sayed. So Stevens is going to need to do significantly better with what's left here. I do think there's a fair amount of vote by mail that's left here. Adam can check on that. But in the meantime, we had set this up before. what was going on in Kent County, where we are now up. This is Grand Rapids area. We're now up to 2/3 of the vote in Kent. And you can see, if you remember before when you checked in, Stevens was running at about 30. She's moved up to 32. We said there was a lot of vote by mail to come. Two things about that. When you last checked in, she was actually losing the vote by mail. And we said that's catastrophic for her. That vote by mail that we were looking at the last time you checked in was from the city of Grand Rapids. So that's as friendly an area within Kent as Al Sayed's going to have. So what happened was we've gotten more vote by mail from outside Grand Rapids, and Stevens has been winning it, although not by landslide margins, okay? Because Al Sayed, we showed you, he's winning Election Day votes by landslide margins. So what it's meant is that as more vote has been counted here, it's been Stevens friendly. It's not been that Stevens friendly. She's been able to move up 2 points here, okay? But again, we said in a county like this, she wants to be in the 40s. Right?
See Liquid Stan. Yes, he is very liquid right now. He's snoring up a storm.
There are still some votes to come here.
Selling logs back there.
Vote by mail right now that we're seeing, at least right now, is not trending necessarily as pro Stevens as we've seen in some other places, and as she would need to reach that number. So that's Kent, and again in Macomb, her numbers right now a bit low right there. Did we find out what that was? But Adam is still working on it. Okay. So again, what that means statewide, 44%. Just checking in, 3.5. We did. Again, this means we did get another update that just was favorable to Stevens. Where was that from?
That was from Oakland County. That was another 7,000 votes.
Okay, yeah. So now Oakland, what's been happening here is a lot of this we've seen now is coming in. It's sort of one municipality at a time that's reporting out. That's what you're seeing, and you're getting all types of vote, kind of all at once. And now this is two or three municipalities in a row that have reported out here that have been friendly to Stevens. So Stevens' margin now, remember it's been sitting at about 2 points in this county. Now it's ticked up to 4 points with these last two that have come in.
Shit.
So again, that's 5/6 of the vote in Oakland County. Now a 4-point advantage for Stevens. And we said she wants to be in the 50s here, in this county. It's a must-win county for her, certainly, but also a county where...
So the question is, if Stevens wins, do people actually vote for her?
To have some degree of a pad
because
here.
I see her having the same problem that, Kamala had.
To 4 points. Can she move that? Can she move that further? We're trying to figure out what the remaining municipalities are there, and if there's the opportunity for her to do that. Because again, what that did statewide was when you came to me, it had gone up to 4 for Al Sayed. That Oakland update knocks it down to 3.5. And anything else big, significant in the last couple minutes?
No.
Those are the most recent.
I feel really bad. I had a follow-up question for you, but my mouth was stuffed full of fruit snacks, and I wasn't able to speak. So I'm sorry about that, Steve. But you covered it handily.
Get some water. You covered it all. We're going to come back to you in just a few minutes.
Appreciate you. Steve was talking about Michigan 7, and this is such a...
She does have the ability to actually show emotions instead of...
I want to check two things.
Stiff upper lip.
Let me...
We are getting our first results out of Washington, if you want to take a look over there. And yes, we can go through some Oakland if you want to look at those.
Yeah, we have some Oakland municipalities.
Yeah, so maybe Bloomfield Township is one I think may be complete.
Okay.
I have Stevens getting 58% in Bloomfield Township.
Okay.
I mean, I'm seeing on Twitter that they're already, like, the establishment's panicking over the election results.
58-39 in Bloomfield Township. We think it's complete.
Yeah. Yes.
And okay, Stevens 58-39. The number in Bloomfield Township, there's about 45,000 people here. Okay, so that's bigger than some of these counties that we've been showing you, okay? So
dude, that's
Bloomfield Township, 50.
That's literally my block.
58-39 is the Stevens number. The number for Whitmer in 2018 was 56.
45,000 people.
So Stevens is 2 points north
like,
of
damn,
Whitmer
dude.
In this,
This is the thing that people don't understand about cities, and it really drives me nuts. They just don't understand how we cohabitate.
Pretty good-sized township in
damn, dude.
We're talking about Oakland
just
County
can't.
right here. Okay, right. Remember, 16% of the vote statewide.
And then they
coming out
vote
of here.
against having
Here's a
apartment
township of about
blocks.
45,000 people. And Stevens is.
How does that work? Because we just had a situation like this where one of the towns near where I grew up, they just voted against affordable housing.
Was 44.
So they had a plan to build. It was like I think it was close to like 20 like actual fucking affordable apartment complexes, and they fucking just nixed it.
Okay, I am. Full disclosure, I am looking for it.
You know what's really fucked
What
up?
else do you have,
Retirement community.
Ferndale, right?
No
now,
problem.
Now, this is super progressive. Yeah,
it is super progressive. I have Stevens getting 22% there, and El Sayed.
This is definitely tight. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Ferndale is like a famous liberal enclave here in
you watch me more than some of my fucking like the people
Oakland
that
County,
actually
and
love my
El Sayed,
show. That is crazy to me. What the hell?
Electoral primary, Whitmer. I'm sorry.
Farmington Hills, Troy. Like we're still waiting.
Yeah,
for
Troy, Rochester Hills.
Some of these places that are, bigger municipalities, substantial vote. So we'll see what's.
Do we have Rochester Hills? Like any indication there?
Rochester Hills, I currently have at.
You love laughing at potheads?
33%.
That's all right, man. You can laugh at me. It's all good.
We're missing vote.
You think I'm funny?
Okay, I'm almost sure that's
even
early,
by accident. I guess I'll take it.
57% was never there. Rochester Hills got 80.
Sad part is I wouldn't know the difference.
It's over in that in that other congressional district.
We have a few more completed counties.
You're just scared because let's put it this way.
We also made a.
You do come here a lot, so there's something
Wexford.
about me that you
Yeah,
like.
our friends up in Wexford.
Where's the goober chatter? He's over on Twitch.
I'm close. Where is it's one of these right up here, isn't it? Excuse me. Oh, okay. Wexford. We started this one. We were at 10%. What do we got?
Completed county.
Yep.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm waiting for you. Okay. I'm lost in my own head there. 60% was the Whitmer number here. 53 was the Biden number. 33 was the Clinton number. So she lands just a little bit south of it right there. What I want to figure out here.
7.9 out of 10.
A quarter of the vote in Wayne County. Has anything else come in from Detroit?
We've been getting a couple more batches out of Wayne County. I'm trying to see maybe the latest from Detroit.
All right, let's check Twitter.
And I want to, keep going. I want to find something on here.
In my current tally, I have about 10,000.
Why do I do this to myself? Because I'm a masochist. That's why.
You have 10,000
Or
election
just
day. How are they
theatrics.
breaking?
54 for
Bandit, I missed
Stevens,
you.
43 for El Sayed.
Thanks for being here tonight, man.
So, okay, hold on. And we had the vote by mail went 76-22.
72-23.
We had that initial batch. I thought it was 70. Okay, but
yeah, maybe
Kyle Blomquist lost.
wading into some different sourcing territory, and maybe some of the votes are uneven here.
Okay, but we think we got the vote by mail for Detroit.
Conservative talk
We
show
got that
host Chris Stigl
pre-process
has won the
absentee
Missouri
mail
Republican
vote.
primary.
Could be additional mail vote that gets
Bush
reported
lost.
in.
Okay, I am just it's on this destroyed paper. That's why I'm looking through my phone right here. I have a Detroit number I'm trying to get, and so if you bear with me, let me.
How are we looking statewide? Not great.
I want to. Is this it?
It's within the margin of error right now, and that's
Hang
not
on a
great.
second. Give me a second. How many?
No, Jolly Green Giant. What? No.
Here's what I'm trying to figure out.
I am not sponsored by them in any capacity.
What is the expected vote in Wayne County right now?
The total expected vote is 304.
I hate typing on my phone lately. Me too. My new,
304 is
like the new
Wayne
keyboard
County
is
expected
almost
vote.
like unusable.
Okay. And I'm trying to just. Oh, for goodness sake. Click the wrong thing. Bear with me, folks. I'm sorry. I had this on a piece of paper that was destroyed in an unfortunate accident here. 304. Okay, so that's.
They say Mike Rogers beats Abdul Al-Sayed, loses to Haley Stevens in Michigan poll conducted
this is
today.
Great television, folks. I know, but I just need to. I need to redo this math that I had done before I came here. 93. Okay, how many votes? Jesus. How many votes total are counted in Detroit right now?
By municipality, this is where it gets a little bit more difficult because I don't know exactly, if our what you see in the board is synced up with the county or synced up with what's seeing in other sources, but maybe 57,000.
Okay, okay. Here's the thing. The city of Detroit on its website has a real-time count.
And what do they have?
They've got 39, 54, 54, 8, 54, 9, 47.
I don't know why I'm so captivated with him just doing math.
They have 57,000 votes.
Like, fuck it. Let him do his thing.
They have 57,000 votes in, and they have Stevens overall leading in Detroit 69% to 27%. Okay? They have 69-27 right now. They do it by vote method. Okay. I'm just looking at this myself. 40 absentee election day, pre-process, absentee election, yeah. Yeah, 57-87 is what they're at. So if Stevens is able to win Detroit, right? She's leading it by 40 points right now, and there's a fair amount.
6%.
There is much more pre-processed absentee. She's winning it, but not as much. So she won't win it by 40. She wins this thing. Let's say she were to get.
Well, I guess the benefit would be that in their own polling, I guess she would beat the Republican.
Yeah, I mean, if she could net,
I don't know anymore.
What, 30,000 votes out of Detroit?
I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of it. It's all work. 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 I'm telling you, it's all fucking work. This is what happens when money interests like get to just play whatever fucking game they want to.
What's happening in Detroit, where she is, we see it. She's crushing it in the absentee, the vote by mail. She is leading in the election day vote. So again, that speaks to the Al-Sayed does better with election day vote. But we said, Stevens does so well in the polling, and it looks like this is happening in the actual election itself with black voters, in Detroit, 3/4 of the population. So even though Al-Sayed's doing better, even though the election day vote is sort of his bread and butter there, he's still losing it right now to her. He's just not losing it by as much as he's losing the absentee vote by. So the idea of a landslide for Stevens in Detroit that could net her something like 30,000, a plurality, of something like 30,000 votes, statewide, she's trailing by 25,000 right now, okay? And so in Wayne County, you got 1/4 of the vote that's in. There's still a ton of election day vote.
By the way, guys, if you haven't liked the stream, please do.
So what are we doing right now?
Save big money at Menards.
Okay.
Beat you to it.
Was there a call in Michigan 13?
What's up, Vampire Gracie?
Okay, they just want to go to it. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So
Make sure y'all share the stream, like the stream, double tap the screen, all that stuff.
And sorry, I'm going through that. What we said about this coming all around to Detroit and to, Stevens' ability to get a big number out
I think
of there.
that's my epic thought, though, because there are ways around that.
What I'm
what if
trying
everybody
to get
did
out
the toilets?
through in my head right now,
people in there
we're going to do a hit, and then we're
did it
going
at once.
I think this is becoming the question.
We'll get done in 5 to 10 minutes.
How many votes do we think are going to come out of Detroit? What share of the vote do we think Stevens is going to get? Because she's going to win it. Okay, the question is, what's the margin she's going to win it by, and what plurality is that going to translate into? Because, and then that just comes into play, all of these individual counties that we've been going through, places where there are places where she falls short of that Biden-Whitmer benchmark. There's some places where she goes a little bit ahead of it. There's some outstanding, we're trying to figure out where they're going to land in Grand Rapids. She's at 33% with 71% in right now. The wiggle room that she has, okay, when we use that Whitmer benchmark, is Wayne County. Okay, because look at Stevens is leading in Wayne County by 20. They're coming to me. We'll go through this. The wiggle room, what? Okay, sorry, folks. I'm navigating with the control room and the. Adam, can you try to find out what we expect for the total vote out of Detroit?
Yeah.
Why did you say that's so shady?
We are back, keeping a close eye on that
Butch Goober
critical
left, yeah.
Michigan Senate primary on the Democratic side. You're looking at both campaign headquarters here for Abdul El-Sayed, Haley Stevens as well. There's a lot of action, except we can't see it because it's happening as the votes are being tallied, and we don't know what those results are yet. We are dying to know. We're going to be checking in with Steve Kornacki throughout the night. He is joining us now from the big board. Talk us through it, Steve. Let's start with, where we are statewide in Michigan, I got a flag. Welker is going to be joining us in a second. If you saw an empty seat, she's here. She's walking into the studio. I don't want you to think she left us. I just wanted to flag that. Steve, take it away.
Hey, Carrie.
Yeah, I mean,
Carrie
look,
Firefly, how you doing?
Statewide in the Democratic primary, we're at half the
They're
vote
so
right
scared.
now. In that margin,
Who's scared of
which
what?
is a little bit more just ticked in right there. 3.5 points for El-Sayed over Stevens. I'll tell you what we're trying to figure out right now is how many votes we expect out of the city of Detroit and what kind of plurality we think that Haley Stevens can get out of that. Because the numbers from Stevens out of Detroit so far for her have been really good. And I'm just looking at it right now. It's a frustrating thing. We can't show you in the board, unfortunately. We can show you the county, but not within the county. In Detroit right now, Stevens is getting 69% of the vote, and El-Sayed is getting 27% of the vote, okay? So that translates right now into a plurality of nearly 25,000 votes.
The dudes that are
for
ringing the
Stevens,
papers.
And there are a lot of votes still to come here, okay?
I'm not sure if he's scared as much as
the vote by mail is doing some heavy lifting.
we thought that,
we
were thinking that earlier. He's already
Stevens. The election day vote, though, that has been counted so far, she's winning.
Thinking that
Not by
Haley
any
should
kind of
win.
margin, that
So
she's
he should
getting
be
the vote by
happy
mail
right
by,
now.
but she is winning it. And so we're trying to get a handle here on what
If that
we
were the
expect
case.
the final vote to be out of Detroit and what kind of plurality that could ultimately be for Stevens, right? Because right now she's trailing 27,000 statewide. But if she's romping in Detroit, if that's what ends up happening, okay, and this is a place where I should back up a second. We keep talking about the election day vote powering El-Sayed. This is the one place where, it's not going to help Stevens like the election, like the early vote is, but she's
Is
doing
Haley
I think,
gonna
so
win?
well with the
She
black
could.
vote that she may be able to do good still with the election day vote there and really get a margin out of Detroit, okay? And could that margin, right, how much, could that margin eat into this? What El-Sayed is leading, by statewide right now. Other things that we're looking at, other big sort of places that we're looking right now that loom as key, Genesee County, where Flint is. This is a pretty big piece of real estate. About 4% of the vote statewide is going to come out of here. This has, outside of Wayne, this has the second largest concentration of black voters in Michigan. So again, what we're telling you in Detroit, it applies not quite as dramatically, but it applies to Flint and to Genesee County, and we're just kind of getting started there with the vote. 23% that's in Saginaw County here. Again, there's a substantial, not as much as Flint, certainly not as much as Detroit, but there is a meaningful black population there, especially in a Democratic primary. Quarter of the vote, Stevens there leading, by a double-digit margin. Opportunities for Stevens in these places to post pluralities that could really eat into what you're seeing from Al Sayed right there. We're also trying to get a handle on what we've been showing you in a place like Grand Rapids, Kent County, where Al Sayed got huge numbers out of the city of Grand Rapids. That included the vote by mail in Grand Rapids, and where the rest of the county and vote by mail is kind of trickling in. Her number's sitting at 33%, with 71%. That's got to go up for her. But if the variable in this, I think, really is what she can get out of Detroit and what Wayne ends up looking like
that's
at
so
the
annoying.
end of this. And I just say that because
I see what he's doing.
Pull it back up there. This is
what he's doing. This is him
like,
doing the whole.
County
This is him
looks
doing
right
the
now.
whole
Detroit and
hopium
everything
thing.
else that's been counted so far, and you can see
He's
the
very
advantage she's
transparent
getting
about
there.
this.
And to put that in some context, right? We keep talking about this Gretchen Whitmer when she was elected in 2018 in the Democratic, when she won the Democratic primary in 2018, she got 44% of the vote in Wayne, right? And you see where Stevens is running with that right now. And again, Wayne is, I keep, go blue.
By the
in
way,
face
guys,
saying,
if you're just
it's
joining us,
1/5
please
the
hit
vote
the like button.
statewide. So that kind of a difference when we're using Whitmer as,
Sub to the
as
channel
kind
if
of
you
a
have
benchmark
not
here for
already.
Stevens, and we're saying she's hitting it in this county. She's close in this
Hope
county.
you like the vibe.
She's just, maybe Kent, she's not so much. We'll see. But if you're getting anything like this, right, in a county where Whitmer did that, that makes that as they say at the horse track, that forgives a lot of sins. And so that's.
Oh, he loves some gambling. He loves his gambling. Oh shit! I actually think he does have money on this. Oh, I would not be surprised. Oh, that's not problematic at all.
If a bunch of other things could kind of connect for Stevens and come into focus, it really could come down to Wayne, and it really could come down to Detroit. And I'm looking at this and seeing that opportunity for her.
So, Steve, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but based on how much we have out of Wayne right now, what do you think it looks like in terms of when you will have enough to have an even clearer picture?
That's the thing I know least because Wayne's full of surprises.
Explains why they can't afford it.
And full of disappointments, right, in terms of the timing. Again, what's in my mind, 2024 Democratic primary, 5 a.m. 20.
We're just,
okay.
Steve.
Okay, that's a good reality.
But I will tell you, though, the general election in 24, a more complicated election, they got done by 3. So maybe,
Is it? Can I ask you about the statewide number? If we can go back to statewide really quickly. Is it interesting to you that Mallory McMorrow, the numbers that she has is about, earlier I think it was more than the gap
just enough to be an
Abdul
upset.
Assad and Haley Stevens.
Yeah, it's right there. 46-4, 49-9, it's 3-5, and it's 3-7.
She's right there.
And a lot of where that's coming from is,
You think you're a night owl? Hell yeah.
Folks who
I'm not.
voted early, I think, and we see her getting some double. We just
I'm
county where she's getting double
guess
digits in the vote
I
by
can
mail.
hang.
Yeah. We also have put up a graphic, I think we did it a couple minutes ago, but of incumbents who are facing primary challenges. And there's an outstanding one in Michigan in the 13th district. Can you take us there, Steve? This is Shri Tanadar, obviously the incumbent here up against Donovan McKinney. Again, establishment versus progressive. This is that graphic. Also an age story, I think a generational story. I think Tanadar is 71.
Would I trade
McKinney's
Trump
34.
for 4 more years of Big W?
That's also a story of let's wait on Wayne County, right?
Big W.
Yeah, Wayne and Detroit. And so what you see is, remember, we got that big batch
Who's
of
Big
vote
W?
by mail in Detroit that Stevens did so well in the Senate race. It helped
Biden?
Tanadar,
Now,
the
I don't
embattled
know who you're
incumbent
talking
here,
about, man.
Who in the initial
I don't
votes
know.
that had come in this district was trailing. That vote by mail batch from Detroit helped him.
I
It
just
put him ahead of
want
Donovan
Trump
McKinney.
gone. I don't want him to be president anymore. Judge, W.
A lot of what's left here, largely what's left here in Detroit, is going to be, as we say,
because at least that that regime, even though they were fucking corrupt as shit, they were nowhere near as corrupt as
with
this.
the election day vote as opposed to the mail. If that dynamic kind of obtains here,
that's the status
then
quo.
McKinney's got a real
Funny
path.
enough, would be much more happy with.
Kornacki.
No, dude,
Stay
Trump
right
is
where
so
you are.
corrupt,
We're
it's
gonna
insane.
come back
I don't
to
even
you
think
in
you
just
can
a
wrap
few
your head
minutes.
around how
Really
corrupt he is.
appreciate it, Steve. Thank you so much. Let's head out to Sahil.
This motherfucker's out there, like,
It looks
he's
like we just got a
monetizing
chunk of-
everything.
I- what I would guess to be election day vote in Wayne County. He's got 17,000
Like, dude, he rug pulled his own, like his, not even like his own constituents, but he rug pulled his own fans, dude.
52-44.
Like, and then they were just like,
Election
yeah,
day. That could be
you know
Detroit,
what? That
because
comes
that's
with
what she seems to
supporting
be
Trump.
winning
It's just
the,
like, that's a problem.
Let me just reset this again. I'm just
That's
looking
a
folks, at
problem.
the,
I think that's right.
yeah, that the Detroit.
Jason,
yes,
what's
they are
up?
now. Detroit is now up to.
Name something that he corrupted.
85,000,
Everything. Literally everything. He corrupted our entire fucking government. Do you understand that just yesterday, this motherfucker made it so where he can just place bets and then, or he can manipulate the market, and then he has $100,000 payments coming from people that like Wall Street Journal and your day traders that can afford to do so, and they can insider trade based on the early information that he's giving. Yeah, try again, motherfucker.
Now,
He's the most corrupt president ever.
5,000 county.
We're talking Kremlin levels of corruption.
Based on estimates we had,
But yeah, sure.
prior to the election, there may be another
Try and make it so it's
10,000
just
or
like,
so mail
corrupt.
ballots we still expect from Detroit.
Yeah.
And that's, I'll have to see where we are with election day, because I think that last update may have been substantial into cutting into that election day vote.
Yeah, it does. It looks like a very substantial one because I'm seeing now, right, 82. 82. Well, the
Good
turnout
drop.
though in the
Thanks.
18 primary in.
The city of Detroit has updated their website where they say election day is fully reported now.
Really?
Yes.
And so that's
Jason, how much of Trump's dick do you have to suck, and how much suction do you have to give to it? I mean, it's so tiny, so I assume that you're sitting there turning blue, you probably end up looking like the chick from fucking Willy Wonka when she turns into the blueberry. That's you when you're sitting on your knees, just like, I'm there, Mr. President.
checking it too.
I'm trying.
It's about 85,000 votes, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Turnout in 2018.
Kind of sad that you have to do that.
In the Democratic
it's kind of
primary
sad that you're that loyal to any person on the planet.
So we are elsewhere
Gross.
going much bigger than that 2018 primary.
You really are just so easy to fool. It's crazy.
Yeah,
crazy. I love it.
Which would just
I
draw
love watching
level.
it. I love watching the rubes pop in. It is fun.
So not a ton maybe left out of Detroit. And do we have municipal level the inner suburbs? Do we have a sense in Wayne? Because there are some areas of Wayne where Stevens could do very well as well. Do we have
Thank
a
you,
sense,
Sylvie, for the lessons.
If that's what's outstanding, is it Dearborn Heights? What are we?
I think that was what.
Appreciate you taking the time.
I think that was one that we're still kind of waiting for.
Do you think Debs can win 2028? And if so, who do you think with?
I
don't even know.
It's not all in one place, but we'll take a look.
I don't even know if we're gonna have an election in 2028. Dude, Trump's that corrupt.
And maybe another Wayne update just came in as well.
Was it Detroit?
Steve, we're told there's been a bunch of Detroit ballots that have just come in. We've been waiting for some of these. No, was that to me? Did Adam say it wasn't?
No, sorry. You're picking up on our ongoing. I apologize.
Okay, my bad. Stress.
We did. We just got a bunch more from Detroit, and I'm looking at the Detroit results right here. That's why I'm kind of leaning over here. But we've got, we're getting close to done in Detroit right now. We got a big batch there, about 20,000 of the vote
Wayne
of the
or just
election
Detroit?
day vote. And Stevens 62 in Detroit citywide, 62% for Stevens, 34% for Al Sayed. So a 28-point margin for her. But she might have just that might be about it for Detroit. I'm hesitating because that number is low. Their turnout in 2018, a lower interest primary statewide, was higher. It was 93,000. That adds up to about 85,000. So that's lower, even like substantially lower than back in 2018. Now, there'd been talk that, hey, Stevens is doing well with the black vote, but
I just got told off for saying that's dumb and accused of ableism is dumb a slur now. No, tell them that they're fucking being stupid. Honestly, I would use the R word on them and just fucking get banned. Because fuck them.
Or if there is,
fuck people like that. God damn it.
There might still be some outstanding
Those people are such a detriment to the left. I can't even tell you.
62-34 margin there. For Stevens right now. Again,
you're being ableist, dumb.
We said when Gretchen
Fuck you.
Whitmer ran in 2018, she got 36% of the vote out of Detroit.
Oh, what? They learned that yesterday from a fucking
out of Wayne itself.
Everyone's so sensitive now. No, it's the fact that they want to they want to feel power, so they want to police other people's language.
North of 40% right now.
And it's easier to do it with people that agree with you politically.
Just Detroit, it's 55-42. I don't know if you can see this. But if you wanted to look,
they feel powerlessness when they actually like encounter
the inner suburbs, the other cities that are in there.
You know, we don't have any power politically, so this is how they do it.
Seeing Steve's notes, my God, it's amazing.
This is why I keep calling them out on being so dumb.
We're trying to figure out which of those, because the political kind of complexion of those varies dramatically. There are some big places in there that could be
stupid,
good for
idiot,
Stevens.
dense.
We've talked about places like Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, that we be very good for Al Sayed. So that becomes the other question.
It's a microaggression.
Wayne at 42%,
Fuck your stupid microaggressions.
It really is coming around.
Seriously.
So where are we overall?
That's when it all started. I'm a millennial myself here. Microaggressions is when you lost everybody, including me. Fuck your stupid microaggressions. Learn how to deal with shit. Life isn't friendly. Sometimes you just gotta deal with that uncomfortable feeling. That's how that goes. I will stand up for your right to be fucking trans. I will stand up for your right to fucking love whoever the fuck you want to. I will stand up for that shit. But if someone's hurting your fucking fifis, get fucked and get a backbone.
Overall, Steve, what's the statewide look like?
Yeah, there it is. It's been hovering at that 3 point.
I'm tired of it. I'm so tired of this weak, feckless bullshit from fucking leftists where they're just, well, we need to make sure that nobody feels left out, and we need to make sure that nobody has a microaggression. But meanwhile, they will use those tactics against white cis males. They will use that against anybody who they disagree with, and just fucking throw it in their face and then wonder, why is there so much pushback? I'm fucking tired of it.
Margin or so. This is now a little bit
Grow
inside
the fuck
of
up.
3 points.
Oh, wow.
Al Sayed and Stevens, a 23,000 vote margin. So,
God damn.
I
Go to a
think it
comedy
really
club. Learn how to laugh.
I could show you places where, again, I think this one here, I think Stevens could get something, good out of this for her.
Right.
God, that felt good to get out.
With more to come. That might be true in Saginaw as well. Oakland. Now we're up to 90.
Oh, did I give you a microaggression?
Again,
I'm sorry, cancel me.
Look, now Stevens has done better and
Fuck,
better.
that's where I'm at with
as
this
that
shit.
Vote has come in.
This is why I didn't want to do the panel tonight, is because I'm in that mood.
Municipalities have come in late in Oakland. Her margin now up to 5
I'm tired of the
points
bullshit,
over
dude.
Outside. We said we should
Tired
want
of
to
your
get into the
I'm
50s.
seriously tired of that right there, Sylvie, is what they're talking about. It's easier for you to focus on the little things that we do because you watch us than to actually focus on the fascists and the bullshit that we have to deal with daily.
Gotten into the 50s in Oakland County, next door in McCall.
Not just you, Sylvie, but this is leftists in general.
That should be. What do you see with
at least the ones that want to be softies and then they want to act all tough?
Correct.
Okay.
The saddest part is when they want to fucking act tough in chats and then they fucking sit there crying and cowering. Where oh my God, someone microaggressed against me.
Okay, so we think it does not
fucking
have
sticks
the
and stones,
best
motherfuckers.
vote. Yeah. And what is it at?
Y'all would do better to deal with that.
From Canton Township.
Exactly that way.
Yes,
Sticks and
Canton
stones.
Township,
yeah.
As of
my God,
an hour ago,
if somebody sucks, you don't need to win them over. You don't.
74-25.
Okay,
you really don't.
Have vote by mail.
Yeah.
Just to give you
but this is why I'm tired of it.
This would be in the western part of Wayne County.
That felt fucking great.
It's 100,000 people in that 2018 primary. It was won by Whitmer. Basically got 50% of the vote.
If you want aggression, let me fucking tell you, I'll go. I'll go.
Sayed got 38% of the vote. So it was about a 10-point margin, a little bit more than a 10-point margin between the two of them. But yeah, again, that's a
Sylvie, that's dumb.
Place Stevens wants to win tonight. I'm just trying to look here. How about Livonia, do we have anything there?
Getting butthurt over calling natives Indians. I mean, whatever. It's just objectively wrong.
That would be a big one.
I'm not butthurt by it. I'm just saying they are like literally Native Americans.
Lower population would be a big one.
That's a weird one to hang up on.
I think Stevens would get there. Taylor, 60,000.
No, what I'm saying is this fucking like this, where it's like, no, it is technically a microaggression. You call somebody dumb. Don't care.
People.
Don't care. And honestly, it makes our fucking movement look that much weaker when you pull this shit.
Big one for
Just
her.
say that, honestly, you know what they could do? They could fucking buck the fuck up and deal with it. Because Jesus Christ, we are dealing with actual fascism where we might end up in camps, but you want to sit here telling me that I'm saying mean whites? Shut the fuck up.
The gross points all add up to about 60,000 votes.
Damn it.
Livonia, I didn't see
I'll gladly punch somebody for using the fucking wrong word for calling you trans, but
page.
Nah, you know what you would gladly do? Throw me under the bus if I use the wrong word for fucking anything else.
Yeah.
Like, that's the shit that I'm fucking getting sick of. I'm not saying you, Sylvie, but I'm saying that's how it feels sometimes. Where it's like, I can put all the energy into fucking protecting, like, classes that fucking cannot stand up for themselves. I can do everything right and still say the wrong thing, get thrown under the fucking bus. That's why this shit sucks. That's why, honestly, I can see why people don't want to even fucking deal with this.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of dependent on the county there.
I was just more so explaining it. You're always just so explaining it. And you know what? This is me reacting to it, Sylvie.
Isn't breaking it out in a significant way.
Yeah, okay.
Take your microaggressions to your therapist and then fucking explain to them why your microaggressions turn into fucking bigger aggressions because you don't know how to compartmentalize. Pick your fucking battles.
And I'm just going to go through some of the big
fucking
ones to see if we've
done.
got more.
Literally, you sat here you sat here giving the explanation why, yeah, well, it might be dumb. It might be ableist if you're saying dumb. Yeah, fuck off.
That's coming
so
in.
dumb.
But I think the thing that we're seeing is kind of
that was like where I finally drew the line on this one.
some stabilization elsewhere. I think we just got a little bit more Kent. We did.
Pretty sure that you would be told
Stevens
like
is
to just calm down.
to 34. We're doing that thing in Kent that we've seen in other counties now.
It looks like Bay County is complete, which is a bigger one. Which we
Yeah.
haven't
Okay.
gotten
What do
to
we
yet.
have?
Like saying that dummy's a slur too.
We got complete. Bay City. Okay.
playing that game.
This is just north of Saginaw. This is useful if I have the thing in front of me. Benchmarks. Whitmer 18, 54%. Biden 20, 52%. I keep showing you the Clinton ones and then telling you why it doesn't really apply. So let's not show you the Clinton ones. We're just going to show you these two. But 54, 54
Good information in
for Whitmer,
case
got
somebody wants to know
52%
that info.
Statewide,
What's that?
52 for Biden got him 53% statewide, and look where Stevens lands.
What?
53%.
That it might be a
Very good
microaggression.
number for her.
Whatever.
She got that out of there. Completed counties.
Whatever, man.
I don't need. I'm like interrupting you constantly. I can look for completed counties on here too, and maybe that's what I should do. So let me see here. What else we have? Wexford. I'm looking for one here. Let's go next door to Mecosta, right? Newaygo County. Okay. Remember we showed you Big Rapids, Mecosta a minute ago. Okay, Muskegon's not far from here, 95% in. Stevens gets 55% of the vote. Let's go through our benchmarks. Whitmer got 56, 2018. Okay, what did Biden get? 55. Where does Stevens land? 55.
Okay.
She gets her number. Okay, where else can we go? It's of
That is kinda
somewhat
weird.
substantial size. Did I see? I did see. Okay, it's not that substantial, but let's do Hillsdale.
I'm gonna just call their space being stupid.
One of these right down here. I always get confused. Okay, there's Hillsdale. Okay, just about completed in Hillsdale. And Stevens gets 50% right here. Again, just is this number
right.
in the ballpark of, well, okay, Whitmer got 53 here, Biden got 55. Might be a little bit more coming in, but Stevens just, again, it's not catastrophic if you miss a benchmark by a couple points in a county as small as this. We're just trying to get a sense of is she in the range here where an overperformance relative to Whitmer
It's all over the top. Yeah, it
in
is.
Wayne would get her there.
Again, I learned how not to let that shit bother me, so this is why I don't understand it, and this is why I call it out the way I do.
This is a big.
There's too many people fucking focus on that shit for no reason. That's not what's actually hurting you.
This is where I should have gone. We're almost done in Livingston now. Almost. There's more coming in, and clearly it's been getting a little bit better for Stevens as it's come in. She's sitting at 46.5% right there. Again, play our benchmark game. Okay. Whitmer,
How are we looking statewide?
61.
Not great.
Remember, this was the outlier for Whitman. Biden 52.
Yeah, he's up by 20. Yeah, exactly. He's up by 20K, but they're saying too close to call.
And well, Whitmer got 61, Biden got 50, and Clinton got 38, and the Clinton one. Okay, so really, if there's anything,
all right, guys.
So Biden got 52 here, right?
You know, it's weird.
And Biden,
I think that I kind of want to like go pop by this space.
Into a 53% total.
At least fulfill. It's kind of like that like moment where you're just like, hey, I said that I was going to show up and like do like the party thing, but
getting 52% here was part of winning.
Here first, PepTalks hates special education spaces.
Right. So Stevens is under the Biden
exactly.
number. But
that's exactly it. Clip
it's been
it.
Getting better for
send
us
it
to come
around.
In, and there is still
Cancel
more to come
me.
in.
I don't care.
And that 52 was, I
just don't care.
If you're her.
If that's enough for you to cancel me,
like
get the fuck out of here.
Or something. So she may end up just a little bit south of that.
So
but
sick
again, the
of
question we're asking is,
this high and mighty bullshit, dude.
Right in that range.
Learn how to just deal.
Overperforming relative to Whitmer in Wayne County.
And then learn how to give it back. That's the biggest thing is learn how to fuck. Like this is my
right in, I think really
my biggest gripe is that we're so like adverse to
really
like matching their energy and just being like, no, you know what? Fuck you, shithead.
Did Eaton,
like
we got
any
a
of
little bit
that.
more out of Eaton finally. Boy, we've spent a lot of time in Eaton County tonight, but that's because they've been giving us votes. She's at 46%, 93% in, and yeah, we forget
got the juices flowing now.
52 for 52 was the Biden number here. See if she can get that a little further north. But again, I mean, part of this is
Steve.
Yeah,
I have a note for you.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. This is me and Adam communicating again. Okay. She is. Anyways, yes, she is missing it there. And I think, it's going to, again.
So he didn't say anything about actually disabled people?
Biden number, nope. And that gave him a little bit of a pad, 50, so a little bit short of there. Anything else substantial where we really got the full picture?
Nah,
it's just
but it's
most of these
okay.
counties are still
If that's
seeing
how they want, if anybody wants to frame me that way,
Oakland.
Fine.
Well, Oakland.
I don't give a shit.
Did we get a little bit more out of Oakland?
Make me into the bad guy that you must have, that you need me to be. I don't care.
92%.
I really don't. I'm so over that bullshit, dude. Here I am actually putting myself out there, and I'm just like, nah, I actually want to try and like make this change. And sometimes that means telling people to just shut the fuck up and accept that some things are shitty.
Point margin for her right there. McComb sitting at 44. She's at 42.8%. Let's do this. Let's find out.
I know, Pep, but it's just so ridiculous. That was a joke. Oh, my God.
Oh, this one. Pardon me, folks. I'm going through the thing right here.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, jeez. Sorry.
But either way.
We think that's one way of looking at this thing.
Fuck it. I think that I do want to pop up on this space and just be like, hi!
Votes left in Wayne County.
How you doing, guys? This has been fun.
Sorry. We think.
What do you think, guys? Should I go over there? I think that I should. I think I should. Yeah, we're still covering election stuff. Fuck it.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Let's
we
celebrate the 620, and then we're gonna head over there. Cool.
Out of Wayne County.
Tone indicator. It stands for a joke. Got
Stevens
it.
may have gotten.
Personal. Are you a sovereign citizen?
Out of Detroit already. We're trying to see if there's a few.
That
more
is a
votes,
very personal question to ask. Personal.
We're trying to get a handle to say on which townships,
if they
which
are a sovereign
cities
citizen, that's
we
kind
have
of a trip.
outstanding vote from. But I would just say, as a rule, if you extrapolated,
Not gonna lie.
Stevens is leading by 13 points, right? If she ended up winning Wayne County by 13 points with 170 left, right? It'd be 17,000 plus 3%. She would net 22,000 votes. 22,000. It'd be an additional
Sylvia, I'm too old for that shit.
Plurality of 22,000 votes.
Literally, I think that you just like
essentially
that just caused another gray hair.
cover what El Sayed is leading her by statewide right now.
It's all your fault. I'm turning into Gandalf.
That's a huge if.
Trying to teach me what joking, half joking.
She may have gotten her best number out of Wayne
Just kidding,
already.
kidding.
That's the risk, I think, for Stevens.
It's good times.
If Detroit
all right,
is
you know what?
complete,
Fuck it. Let's
did she
go.
get her best
Let's
number?
raid
And is that due to
this
come
space.
south now? With
I've
what's
officially
left there?
enjoyed my
Because I think
time
when
over
you go
here.
Through these, when you go through these.
I think that what we can do is we can go right over there and just say hello. Like I said, it's like showing up to a party a little bit, fashionably late and just being like, "Hi, I promised I'd be here. I'm here. How's it going?" Talk a little election stuff, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. All right, so let's smoke this, and then gonna play the outro and head on over there. You guys are gonna be automatically redirected, and then I'm going to raid Cosmopolitics, and let's go have some fun. Where are we going? It's called this space. Here. Notes. There's my notes. This space is where we go. All right. Let's effing do it. Come and follow over there. I do an exclusive 2-hour show on Tuesdays. I do an hour on Wednesday, and then I do a panel show on Thursdays. Lots of fun. All right, guys. Really appreciate you guys hanging out. It has been a blast. Sorry for getting a little contentious at the back end of there, but honestly, I'm just microaggression bullshit is something that I do have like a very specific hate for. I can't stand it. Because honestly, it is one of those things where it's just like, no, it's not just like generational understanding. It's like, no, you need to learn how to not be that soft. Like you need to fucking the world is a mean place. You need to fucking this is a learning curve. All right, guys. But with that being said, I do appreciate y'all hanging out. Please hit the like button on your way out if you have not already, and sub to the channel. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night. Go to this space.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.